Good morning to everybody. Good morning to everybody waking up on the East Coast, 7 a.m. and 4 a.m. on the West Coast. You are taking a live look right now over the United States Capitol right before we get into a very important story that we have been following for the last couple of weeks now. Former President Donald Trump. It has never happened before in American history. He has been officially charged with 34 felonies and could spend more than 100 years behind bars if convicted of all of them. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New York City with the latest on his unprecedented arraignment.
The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
In Florida, former President Donald Trump is maintaining his innocence after pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in New York on Tuesday. Those charges relate to alleged hush money payments made on his behalf to two women leading up to the 2016 presidential election. Both women claim they had affairs with Trump. He denies the allegations.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
While hush money payments aren't illegal, prosecutors accuse Trump of falsifying business documents to cover up the payments and prevent any potential damage to his campaign ahead of the election.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Trump coming under more fire after calling out the New York City judge assigned to his case. Democrat Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying in part, Trump is, quote, publicly intimidating a judge and pointing a spotlight on their family to his supporters, many of whom have admitted in court to committing violence in his name.
They've taken a wrecking ball to his whole life, and you know, there's a backlash brewing.
And that was Madeline Rivera reporting for us this morning. Thank you very much. I now want to turn to comments made by former President Trump's attorneys following that arraignment and the announcement of those 34 charges in the case. Let's listen into that.
Why is he trying to move this to a place
So,
like Staten
once
Island?
again, we're three lawyers here to litigate and fight this case. We're not PR consultants. We're not social media consultants. Donald Trump has made one hell of a brand and became president of the United States with his social media and posts and everything else, his messages. We are here to talk about the case and litigate cases. We can't address what he posts or what he wants to post or did post.
But as his attorneys, have you told him to stop posting this rhetoric,
So
these
what I
messages
said
about the
before was
judge?
we can't, literally, we can't tell you what we've discussed with
No,
our
I
client.
understand,
So
but are
that's
you
the answer.
concerned that he's continuing to
Not
go
concerned
after
at
the
all.
judge, talking about the judge's wife, talking about the family? I mean,
I don't think the judge was concerned about it.
Yeah, but any other defendant, wouldn't you be like...
Any other defendant wouldn't be here today.
He's not going after the judge. He is not going after the judge. He commented that he thought that there were some issues that may cause a conflict. That's not going after the judge. He is not threatening the judge. He is not going after the judge.
Right, he's going after the DA.
He has said that the DA, he is angry because the DA has brought a case that is unjustified. And so I'm not going to comment on it. You may disagree with the way he spoke.
Can you
but
talk
here's
about the
a-
process? Was he fingerprinted? Was there a
I'm not gonna talk
mugshot?
about
Was
it.
there a
In fact,
mugshot?
I think that, thank you.
What
Where
about
did he get the fake mugshot that's on his t-shirt?
Thank you.
Now you're listening in there to former President Trump's attorneys speaking following that arraignment and the announcement of those charges, and quite a heated scrum of reporters there asking many questions, as so many want to know exactly how all of this is going to play out. We now move on to Andrew Kraft, our LiveNOW digital journalist, who spoke with Ben Jacobs. He's a reporter that's been following the indictment and the arraignment on the case. We're going to take a listen in on that.
Kind of laid out the preface into all of the investigations into him at the moment, and then finally commented on what happened today. So that was quite the setup there, was it not?
Oh, it was quite the setup for him going through and dealing with what are, frankly, far more likely legally damaging investigations that he's dealing with. That as of now, he's dealing with the Georgia prosecution over his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. He's dealing with the federal special prosecutor, Jack Smith, which combines both elections and his mishandling of classified documents, as well as the fact in several weeks he has a defamation trial in New York that he has to go back to, over a woman who's suing him, saying that he defamed her when he denied that he had raped her in a New York department store in the 1990s. So there's a host of things going on. And part of this was to lay out the predicates there and build it back to this, because this is something that most legal experts agree is probably the most legally tenuous of the cases that he faces. And to tie it all together and try to link all of these together is part of a broad-reaching effort to try to stop him and try to keep him from running for president in 2024.
Okay, to that point, though, Ben, you heard that. That was, I think, the line that stuck out to me in this speech today. He flat out said on camera that this is political persecution. This is meant to interfere in his run, in his bid, his candidacy for the 2024 election. That seems to be, I guess, the line that all of his supporters and himself, they're going to go with this.
Yes, it's him versus the world, and that is the line that they've been using, and using this in a variety of ways. And some have been using some pretty raw historical analogies to describe this. But this is the type of thing where this is his message that they're coming for you. I'm just between them and you, and that there is some sort of heat shield to protect his voters and his base from these elites. Talking about Alvin Bragg as a Soros-backed prosecutor and deliberately emphasizing his campaign funds from George Soros. That this is really sort of a broader, overarching message of us against them that he's basing his entire presidential campaign around.
Ben, did we hear from, some of his rivals in the, nominating process that have announced, that have not announced today? We got a lot of congressional reaction, but we haven't heard much from them today.
No, there's been relatively minimal reaction from other presidential candidates. From their perspective, they weighed in on the indictment and supported him before, but this has been a day in which Trump has really dominated the news. That, for example, Ron DeSantis didn't have much of a public schedule today. But this is trying to step back and try not get in the way of this, because there's not a ton of upside into getting to the middle of this news cycle that they tried to jump in before. But at this point, all the coverage is so entirely focused on Trump himself that there's, relatively little room for political punditry or stuff. This is a day for the legal pundits as much as political pundits.
Yeah, I am kind of curious as well. We were asking some of our legal analysis whether or not, his day-to-day, his campaign schedule will be impacted by this. He doesn't have to, show up again until December 4th. That could change in the interim. But do you anticipate this being, deleterious to his campaign schedule or beneficial?
It's certainly not helpful to have to block out chunks of time to deal with lawyers,
right?
And all the legal stuff that. But he had to deal with lawyers at this point for a while. But it's not as if the legal troubles suddenly popped out on him. This is not, something yesterday everything was free and easy. That he's been in legal jeopardy since leaving the White House, and that this doesn't add anything new to him. It changes the nature of what it is. But the fact that he's facing a host of criminal cases, this doesn't necessarily change the day to day. It just frames it in a different way for terms of what it means politically for him, and what it means legally for him, as he is now officially a criminal defendant.
Yeah, Now, you've been listening in to our Andrew Kraft speaking with Ben Jacobs, a New Yorker Magazine reporter, about the arraignment of the former president and those charges that came down. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll have much more when we come back in just 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. 7:12 on the East Coast, 4:12 on the West Coast. Early in the morning here, you can see that live look over New York City, where really all eyes on New York City in the past couple of days as something historical happened. Former President Donald Trump pleaded not guilty in New York City Tuesday to 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Those charges carrying a maximum sentence of 136 years in prison, though the actual sentence will likely be far less than that if he is convicted on any or all of those counts. We continue following our coverage of this very historical moment, and I'm going to go back to an interview that LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft did with Ben Jacobs. He's a reporter with The New Yorker. We're going to continue that conversation before moving on to live interviews that we have planned for the rest of the morning, but let's dip back into that.
Stage over the fact that he is a criminal defendant, he's indicted. Do you think that's going to happen?
I think someone has to do it. I mean, at this point, it's hard to beat someone in an election by praising them. As the great philosopher Ric Flair said, to be the man, you have to beat the man. But, you know, this is not something that was not a topic of conversation in 2016, that these personal attacks, the investigations of Trump were brought up by Trump's rivals. But at this point, you have to somehow deal with it and take on the risk of doing it, that someone has to be the person who does it. But that also leads to the other sort of challenge that it's he who wields the knife rarely wears the crown, that there's political, that to take down Trump, you have to go after on this because this is a real political Achilles heel in a general election. But it doesn't make you terribly popular with Republican primary voters to do it. And that's the dilemma that any other Republican is facing.
Yeah, Ben, we're just watching the plane land back in Palm Beach a couple of hours ago. We all watched these remarks. I guess, you know, Ben Slasser, you follow this so closely. I guess what's next on the campaign schedule? We have a lot of would-be candidates. They're traveling to a lot of the early states. Possible one, Republican Senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott, just announced quite a heavy schedule there to early states. Nikki Haley was at the southern border yesterday. Ron DeSantis is going to so many of these early states. What's Trump up to? What is the campaign's next move here?
Trump's next big trip is he's speaking to the NRA convention in Indianapolis next week, which will be another place for him to appear behind a conservative crowd to talk about his record on gun rights, on the Second Amendment. And that will be sort of the next step there is they're continuing to take advantage of this boost in fundraising. And the boost in fundraising also, you know, has its own additive effect that, you know, a Trump rally is expensive to put on. The more money they raise, the more Trump rallies they can do. And you'll see more visits to early states and more attempts to try to take advantage of the outsized media attention he's got over the past few days.
All right. Ben Jacobs, we appreciate you joining us for really this historic moment. We'll definitely be speaking again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we are continuing our coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the former president who has now been charged with 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in the first degree. Again, those charges carrying a maximum sentence of 136 years in prison. That is, of course, the actual sentence would be likely far less. That, of course, if he is convicted on any or all of those counts. Again, continuing our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, we are going to move into an interview that Andrew Kraft did with a number of legal experts here on our show and on our program just last night.
Even further, our legal analysts, Randy Zellen and Doug Burns, who, like I said, have guided us through this story ever since. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being with us. Doug, I want to start with you. A couple of days ago, you were shocked that there would be at least one felony count. Sure. There are now 34 felony counts. So what was your reaction when you heard that today?
It's the most overcharged case I've ever seen in 37 years, basically. Not to be overly harsh about it, but it's just absolutely ridiculous and beyond the pale. In some instances, they're taking an invoice from Cohen and then a payment by the Trump organization. They're calling that like 4 and 5 and 6 counts. It's just really embarrassing. I myself remember bringing sizable cases charging 1, 2, or 3 counts, and that's the end of it. So what bothers me, honestly, is it's so misleading to the public. I did a segment actually out of the country, and the host was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Burns, it's 34 separate crimes. Wow, that's really something." And again, not to be a broken record, but this is the same nucleus of facts, just legal X's and O's. Forget the politics, forget all the sideshow stories. It's one nucleus of facts. A woman who claims to have had an extramarital affair with Donald Trump said, "Pay me $130,000 or I'm going to disclose it." There's a name for that. It starts with an E, but put that to the side for the moment. So Trump, and Cohen, they arranged to make some payments to her. So if you want to call that a crime, and we can talk about that in more detail, that's fine. Call it 1 or 2 crimes, not 34. That's a disgrace. And again, real quick, you have some statute of limitations problems, obviously, because it was 6 or 7 years ago. And then you have this question of bumping it up to a felony. Real quick, the statute requires an intent to defraud. That's interesting, and that's going to be hard to show, by the way, an intent to defraud as opposed to an intent to simply keep something quiet that's embarrassing. And then it gets worse for the prosecutors. And a component of that intent to defraud is an intent to commit or conceal another crime. Those are high hurdles. So I'll tell you right now, I think they're going to have an extremely difficult time in this case.
Okay, Randy, to you, though, and we can get in if you agree with Doug at all. Let's talk about how they're going to try this case, Trump's legal team. Do they have their work cut out for them? What is their strategy going to be? And how are prosecutors going to be able to prove all of this?
Well, certainly the first thing that the defense is going to do.
All right, folks, we wanted to take a step back from the coverage of the arraignment and indictment and those charges against the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, to bring you some breaking news we have right now. We had been following severe storms happening across the Midwest and part of the Upper South. And we're going to dip right now in very quickly to Fox Weather before we take a quick break to show you what's happening here in the Midwest with folks on the ground. We're seeing potential powerful storms as well as potential for tornadoes there in the Missouri area. Let's take a listen in to Fox Weather, who's following this for us right now.
And look at all of that lightning that is impacting those of you in Harrison, as well as Belafonte, as well as Elmwood as well. This is the tornado warning box here. So if you live in Boone County, or if you know anybody that lives in Boone County, please let them know that this is going to be impacting them here as well. This warning is going to continue until about 6:45 here, local time here. Now, this is not the only place that we have been monitoring for not only severe thunderstorm warnings, but also tornado warnings as well. Let's head on over to Missouri. This is impacting those of you in Branson, Missouri. Over in Taney County, or I should say Tenay County, we've been getting some reports of some either pea-sized, nickel-sized, or even baseball-sized hail here. So this is going to be something that we're going to have to monitor here as well here. And you can see some of those deep-seated, or I should say some of those deep colors of pink here. Whenever you see that on radar, that's usually an indication that we're already seeing some hail here. Again, this is a tornado warned cell. This is going to be continuing to push eastward. If you live in Taney County, Missouri, this is going to be going on until about 6:45 here local time here. All right, so let's time this out here for those of you in Missouri, because this is going to continue to push north and east of there. Hilda, this is going to be moving in your area at about 6:26 here. For Bradleyville, this is going to be impacting your area at about 6:36. Fairview, it's going to be impacting your area at about 6:36 here as well. And for those of you in Whitty, Missouri, it is likely going to be impacting your area sometime at about 6:42 here. All right, let's head on up to Illinois, because this is going to be one of the other places that we've been monitoring for some storms that have been pushing through here as well. I'm really concerned just because some of these severe thunderstorms that are pushing right now eastward from the Rockford area over in Illinois are going to be approaching Chicago, which is obviously a major population size here. We've been getting reports of some wind gusts over at the Rockford Airport at about 49 miles per hour. So for those of you in McHenry County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning till about 7 a.m. And the reason why we keep highlighting these severe thunderstorm warnings is because depending on the type of storm that's moving over your area, we could have the potential at seeing this upgraded to a tornado warning. We've been seeing this with several cells. This is all because of the rotation with.
All right, folks, you've been listening in there to Fox Weather as they continue to cover severe weather happening throughout the Midwest and again in the upper South. You can see there in southern Illinois area, even in the Chicago area there, as well as Kalamazoo, Michigan, also through Missouri and down even into Arkansas. Severe weather happening there. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have much more from this. We'll continue to dip into that coverage of weather. We'll also have a live guest joining us here on the show to discuss the recent indictment and the arraignment of former President Donald Trump. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. All right, folks, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 7:27 a.m. on the East Coast, 4:27 dark and early on the West Coast. We've been following the very latest on former President Trump's indictment and arraignment. Now that coming out just yesterday, learning he's been charged with 34 felony counts for falsifying business records. I now want to bring in Robert McDonald. He's both a professor over at the University of New Haven and worked in the state of Connecticut. He's also worked as a probation officer, spent some 20 years in the U.S. Secret Service. We sure do appreciate that. Robert, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Giacomo. Nice to be with you.
Talk to me first off about your reaction to everything that's happened. How are you taking this in?
Continuing to feel wow. A lot going on here, a lot of unprecedented things happening. No playbook for this for any of the people involved, a lot of figuring it out as we go. I think that the NYPD and the Secret Service did a seamless logistics operation over the last couple of days of getting the former president from Florida up to New York, down to the courthouse, and then back to Florida last night. I was at the courthouse for a while yesterday. A lot of craziness going on with protesters on both sides of the aisle. But I think the NYPD, again, a wonderful organization that has the assets and people to be able to handle something like that. If this thing had to happen, I'm glad it happened in New York because they have the assets and resources to handle anything that would come their way.
Now, I do want to discuss charges, but before we get into that, I first want to bring up kind of what you mentioned about the security issues there, which obviously New York and Secret Service seem to have that down pat, but we are being led to believe that this may have to happen a series of times over the next course of the next few months, perhaps the next year or so. What is that going to look like in terms of a logistical challenge, even for a city and a courthouse of that size?
Yeah, plus a financial drain on the city. Look, there were a lot of police officers, a lot of Secret Service agents there yesterday, a whole bunch of community police officers to be embedded in the crowd to help dissipate any issues that were happening. It's a big drain on manpower, it's a big drain on resources, and it's a big drain on money. So it'll be interesting to see if the interest is there in December with respect to the amount of people protesting on either side of the aisle, and we're just going to have to see what happens. We have 8 months between now and the next court appearance. There'll be plenty of court documents filed and things of that nature going on, but actually the physicality of a court appearance will not be until December, I believe. So we'll have to see if some of the luster has worn off by that time or whatnot. But again, NYPD does a very good job at putting those things together, and they'll do the very best they can to make that happen in a safe and secure fashion for all involved, not only the former president, but the people in and around the courthouse and protesting.
Now let's get into those charges. 34 felony counts, falsifying business records. Talk to me about, in terms of your understanding of these charges, what does that mean? What, and how serious are they?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to the specificity of those charges. Listening to the various components that went on yesterday, the press conference, the president's former president's press conference, the DA's press conference, I think there's still a lot of things we don't know here, and I think there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that over time are going to come out. You've got a lot of optics issues here that are going to be argued on both sides of the aisle. There were several, obviously, entities that passed on this prosecution prior. Has there been other evidence that's come out that has pushed this to the where we are today, to the indictment being filed the other day? So again, a lot of pieces of the puzzle here, a lot of mileage that we've got to get through to get some resolution to this, and a lot of stuff that we just don't know. I don't think anybody's going to know for a while.
Certainly, it's going to be a long process, and especially when you're talking about something unprecedented of this nature, a lot of scrutiny on this, as we saw just yesterday with the immense media attention with this, as well as considering the fact that it is a former president. There's serious security concerns anytime you have to bring someone directly into a courthouse. In terms of how this plays out, do you expect this to go on for months and months and months?
I do. I think that, like I said, you're going to have a lot of jockeying now with the former president's defense team on how they're going to set up their defense and how to posture the case. You're going to have court filings that are going to be going back and forth, rulings by the judge that sends us to the time and place when this trial will take place. You've got a potential change in venue motion that may come up to see if those issues around in getting a fair and impartial jury in New York City will be able to be implemented. So again, just so much involved in this that really it boggles the mind at times at how many different things around this one case that we're talking about.
Any closing thoughts, Robert?
Let's strap ourselves into our seat and see where it takes us. Again, I think, like I said, we've got a lot of mileage here. And a lot of watching to see what goes on and which way this goes. I don't think anybody knows with the unprecedented nature of this where this resolution is going to head.
No doubt. Certainly a lot of watching, a lot of eyes on from the world on New York, on Mar-a-Lago, where the president went back just yesterday. Big story. So many folks continuing to follow this. Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us. Robert McDonald, professor at the University of New Haven in Connecticut, having quite a bit of experience, both working in the Secret Service as well as a probation officer. Thank you so much for taking the time today.
A pleasure, Giacomo. Anytime.
Thank you. All right, folks, time now 7:33 on the East Coast, 4:33 on the West Coast. We're going to take a very short break. We'll have much more when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, continuing our coverage of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, being indicted and now charged with some 34 felony counts for falsifying business records, being accused of that. Certainly a historic moment that happened just yesterday with the eyes on of the world on New York City. We are going to go now to Andy Mack with Live Now, who spoke with a legal expert, a criminal defense attorney, who's breaking down what all of this may mean.
As he called it in those 34 documents, or the 34 catch and kill scheme. Give me a breakdown of kind of what that means. What does catch and kill mean in terms of prosecution and what he was entailing in this indictment?
So what it sounds like he's alleging through the indictment is that basically the overall plan was to catch any information which would have negatively impacted the Trump campaign and to kill that story or kill that information. And so what it sounds like the allegations are about, as we're just now all learning them together, is that each of these separate 34 counts are documents wherein they're saying there were things said or put down on paper that were not true, according to the prosecution, and that these things were all designed to further the plan to catch information that the campaign did not want out there during the election and to kill that information so that it would not be a problem for campaign purposes.
And you also heard questions, as we just saw former President Trump there walking out of the courtroom from about an hour ago, as he's already on his way back there to Florida. He's expected to make some remarks in Mar-a-Lago. And we also saw him there as well. There is no gag order put in place. Are we surprised by that? Is that commonplace? And Quanah, what's our reaction to that? Because obviously he has a speech tonight. Later on, about 8:15 is expected to start. No gag order in place. Is that surprising to you? Is that common? What's your take on that?
Well, gag orders are always less common. And the idea is that we all have the right to have information about what's happening in the courtroom. The public filings are available to us all to talk about and consider, as are the courtroom proceedings. And judges are generally reluctant to gag the parties from talking about things that are normally a part of the public record, things that the public wants to learn about and hear about. But what the judge did admonish the parties is that he expected them not to be offering incendiary comments or things that would somehow impact ultimately the ability of former President Trump to get a fair day in trial, if that is the direction that this court case ultimately takes.
This is certainly some unprecedented times as we're looking at Mar-a-Lago as well. And you were talking about the gag order, not necessarily common, but also this is far from common, what we're witnessing right here as the unprecedented case moving forward. We also know that potentially 8 months from now, there will be more proceedings. Does the timeline kind of fit for you? I mean, we're not going to be back in court again for several months. Is that common as well?
I'm not sure about how common that long of a, what we would call in the criminal court world, a reset would be, but practically speaking, it makes sense. There is no reason to have former President Trump come to court repeatedly while the parties argue about various discovery issues. And as they try to sort out things that need to be really resolved, at least in terms of what are we going to be fighting about when we do go back to court, that should all happen without him having to go to court, or any defendant for that matter, having to go to court needlessly and waste time and precious court resources.
Discovery is something that I think a lot of people are going to talk about, because this is the point where kind of the prosecutors kind of turn over all the information they have to the defense as well. It didn't feel like there was a ton of new information that maybe Trump's party didn't already have. Would that be fair to say?
It's hard to tell. We know what the allegations are specifically now, and so does the Trump team. So they are now aware of exactly what statutes are in play, what laws they need to be looking at, and what kinds of information they need to be digging for and trying to do their own investigation to gather. So I think that this is really just the starting line, and both sides now, the prosecution will be doing what they should be doing, which is to turn over the necessary discovery as it's required by law for them to do. And the Trump team will not only be receiving that information, but also conducting their own independent investigation of the case so that they can mount a proper defense.
Correct, and it is important to point out that obviously Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg bringing it forward, but also it was part of a grand jury, so certainly some interesting notes there. I did find one of the questions asked by one of the reporters mentioning the fact that there really hasn't been they haven't moved forward with an indictment previous district attorneys, and they asked Alvin Bragg if there was some sort of new information. Does that lead you to believe that there maybe was some from the previous two district attorneys, or potentially not?
It is very possible that there was, and really, as you've already pointed out, the grand jury was guiding this investigation. So a prosecutor can go out and get things that the grand jurors are requesting and bring them to the grand jury for the grand jury to consider. But once a case is before the grand jury is really who directs that investigation. And it is possible that as time went on, the case evolved and additional information was collected that perhaps former prosecutors and or grand jurors didn't have access to, or that they viewed in a different light.
And of course, obviously following this, Nicole DeBoard, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I think a lot of people are just kind of trying to wrap their heads around this whole ordeal. What is next? Obviously, you mentioned the long recess, but there's going to be a lot of processes within the legal battles between the two sides. Kind of what's next in the process following this arraignment?
Well, you can bet that the Trump team will be rolling up their sleeves and digging through just copious amounts of information, both that they're gathering on their own and that they're being given by the state. And then what they're going to need to do is evaluate what types of motions do they need to file to protect former President Trump in terms of his constitutional rights as this criminal case proceeds. So they've got a lot of work ahead, and I expect there will be some long hours as they go through all of these materials.
And speaking of motions, kind of what type of motions may be happening? Will it be appeal? Kind of give us a little bit of breakdown of the motions that potentially could come into play in a case like this.
Well, the very first thing this legal team will be doing, I would imagine, is taking a very close look at the pleading, and that means the indictment itself. The way that the language was used and the statutes that were cited, does this comport with what the Constitution requires and what case law requires? And if they feel there are deviations from what the law mandates be in an indictment, or constitutional problems with the charges as the way they are raised, you can expect that the lawyers will be working hard to put together motions to have the judge rule on whether or not this indictment can proceed as it is written.
Certainly a lot of information still coming out about this. He's expected to speak at Mar-a-Lago later on tonight, and potentially he's going to discuss this matter in front of the people down there, a lot of staunch supporters of them. We saw them in New York. We saw them as he departed yesterday from Florida. Potentially, if he says something, can the judge go back and put in a gag order or something like that? Or will they be paying attention to something he says both on social media and to media and the public during a very public presidential campaign?
Oh, absolutely. And I can tell you, as a defense lawyer, the scariest thing that you can watch is a client, someone who is accused of a crime with serious consequences like this one, make any kind of statement that could later be attributed to them. And so, you know, it's a fine line. On the one hand, he wants to make sure that his supporters have information. On the other hand, I can guarantee the lawyers will be biting their nails, making sure that nothing that he says can ultimately be used against him in court.
Yeah, it is got to be a tough spot for the lawyers there to both let Donald Trump be himself, but also make sure that he doesn't put jeopardy this case as well. Nicole DeBoard, any parting words before I let you go on this case, or anything else you can come to mind that our audience should know about it?
I think that we can expect a long road. I think this first 8-month reset will be just the first. And I think that we'll see a lot of complicated emotions, and we'll hear a lot more about what the state has charged and the legal issues surrounding these statutes and the way it's being applied here.
Definitely. Certainly an unprecedented time, a historical time. Nicole DeBoard, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to give some legal perspective into this case that we saw in arraignment earlier. We appreciate it.
All right, you've been listening in to our very own Andy Mack speaking with an attorney there about the very latest on these charges against former President Donald Trump. It is 7:46 on the East Coast, 4:46 a.m. For those folks just waking up on the West Coast. We are going to take a very short break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. All right, folks, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 7:48 on the East Coast, 4:48 on the West Coast. We are continuing our coverage of the former President Donald Trump's charges against him, 34 felony charges, accusations coming in after a New York grand jury, a Manhattan grand jury, did choose to indict. He was arraigned yesterday. We are continuing our coverage on this. I'm going to go now to our very own Lexi Petrovich, who spoke with a legal analyst and attorney about those charges and what it could all mean.
Does mean what the legal process will look like. We're being joined now by Imran Ansari. He's an attorney that's based in New York. Imran, thank you so much for being with us. Give us just your first impressions of everything that went down today.
Sure. Well, it's an unprecedented event. We've said that, to media on. And I think what we saw today was really something that a few of us did not expect, and that would be 34 counts of all felony charges, felony counts against Donald Trump here. But there's more questions rather than answers in many ways with this indictment. The indictment details the falsification of business records in the first-degree counts related to specific dates, multiple dates, and multiple documents that Alvin Bragg and the DA's office are looking to allege that Donald Trump falsified these business records in furtherance of another crime. And now we know that would be the election. So New York State election law and violations of New York State election law is what Alvin Bragg is saying would be that underlying crime in order to take a misdemeanor charge in New York for falsification of business records to a felony charge. And we see 34 counts of that here in this indictment that I expect Donald Trump's defense team is going to be looking to pick apart count by count.
Yeah, and Imran, I'm going to pull up a live feed here as we continue talking of the motorcade coming in. If we can go through that a little bit further, we've seen a lot of people talking about the strength of the Manhattan DA's case. How do you see these charges?
Well, it's early on, but what we see in this indictment would really lead me to question about, the strength of the case. Alvin Bragg holding it, playing it close to the cuff during his press conference there, really not giving too much detail as to what the evidence is to support these charges and what he expects to bring forward and prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt, ultimately, if this goes to trial. Of course, that could be because he wants to keep it somewhat confidential in many ways right now until the discovery process plays out and that evidence is given or shown to the defense. And of course, the public, to the extent that we are able to access it. We have heard rumors of a protective order being in place in which at least Donald Trump and the prosecution wouldn't necessarily be able to comment or leak certain items of evidence if a protective order is in place. But of course, I expect this to be a transparent prosecution. I think it would serve Alvin Bragg and his office well if he keeps this prosecution as transparent as possible so that the public could really see what the charges are with the evidence and have some faith in the justice system, because now it really is all eyes on the DA's office in Manhattan and making sure and ensuring that this is in fact a prosecution grounded on law rather than a politically motivated prosecution.
Well, and speaking of court today, it was about, I think, an hour or so. I think most people expected it to only be about 15 or 30 minutes in terms of the arraignment. Any idea why it may have gone longer than most people expected?
Sure, I do. I think a lot of that time was eaten up by actually members of the press seeking, more access into reporting within that courtroom. I know that there was a reporter, I think, from the New York Times that raised some issues with the judge, and it was sort of some time that was taken up in terms of press access and things to that nature, not necessarily having to do with the substantive charges that were ultimately revealed against Donald Trump. Typically, an arraignment in New York is a quick process. The defendant is apprised of the charges against them as rendered by the grand jury. Certain formalities and things are placed on the record. If there is a ground for a bail argument, the prosecution will make a bail argument and the defense will counter that. So we saw this longer than expected, but I think this is not a typical arraignment by any means. And there was a lot of considerations to be had in terms of safety, procedure, and a lot of moving parts. You have the Secret Service in there. You have the court officers from New York State courts in there. You have NYPD, the DA's office, and of course, all this press interest and public interest that had to weigh into what went on in that courtroom. But I think, why did it take so long? That was the big question. It wasn't necessarily having to do with anything substantive with the law or the indictment itself or arguments being made on that indictment. I think it had to do with the logistics of things and press access.
Yeah, I want to pull up a couple other live looks here as we keep talking as well. This is where Trump will be speaking in about an hour or so, and also another live look here at where the motorcade is coming in. But Imran, speaking about social media, specifically also about Trump speaking later this evening, some people had speculated that he may be subject to a gag order limiting what he could publicly say about this case, but the judge decided not to put one in place. Can you speak a little bit more on that?
Yeah, for now. So the judge, for now, didn't put one in place in terms of a gag order, but there was a warning, and it appeared to be the judge was letting it be known that if this is going to be a situation where comments and certain statements are put out there in the public realm that could jeopardize someone's safety, whether it be Alvin Bragg or a prosecutor, or really infringe in terms of what the evidence is and things being put out there, which really shouldn't be put out there for the public to view. I think that was there was a warning from Judge Mershon, and if it crosses the line, I would expect that the judge would remedy the situation by placing a gag order. It was somewhat premature in terms of getting a gag order right now, maybe giving the benefit of the doubt to Donald Trump and seeing what happens. But I believe that if the rhetoric is really put out there to the extent where it's jeopardizing the judicial process, and of course, criticism can be placed out there. As, there's a First Amendment right to voice one's opinion. But if it starts infringing on the judicial process, or if it's jeopardizing the safety of anyone in any way, or inciting people in the public to act unlawfully or jeopardize the safety of the public, then I would expect that Judge Mershon would reevaluate the situation and perhaps place a gag order.
So with him speaking now in just about an hour, is there anything that he's not going to be allowed to say?
I would imagine that Joe Tacopina, Todd Blanche, Susan Nicholas, his defense team would advise Donald Trump not to necessarily go out there, take the podium, and start saying things that are going to jeopardize his defense or irk the judge or the prosecutor to an extent that you don't want to necessarily get on the bad side. There's a lot of criticism on this indictment. There's a lot of questions that are raised and a lot of information that we don't have right now that would inform us as to the real evidence and the grounds for the indictment. But I would expect that Donald Trump has been told that when he goes out there and makes his speech, although he's going to be directing that to his base and his supporters, and of course he is a 2024 presidential candidate, and he needs to drum up that support for that election, and perhaps maybe using this indictment to do so. I would imagine that to a certain extent he's going to have it tempered, but then I could be proven wrong because this is Donald Trump, and he's someone who certainly speaks his mind and is not shy of a microphone.
Yeah, and we will be bringing all of the live coverage of that to viewers as soon as that starts in an hour. And he's now next due in court on December 4th, some months from now, obviously. Is that normal for there to be that amount of time between the two different proceedings?
Yeah, and I think it's in recognition of the incoming motions from the defense side, and also the process that needs to play out in court, with the judge reviewing the grand jury minutes, the testimony, and the evidence that was placed before the grand jury for sufficiency, and also the discovery process, documents and testimony and evidence that the prosecution is going to be relying on being provided to the defense so they could evaluate it. And of course, motions to dismiss that we expect, and also perhaps a motion to change the venue out of Manhattan to a more a borough or county in New York that may have a more, middle ground political leaning in terms of their voter base. We expect to see those motions play out, the discovery and the evidence picked apart by the defense team, and of course the prosecution responding to all those defense, moves and maneuvers in countering this indictment. So it's a long time frame, but there's a lot of work that's going to go on in between today and that December court date.
Yeah.
It's something that's never happened before in American history. You have been watching our live now coverage of the indictment and arraignment of former President Donald Trump, who has been officially charged with 34 felonies. He could spend more than 100 years behind bars if convicted of all of them. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she's in New York City with the very latest on this unprecedented indictment.
It is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
In Florida, former President Donald Trump is maintaining his innocence after pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in New York on Tuesday. Those charges relate to alleged hush money payments made on his behalf to two women leading up to the 2016 presidential election. Both women claim they had affairs with Trump. He denies the allegations.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
While hush money payments aren't illegal, prosecutors accuse Trump of falsifying business documents to cover up the payments and prevent any potential damage to his campaign ahead of the election.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Trump coming under more fire after calling out the New York City judge assigned to his case. Democrat Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying in part, Trump is, quote, publicly intimidating a judge and pointing a spotlight on their family to his supporters, many of whom have admitted in court to committing violence in his name.
They've taken a wrecking ball to his whole life, and there's a backlash brewing.
And thank you for that coverage. Madeline Rivera there reporting. I now want to turn to Fox Weather. We will continue our coverage on the former president, that indictment and the arraignment, the charges. But first, let's go to Fox Weather, who's currently following some severe and breaking storms happening now across parts of the South and in the Midwest. But, we're going to turn to that right now.
One of our storm chasers there did report that several people did have some injuries that were unfortunately associated with what happened there. And it looks like, Brian, my clicker's not working here. So if you can help me out here, that would be great here. We have also been getting some storm reports of some of the winds that were in excess of about 40 miles per hour as some of these storms had pushed through there. We've also been getting word of some damage to not only people's homes, but also some trees here as well here. So as people are going to be getting up and they're going to be going out and about here throughout the morning hours, one of the things that we're going to have to make sure to warn folks about is the fact that we're likely end up seeing debris that is on the roadways. So please be incredibly careful as you move out and about here. But as I said, this is pretty much going to be the start here of what we are going to see for the rest of today. I mean, places like Indiana, Ohio, even Pennsylvania and into western New York, we all have a chance at seeing some severe weather move through. We're talking about damaging winds. We're talking about isolated tornadoes, and we're even talking about the potential at seeing some hail. And the severe weather threat is going to extend all the way down into Kentucky, into Middle Tennessee, Little Rock, Jackson, Mississippi, Alexandria, for those of you down in Louisiana, and even the Houston area all have a possibility at seeing some of this significant weather that is going to be moving through here. Now, this is not going to be a massive line that's going to be moving through here. We're just going to see these popcorn cells that are going to develop here. Think about it in terms of a boiling pot of hot water. You know how sometimes you'll try and figure out where the first bubble is going to be? That is essentially what we have been seeing on radar throughout the morning. These storms have just been really bubbling up. Sometimes they've even been feeding each other, but we have not been seeing a long line of storms that have been developing here, and that's not what we are anticipating. Now, we are, however, anticipating also seeing an increasing amount of wind shear, especially for those of you across Indiana, as well as that northwest corner of Ohio, and that is the reason why we remain concerned about the potential not only for some tornadoes, but also the possibility of some hail. We've already been getting some reports of some hail in Missouri as well. Here, we're talking about the possibility of golf ball size hail. And as we'll zoom in here, places like Paducah, Lexington, as well as Cincinnati and even Columbus, Ohio, all need to be on alert. Let's give you a recap of some of the storm damage that was unfortunately left behind here. And take a listen to this. I mean, could you imagine being close to that as this line had pushed through there? This was over in Table Grove, Illinois here. Unfortunately, some debris there being lofted up there. Hopefully, no one was severely injured as a result of this. This was what happened over yesterday. We also saw a rope tornado. This was over in Knoxville, Iowa. You know, this had been something that we brought to you live here on Fox Weather. And, you know, the interesting part about rope tornadoes is, you know, you may think, oh, it's a small tornado, it's pretty harmless, but in fact, some of these rope tornadoes can be just as powerful as some of these large wedge tornadoes. So that's the reason why whenever you get that tornado warning, you need to go to your safe spot. There have also been a number of reports of some hail. Take a look at this tennis ball size hail that was reported. This was over in the Chicago area. And as you can see right there on the ground there, it almost looks like snow, but no, friends, it is actually hail that was reported. This was over in the St. Charles area as well in North Aurora, Illinois there. You can see that right there that it was not only either dime sized, but also we saw some tennis ball sized hail as well. Now, Corona, Illinois, we also unfortunately saw a roof that was pulled back. I mean, it almost looks like someone just came out of just nowhere and just peeled it back there. And as a result there, unfortunately, some buildings there were damaged. The National Weather Service saying that an EF2 tornado was responsible there for the damage. Let's take a look right now at some of the other storm reports here. And one of the top hail reports was over in Davenport, Iowa, where we literally saw 4-inch in diameter of hail. I mean, that is hail that unfortunately is not only going to leave some damage to your cars, but also make damage to some of the homes as well. Over in Table Grove, we saw hail in excess of about 3 inches. And let's show you a live look this morning over in Mountain Home, Arkansas. This is via one of our storm chasers, Brian F. Finger, and M. Finger, I should say. And he's been monitoring some of the storms that have been moving through there. You see some of those dark, ominous looking clouds there. Unfortunately, you know, this is what we anticipate seeing moving across a good chunk of Arkansas this morning. Matter of fact, speaking of Arkansas, we were tracking some of these rogue thunderstorms that were developing over in the Fort Smith area, and they quacked and they packed, I mean, pretty much quite a punch there. We did see some hail associated with this. Now, we also saw some hail over in Newark, Missouri, that ranged in excess of about 3 inches in diameter. We also saw some hail that was about 3 inches for those of you in New Virginia, Iowa here. So we are going to continue to see hail in excess of likely anywhere between 2 to about 3 inches as a result of what we've been seeing in the upper levels. We've been seeing a whole lot of wind. We've also been seeing a whole lot of wind that's being pushed upward. You may know that as some of those updrafts as well as those downdrafts. Whenever you start to get hail in excess of, I'll say, even a half of an inch, that means that we're starting to see some of those larger cloud tops. What will essentially happen is some of those hailstones will be pushed upward and then they'll be pushed downward. But before they can get to the ground, they're basically caught in another updraft. And that's the reason why they start to grow a little bit higher. Now, eventually they start to get so heavy that even when they encounter that updraft, while they're going down, they're still unfortunately going to be too heavy in order to be pushed back up there. Now, we've also been seeing some pretty strong wind gusts as well over in Illinois. Look at that wind gust. This was for today, 90 miles per hour.
All right, folks, you've been listening in here on Live Now from Fox to Fox Weather is tracking some severe storms happening across the Midwest, up in the Chicago area, all the way down through southern Illinois into Arkansas and Missouri. Some severe weather there. You can see tornadoes, even what appears to be some tornadoes in the central Illinois areas. Very small as of this moment, but folks continuing to, with Fox Weather, continuing to follow the coverage as those storms begin to look a little bit hairy. Right now, we're going to take a very short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we come back, we'll have much more coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We are continuing our coverage this morning on the former president. He has been indicted and arraigned. Now we're learning those charges, 34 counts, felony counts of mishandling, misclassifying business records. That coming in from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. We are continuing our coverage on all of this morning as new information comes in. But right now I want to turn to Andrew Kraft, who spoke with a panel of legal experts just last night following the announcement of those charges, which breaks down a little bit more about what happened and what those charges may mean. Let's take a listen in.
Joining me now to discuss this even further are legal analysts Randy Zellen and Doug Burns, who, like I said, have guided us through this story ever since. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being with us. Doug, I want to start with you. A couple of days ago, you were shocked that there would be at least one felony count. Sure. There are now 34 felony counts. So what was your reaction when you heard that today?
It's the most overcharged case I've ever seen in 37 years, basically. Not to be overly harsh about it, but it's just absolutely ridiculous and beyond the pale. In some instances, they're taking an invoice from Cohen and then a payment by the Trump organization. They're calling that like 4 and 5 and 6 counts. It's just really embarrassing. I myself remember bringing sizable cases charging 1, 2, or 3 counts, and that's the end of it. So what bothers me, honestly, is it's so misleading to the public. I did a segment actually out of the country, and the host was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Burns, it's 34 separate crimes. Wow, that's really something." And again, not to be a broken record, but this is the same nucleus of facts, just legal X's and O's. Forget the politics, forget all the sideshow stories. It's one nucleus of facts. A woman who claims to have had an extramarital affair with Donald Trump said, pay me $130,000 or I'm going to disclose it. There's a name for that. It starts with an E, but put that to the side for the moment. So Trump, and Cohen, they arranged to make some payments to her. So if you want to call that a crime, and we can talk about that in more detail, that's fine. Call it 1 or 2 crimes, not 34. That's a disgrace. And again, real quick, you have some statute of limitations problems, obviously, because it was 6 or 7 years ago. And then you have this question of bumping it up to a felony. Real quick, the statute requires an intent to defraud. That's interesting, and that's going to be hard to show, by the way, an intent to defraud as opposed to an intent to simply keep something quiet that's embarrassing. And then it gets worse for the prosecutors. And a component of that intent to defraud is an intent to commit or conceal another crime. Those are high hurdles. So I'll tell you right now, I think they're going to have an extremely difficult time in this case.
Okay, Randy, to you, though, and we could get in if you agree with Doug at all. Let's talk about how they're going to try this case, Trump's legal team. Do they have their work cut out for them? What is their strategy going to be? And how are prosecutors going to be able to prove all of this?
Well, certainly the first thing that the defense is going to do, in my opinion, is they're going to make a demand for something called the Bill of Particulars. And it's exactly what it sounds like. We need to know more about this case. If you notice, the indictment is silent on what these other crimes are. Remember, to bump up the misdemeanor, to elevate it to a felony, that falsification of business records had to have been done in furtherance of another crime. So the defense is certainly going to say to the judge, we don't know what that other crime is, and we can't base it upon Mr. Bragg's statements, his press conference. We need to know within the 4 corners of the accusatory instrument, the indictment, what the hell is these other crimes? Now, it can't be the federal election law violations because New York State does not permit a federal law to be the basis to bump up the misdemeanors to a felony. If we're going to be talking about New York State election law campaign violations, problem number 1 for the prosecution is there is an exemption when you have filed as a federal candidate. Now, it sounds to me, Mr. Bragg made mention of the conspiracy to influence the election. Does anybody really care? Would that have really influenced any voter to find out that Mr. Trump paid hush money? This is the same guy who said I could walk down Fifth Avenue and fire a gun. So his best defense to that is, listen, I didn't do this to influence the election. I did it to protect my family.
Okay.
So
Randy.
I hope, Andrew, that answers your question in terms of the difficulties that the prosecution has. The misdemeanors, in my opinion, are a slam dunk. I mean, there is no question that every entry in those records that makes it appear that Mr. Cohen was being paid a legal fee is like me saying I have a full head of hair. It is a complete lie. That's set in stone. He's done. The felony, that's going to be a much tougher road for the prosecution.
Okay, but Randy, to your point, though, do they have to prove that this materially benefited the 2016 campaign of then candidate Donald Trump? How would they even do that?
They would have to show that it was done in connection with the campaign in order to influence the outcome of the election results. And let's face it, one's knee-jerk reaction, perhaps if it wasn't Trump and it was anyone else running for office, surely the only reason why you'd pay someone to keep their mouth shut would be because you don't want it to affect the election. The odd thing about Mr. Trump is there's so much out there, so much crazy stuff that he's done, including the video with Billy Bush. His argument may very well.
All right, the charges leveled against the former president, they come down to falsifying business records, and the Manhattan District Attorney is speaking out about the details. We're speaking now with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez. She's joining us live this morning from Lower Manhattan with that story. Good morning, Lizette. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you, and good to be here with you. I think initially, People believe that this case had a good portion to do with Stormy Daniels, but prosecutors laid it out that they are looking into 3 different hush money payments. Prosecutors alleged that this was part of a much larger scheme for Trump to better his chances of winning the 2016 election.
With intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are.
Former President Donald Trump has been charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg laying out the details of the case. Prosecutors accused Trump of taking part of a catch-and-kill scheme to bury negative information during the 2016 presidential campaign that could have potentially impacted his chance of becoming president. The indictment alleges he used a media company that owns the National Enquirer to find potential harmful stories and then pay to bury them. One involving alleged affairs with porn star Stormy Daniels and Playboy model Karen McDougal. The third involved a doorman from Trump Tower with a story of a child Trump allegedly fathered out of wedlock. Bragg says Trump conspired with his personal attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, and friend David Pecker, the former head of the National Enquirer, to broker hush money, and then Trump allegedly reimbursed Cohen.
He personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen.
The indictment alleges Trump then tried to hide the payments by falsifying business records.
We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
In the case where credibility is already being picked apart, legal experts say having strong evidence that backs up their testimony will be crucial.
What's going to be very interesting is what there is in terms of documentation and other evidence that will corroborate what these two people have to say. The stronger the corroboration, the better the case.
Legal experts also add that the Trump indictment is stripped down to the basic charge of falsifying business records, and they say that keeping it simple may pay off if the case goes to a jury trial.
The DA's office wanted to keep this tight and simple for a jury to understand. The more charges and the more elaborate it gets, the more confusing it gets too.
And each count of falsifying business records carries up to 4 years of prison, but defendants rarely get jail time for these offenses. The next time that former President Trump will be back in court, that is on December 4th. So a lot could happen in the next couple of months. We are live in Lower Manhattan. We'll send things back inside.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Lizette. You've been on the ground for the past couple weeks now. It was quite a show that we saw over the past couple days, obviously yesterday in the courtroom. And this is expected to happen again come December?
Yes, that's the next court appearance, and we do expect President Trump to be there in person. So like I mentioned, a lot could happen. And, we've been speaking to Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina. We have heard rumors that they are looking into several motions. One of them includes dismissing the case. So like I said, a lot could happen between now and December.
Thank you so much. Lizette Nunez with Fox 5 New York reporting for us this morning. We sure do appreciate all your time. Thank you. All right, folks, it is 8:22 on the East Coast, 5:22 on the West Coast. We're going to take a quick short break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have much more Live, Raw, and Unfiltered. Good morning and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now on the East Coast, 8:25 a.m., 5:25 there down in Los Angeles. We're going to move on to our continuing coverage of former President Donald Trump, now facing 34 felony charges in connection with so-called hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels, and now being charged with, quote, falsifying business records. Again, 34 felony counts. Going to move on right now to an interview that Andrew Kraft did just last night with a panel of legal experts discussing what these charges may mean and the reaction to all of it. Let's take a listen into that.
Susan Necklace and you have Todd Blanche, who are more of the tacticians. They are more, Joe is the bull in the china shop, and Susan and Todd are more, they walk very carefully and very quietly through that china shop. That makes for a formidable team, because you've got the best of all worlds. You've got the calmness and the coolness and the very deliberative nature of Todd and Susan. And then you have Joe, who is absolutely fearless. While Susan and Todd may go around the wall, they may dig under the wall, they may try to jump over the wall. Joe's going right through it. So yeah, I think they've assembled a pretty solid team.
Okay, Doug, I want to get your thoughts on that. And just to let our viewers know, we're approaching the top of the next hour here. We're going to be speaking with Randy and Doug, hopefully until the former president takes the podium there. It's expected in about 25 minutes. Obviously, that could change depending on the timing if the former president is late. But we're going to keep getting into the really legal nitty-gritty of this case. Doug, your thoughts, though, on Trump's legal team?
Yeah, I spoke to a friend of mine, Randy knows, we've worked with him. I'm not going to name him. And he was an ADA with Joe Tacopina in Manhattan, in the New York County DA's office. He said he's an excellent lawyer. I've been in a couple of cases with him, but not to get the wrong idea, cases with multiple defendants. And he had one, I had one. We went to a couple status conferences together. So I don't know him that well. But I'll take Randy's point and then I'll add to it. Randy's exactly right that personality-wise, it's a good mix. But what my friend was saying, who knows him real well, was that, he's a very good president, very good lawyer, et cetera. But more importantly, he's got some real man and women power, to crank out papers and briefs and motions. And that's extremely important. So you can have a guy with a great personality and all of that, but you need people, workhorses behind, to really crank out the papers. And they're going to need to crank out some serious papers on some of these questions, because there are some very, very interesting questions about statute of limitations. Very interesting question. I mean, you heard me talk about Mark Pomerantz's book. It's no big secret. He quit in a huff when he felt that the new DA, then new DA, Alvin Bragg, was not going to go forward with the case. He then writes a book about the case, which enabled us commentators to really have a leg up, because he explained the whole case in the book. And he was basically conceding that there's no state crime to bump it up to a felony. And then he conceded further in the book that he was researching up and down whether you could elevate it based on a federal crime. And you really can't under New York state law. So, I mean, there's a lot, again, pure legal X's and O's here, guys. There's a lot to work with on the defense side.
Actually, Andrew, to Doug's point, and I'm hard pressed to disagree with anything that Mark Pomerantz comes up with, but truth be told, there are really two avenues that the district attorney has probably gone down to justify the elevation from the misdemeanor to the felony. Number one, there is a provision in the election law, in the New York State election law, that District Attorney Bragg alluded to, which is the conspiracy to influence the election. That's a misdemeanor. However, the statute only talks about falsifying the business records in furtherance of another crime. It doesn't say another felony. So it could very well be that the district attorney is going to link together these two felonies, the falsification of the business records in furtherance of the misdemeanor election law conspiracy. Also, there is a catch-all provision in the state election law, which basically says if you knowingly and intentionally violate the election law, and that's your intention, and there isn't a specific provision for us to look to, well, there's this catch-all that basically says we can charge you. So is that the strongest case? I wonder if, in fact, Mr. Bragg has been made the sacrificial lamb here. You be the one to go see if we'll be invited to this party, and maybe we can get in and maybe we can't. And if you get in, great, and then everybody else follows in. Don't be surprised if we never see this case go to trial. This was the first one. We all find out the world is still spinning. The sun is going to set tonight. The sun will rise tomorrow. The world hasn't ended. So now maybe these other more powerful indictments, the Georgia indictment,
right,
January 6th, the document cases, watch them now get ahead of steam, and this case is forgotten about.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that was going to be one of my next points is, you know, realistically, you could see other indictments come down throughout the course of this year into next year. Obviously, next year is a election year, it's campaign year, but that is something you very well could see in these several swirling investigations centering around former President Trump. Doug, to you, though, if you're former President Donald Trump, you're getting ready for your speech there tonight in Mar-a-Lago. You were just arraigned in a New York City courtroom in Lower Manhattan, lasted almost an hour, longer than most expected. You did not take a mugshot upon your arrest. You were not handcuffed. I'm curious, what do you think? Are there any, if at all, limitations on Trump's day-to-day life now that he has been arraigned, now that he is an indicted citizen? What happens to him, if anything?
That's a great question, because we can unpack a little of what went on in court. I saw one commentator predict, and it was interesting because he turned out to be spot on. I remember exactly who it was, but they were saying that they did not take that on a bunch of things. But they expected him to give sort of a stern lecture to Donald John Trump, you know, about, you know, just ripping into everybody and so on. And I think, you know, while I wasn't in the courtroom and we didn't have, you know, video cameras in there, I think the jury told him, tone it down. Going into it, I think it's going to be interesting. Former President Trump gave a speech at road and so forth, and it came across well. He should absolutely do that tonight, in my opinion. He should not start flailing and kicking and screaming about the corrupt, Soros bought and paid for DA, and that the DA should be arrested and charged with and indicted because of the leak of the grand jury information, which, by the way, is a crime which no one will investigate, but that's a side editorial from me. But the point is, he should take the high road. He should say that in his view, the case is a cobbled together, you know, attempt. He should cite facts, which is that the Southern District of New York, probably the most prestigious federal district in the country, declined prosecution. The Federal Election Commission, whose former chair appears on cable TV regularly to say that they did not feel it was a federal election violation. Just go with facts like that. And then just say, and therefore, that's why I find it so surprising that he would pursue this vendetta. You know, my attorneys tell me that there's a very convoluted step they've taken to elevate this thing, you know, up to a felony level. And
yeah, Doug,
they feel it's unwarranted and unjustified. But keep it highbrow, above the fray, and don't start flailing at everybody.
Yeah, Doug, I just want to break in here. We're seeing the former president's children, sure. Donald Trump Jr. with his fiancee, Kimberly Guilfoyle. We're also seeing Tiffany Trump and her husband there as well. So the former president's family, I want to put this up. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene there, the congresswoman from Georgia, the Republican. So a lot of, you know, heavy hitters in the Republican firmament, the MAGA firmament there, coming in attendance for this speech tonight. So if you were just watching, we just saw Donald Trump Jr., former president's eldest child, along with Tiffany Trump and her new husband as well, as they are all in attendance for these remarks that are apparently going to be kicking off in about 15 minutes' time. We're going to continue here as we approach the top of the hour, speaking with Doug Burns, speaking with Randy Zellen about the nature of the case and what happens now. So Randy, to Doug's point, he was kind of talking about what the judge was saying. There's no gag order yet. Could that change depending on what the Trump legal team, what the former president say in the intervening, 8 months, that this is going to be until he appears in court next? Do you foresee a gag order in any time?
I think a lot of it, in terms of giving you an educated answer, will hinge upon the former president's remarks tonight. I think that the former president right now has a moment to be presidential.
Right.
He has a moment to reroute the view of him. He has, as I would say it, a Costanza moment where he could be completely counterintuitive. The same way George Costanza was that time on Seinfeld. I'm going to do the opposite of what I would normally be inclined to do. And boy, would I love to see the former president get up there and say, ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest system of justice in the world. We are the greatest country in the world. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in our system of justice. I beg you, if you want to speak out, exercise your right to be heard, great. I don't want to see violence. I don't want to see mayhem. I don't want to see rudeness. I don't want to see disrespect for the rule of law. Let the system play out. I am confident in our system of justice. I am confident that the right result is going to come about, and I am going to be exonerated. But please, let the system play out. We are all Americans. We all row in the same direction. We're all citizens of the greatest country in the world. So please, don't do anything but pray for me, speak out for me, but be respectful, be kind to one another, and let the system do its thing. And I promise you, if you let the system do its thing, I'm going to come out on top. And that's all that I would do.
Okay, Randy, we just have to kind of, sorry, but bring it back to reality here. I mean, he has not done that over the course of all of these investigations.
Hey, it's a first time for everything.
Sure. He has been outspoken. Just to let everyone know who they're seeing right there, that is Rick Grinnell. He was the former U.S. ambassador to Germany, former acting director of national intelligence in the Trump administration. I believe there also Hogan Gidley, who was in the Trump White House press shop back during the Trump presidency. So you're seeing a lot of former staffers, former administration officials, family members of Donald Trump, all there as we await these remarks here from the former president for his really first on-camera reaction since all of this began. Doug, though, to you to talk about, let's talk about more of, what should Trump say, what should he not say? Judge Mershon made it pretty clear he doesn't want to get to the point of even having to discuss a gag order on this case. He today warned both sides to refrain from statements that may incite violence or unrest or undermine the rule of law. Now, we know Trump has gone after Alvin Bragg really wholeheartedly, vociferously, ever since this investigation got underway here. Let's talk, though, about the judge in the case. Doug, you and I were talking a couple of days ago that he also presided over the trial of Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg. So he is intimately involved with the Trumps, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, first, real quick, the chances of the former president giving the Zelen speech, it's the old joke. There are two chances and Slim just left town. But jokes aside, he should take the high road. And I don't disagree with Randy's formulation on some level. He's just never going to say respect the rule of law because that kind of subliminally validates what's going on a little bit. He can do it a little differently, but I like Randy's overall formulation. As far as the judge, that gets into a dark area that we've all checked each other into the boards, to use a hockey analogy on, which is called the related case phenomenon. Okay, this judge presided over the Weisselberg case, the case against the Trump Organization. So the prosecutors took the liberty of marking it related, the Trump case related to that one. So, some commentators were saying, they handpicked the judge and all that. Not exactly true. The judge came out of the wheel originally, randomly, but since he presided over the earlier case, they've related this one to him, and ostensibly the defense possibly could challenge that as well.
Yeah, Randy, your thoughts on the judge there, because to what Doug is saying, I feel, and Doug, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you're possibly alluding to down the road, possibly, a dismissal. At least that's what, I don't want to say advocating, but that's what you were arguing based on the alleged, strength of the overall case as it stands right now after the indictment was unsealed. Randy, your thoughts, though, on the judge. What are we going to hear from him? Remember, we heard just yesterday he put a lot of restrictions in place for, media access and availability. There were no, cameras in the courtroom today, just still photographers. So will we get to see this visually play out, you think?
Judge Mershon, make no mistake, you will know it is his courtroom. He runs it like it's his courtroom, like it is his home. And he demands respect for his robes. He demands respect for his courtroom. As I've said before, he is the antithesis of a Judge Lance Ito, where the OJ trial just got completely out of control. Judge Mershon is a former prosecutor. He is a rule of law judge. He is a rules judge. He is a respect for the robes judge. And all you have to do with Judge Mershon is come to his courtroom prepared, come to his courtroom respectful, come to his courtroom being civil, and come to his courtroom armed with nothing but your legal arguments, period, full stop. And if you do that, you will be fine with Judge Mershon. You want to make this personal, you want to do everything but argue the facts and argue the law, well, you will find yourself on the wrong side of Judge Mershon.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're taking a look at some analysis here after the former president, Donald Trump, yesterday arraigned on 34 felony counts. So we're getting a lot of analysis on that and looking at it from every angle. As we've said many, many times, this has never happened before in the history of the country. We also got some pretty intense weather to talk about today, hitting parts of the Midwest as well as the upper Midwest, where we'll go after this quick commercial break. We'll check in with our friends over at Fox Weather and see what's going on there in Duluth, Minnesota. Like I said, we'll take that break. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Right now, we're talking about the fallout from those charges that the former President Donald Trump is facing, and also talking about some wild weather hitting parts of the United States. Our friends at Fox Weather right now tracking some of that weather here in the U.S. So I want to dip into some of that coverage real quick. Let's take a listen in.
Unfortunately, aging myself here, but remember that alien scene where the aliens started moving in here? So this is part of the reason why we have gotten that ground stop over at Chicago O'Hare as well as Chicago Midway. You know, it's just not safe to take off because anytime you start to see these ominous-looking clouds rolling into the area, what they can unfortunately be accompanied with is some downdrafts. And if you're taking off here, that is not what you want to see as you are going to be heading into, or I should say, unfortunately, landing in that area here. All right, well, friends, let's give you a recap of pretty much what has been happening here over the past 24 hours and take a listen to this. Yeah, that was some video of some pretty strong winds that had pushed through the Table Grove area. This was yesterday here, and you can, if you look close enough there, you can even see some of the debris there being lifted up there. You know, this is part of the reason why whenever these warnings are issued, we would highly recommend that you stay inside here. Thanks so much to Lacey on Twitter for shooting this video here, but I cannot stress here enough the danger that folks put themselves in. This is not what you want to see, you know, when unfortunately these storms roll through here. Let's also show some other video of, you know, what's been happening here. This was of a rope tornado. This was over in Iowa. This was over in the Knoxville area. This was also yesterday, as well as we also were live here on Fox Weather. We saw this develop here on the radar, and it's important to note here, I think, you know, many people, they'll look at the rope tornado and they'll say, there's nothing to worry about here. But in fact, rope tornadoes can be just as strong as some of these large wedge tornadoes that we have seen push across portions of not only Iowa, but other parts of the country over the past 2 weeks here. So, you know, don't let the sight or the size of this really dictate your behavior here, because, you know, we could still see damage with rope tornadoes. Meanwhile, let's show you what else has happened here over in the Chicago area. I mean, we saw golf ball size hail as a result of some of these storms that pushed through the area. I mean, it almost kind of looks like snow, doesn't it? Yeah, well, it wasn't snow. I mean, it was hail. You know, anytime you talk about golf ball size hail, that means we're largely going to end up seeing some issues to not only people's cars, but also people's homes as well. You know, a number of people, unfortunately, you know, did report some damage as a result of this. This is why it is so critical for so many of you to make sure that you have multiple ways at getting severe weather alerts as this pushes through here. So if you have any damage video, we'd love to see it. You can always feel free to email our team, weather@fox.com, and we'll ask you for permission in order to use it. Meanwhile, for those of you over in Kelowna, Illinois, this was also yesterday as well, as some significant winds had pushed through the area. Unfortunately, as a result of this, it almost looks as if the roof was torn off of that building there. And as a result, the fire department had to be called in just to make sure that the building was okay there. But yeah, that building is likely going to be a total loss. And take a look at even some of the damage there to some of the glass that was there on the ground as a result of there. You can see even some of the insulation there has been pretty much torn apart there. So the good news there is that it looks like no one was severely injured as a result of this. But, you know, we continue to monitor what's been happening, you know, with all of these storms that have been pushing through here. Now, I had mentioned that there was an expanded tornado watch. And as you can see there, this is going on until 4 o'clock later on today. Tornadoes are possible. We could also end up seeing some damaging winds as well as some large hail. I think the flood risk here is going to be on the unlikely side here. But Grand Rapids, Saginaw, Flint, Lansing, Kalamazoo, Detroit, South Bend, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Toledo,
And if you are just joining us, we're seeing some pretty wild weather across the country right now. Fox Weather talking about a tornado watch in Michigan and northern Indiana there. So pretty intense stuff going around through that neck of the woods. I actually know somebody I've been texting that lives in the Grand Rapids region, and they're seeing some pretty intense wind right now in that neck of the woods. But we're going to go ahead and switch gears here and take a look over at Duluth, Minnesota. We're seeing some intense weather hitting parts of the country, as I said, and the upper Midwest is no exception. And that's where we have Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, who joins us live this morning with a look at the conditions there. Brandy, good morning to you. What are you seeing out there?
Hey, Zach. So we are on the cold side of that storm that is producing the severe weather. Here in Duluth, we are actually under a winter storm warning. And so yesterday we had pretty intense winds. We also had a lot of snow falling. We had grapple and sleet. So this is pretty much what's left over from that. They have crews out that's actually pushing this aside on the sidewalks. You can see the roads pretty well cleared here in the downtown area, but there's still more to come. The day is not over. We have a couple of hours with some snow that is actually forecasted for today, less than an inch. But this storm overall has put us into number 3 when it comes to the snowiest winter for Duluth, I should say, ever. So we actually have had just over 131 inches of snow to fall this season, counting yesterday that brought in 2 inches. And again, like I said, today going through tomorrow, we could expect just under an inch of snow. Another big impact of this storm, though, is the winds. Last night at the airport, they recorded wind speeds at 70 miles per hour. That was a wind gust, I should say. And today we could get wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour here in Duluth. So a lot of disruption in that way, but people, if you're out here, you'll still see them doing what they need to do, cleaning up the snow. People still driving up and down these main roads on downtown, maybe going to work, doing some errands. But just in talking to folks, they're not too excited about this spring winter storm. Take a listen.
One last storm to just kind of crush your spirits a little bit, and then you can move on to December. Trust me, in 4 weeks it's going to be 70 degrees and beautiful, and this will all be a distant memory.
In December, and then I like to snowboard, so the snow is nice then, but it gets old. It gets old pretty quick.
All right. Okay, so out here in Duluth, again, we're just seeing people trying to remove the snow. You can see this guy off in the distance removing it in front of this business as well. So that's what we're seeing right here. But again, we have more coming in. Right now we're getting some really light precipitation, and it is still pretty windy out here as well. But again, people not really enjoying it. They're saying they are just ready for spring to come, but also telling me they're grateful that this is the worst they're getting when they're looking at what's happening, you know, to their neighbors with the more severe tornadic storms. Back to you.
Yeah, all those folks in Minnesota just waiting for that warmer weather to come in and seeing less of that snow. But it is around the corner. That's the good news there. Brandy Campbell, the Fox Weather, joining us this morning. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's 8:52 on the East Coast, 5:52 over on the West Coast. Let's take our last commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:45 on the East Coast, 5:54, or 8:54 on the East Coast, 5:54 on the West Coast. There we go, got it backwards. It's a beautiful day there on the West Coast, though, and also the East Coast. Let's take a look at the East Coast there. There's a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., looking beautiful and green as spring picking up there a little bit at least, and we have seen some of those cherry blossoms blooming over the past couple weeks. Pretty beautiful out there. But let's get into some of the big stories of the day here, and this is something you probably heard a little bit about. It's been dominating the headlines certainly for quite some time. Talking about the former president, Donald Trump. He says it's an insult to the country, but he now stands as the first former president ever charged with a crime. Trump was indicted yesterday in a New York court, and as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, there is still a long legal road ahead.
This all relates to hush money payments, and the former president is lashing out at the charges, the prosecutor, and the judge.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen.
A defiant Donald Trump appeared at his Florida club last night after making history. Just hours earlier, with protesters and supporters gathered outside, he sat in a New York court and faced criminal charges, accused of improperly accounting for hush money payments made to a number of people, including former porn star Stormy Daniels.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg pushed for the charges, which elevate what are typically misdemeanors to felonies by alleging the payments were made to further Trump's 2016 White House campaign.
This case won't see a jury, in my opinion.
A Trump's attorney confident that the charges won't hold up, arguing that the payoffs, which aren't illegal in and of themselves, were not campaign expenditures. Many outside legal experts say the indictment shows prosecutors have a tough road ahead.
This thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
But Trump faces other investigations as well, including what could be a much stronger case involving his handling of classified documents. Regardless, he went after the New York judge who warned him yesterday about incendiary statements.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Now, nothing about this is going to be fast. Trump is next due in court on December 4th, with the trial not likely to start until next year. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And here's a live look outside right now. This is in Chicago. We're waiting on a press conference to get started there for Chicago Mayor, the new one, just elected as the next mayor, Brandon Johnson. We're expecting some remarks at some point. You see the podium set up there and the microphones, just waiting for folks to step up there. Should be starting around 9 o'clock today, so we will keep an eye on that and bring you the latest as we continue to learn more. But one of the big stories of the day here that we just talked about a great deal, actually, is the weather. Taking a look at our XRAD weather system here. Pretty intense weather across the country. We spoke with Randy Campbell up there in Duluth, Minnesota. They're seeing snow, ice, wind, a lot of crazy winter weather. You go farther south there, you're looking in the middle of the country. And again, this is a live look at our radar system here. So you're seeing this in real time in about a 4-hour loop. At the end there, that's the most recent update to this radar. But a number of tornado warnings. We've been checking in with our friends at Fox Weather following a number of tornado warnings, I believe in Illinois, and also a tornado watch that was issued not too long ago for northern Indiana, or at least an advisory. People should look out for it, northern Indiana and Michigan as well. But you just see all that weather, that system making its way across the country, causing a lot of problems. And really, this has been kind of the name of the game for the past few weeks. A lot of heavy weather. You might have remembered in Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, they were hit really hard, parts of Alabama as well, resulting in lots or loss of life. So pretty serious stuff this time of the year when we see these weather systems pop up. What we'll do right now is we're going to check in with our friends at Fox Weather to get the latest details on these systems that are making their way across the country, and they just got back into some of that coverage. So let's get back to it and hear what they have to say. Take a listen.
Once again, all modes of severe weather are in play, from tornadoes to damaging winds and large hail. Joining me on the desk today, we've got Kiana Lewis, and from Fox Weather First, Jason Fraser. Great to have you both with us on another active day. More than 200 reports of severe weather so far. That's since yesterday. Police and emergency workers are in full search and rescue mode after a suspected nocturnal tornado hit Glen Allen, Missouri. The Missouri State Highway Patrol says multiple people have been killed and injured there. Glen Allen took a direct hit from what Doppler radar indicated was a likely tornado of at least EF2, perhaps EF3 strength. That was around 3:45 a.m., according to NOAA's Storm Prediction Center. Sergeant Clark Parrott with the Missouri State Patrol says the number of fatalities and the extent of the injuries, it's not clear yet. Debris and trees and such, that's blocking roadways and highways. EMS having a hard time getting around as they're actively searching for people. So here's what we know right now. The National Weather Service had issued a particularly dangerous situation for the tornado warning earlier that hit multiple towns and counties in Missouri overnight. National Weather Service saying an EF2 tornado hit the town of Kelowna, Illinois yesterday with top winds of around 115 miles per hour. So far this year, we've had more than 475 reports of tornadoes. That's about double the average number so far for this time of the year. Fox Weather has you covered on the coverage of this sprawling storm system. You can see we've got crews across the country. They're going to keep you in the know as we move on through this dangerous day today. Storm trackers captured some incredibly chilling sights in Iowa yesterday. We've got some video from Lacona, Iowa. On the left-hand side of your screen, we're going to get to that. That was where we had Brandon Clement showing a funnel cloud that was bending through Lacona, Iowa. So we're going to get to some of that video that we captured throughout the day on yesterday. But unfortunately, as we've been mentioning over the last several days here on Fox Weather, this is yet another multi-day event, meaning that some of those same threats that we tracked not just yesterday through the evening and into the overnight hours, we're going to have more of that as we move on through the day today, some of those same hazards. I mentioned Fox Weather has you covered with team coverage. This is our team as we're moving on through the next several hours. Brandy Campbell's on the cold side of this storm system in Duluth, where they're up to the third spot for their snowiest winters on record. We've got Max Gordon in Little Rock, Mitty Hicks in Peoria, and Katie Byrne in Columbus, Ohio, as these storms continue to march on off to the east. Let's get to some of that chilling video that we told you about in Iowa yesterday. Left side of your screen, that's Lacona, Iowa. You've got a great look from Brandon Clement there of that tornado off in the distance, that funnel. And you could see that curling as it continued to move on off to the east. At least 4 reports of tornadoes in Iowa yesterday. Right-hand side of your screen, that's Milo, Iowa. That's a stunning rope tornado you could see there. That was about 27 miles off to the southeast of Des Moines. National Weather Service there said debris was reported on the southeast side of Milo, getting kicked up by that rope tornado. And on the cold side of the storm, where we'll be checking in with Brandy Campbell, as I mentioned, wind-driven snow. This is some video from yesterday in Duluth, where they picked up, officially at least, 2.3 inches of snow yesterday. That was enough to bump them up into the third position. They only need 4 more inches of snow to find their way into the top spot, a distinction that folks in Duluth probably are hoping they can avoid as we move through the day today with a little bit more snow still in the forecast. I do want to show you where we stand with this severe weather right now. The total current warnings is 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Glad to report right now, at least, we don't have any tornado warnings, but there are watches in effect, and we're expecting more warnings as we move through this morning and then eventually into the afternoon and evening. You did see some of the reports of incredibly large hail. Davenport, Iowa yesterday had softball-size hail. It was up to 4 inches in diameter. Just incredible, the size of the hail that we've seen produced by many of these supercells. You do see now, this is the cold front, a linear feature. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down that, from Illinois all the way down into portions of eastern Texas. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning. This is just off to the south of St. Louis, Missouri. So there is St. Louis as you're moving along the Mississippi here. This is the concern, and what we've seen with many of the storms yesterday, last night, and now this morning, that pink shading that you see there indicating that we could be seeing some hail up to at least a quarter size, but right along the leading edge of that storm as it crosses over the interstate, that's producing the potential for some wind gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour. So these are damaging wind gusts. That warning is just south of St. Louis. Want to point that out, but you do see some heavy rain and some gusty winds that'll be moving into St. Louis proper. So yes, the severe storm is just off to your south, but you've got some impactful weather moving in, especially when you consider what time it is there. 8 o'clock local time. You've got folks out and about trying to get to work and school. Dangerous storms moving on through. You look a little bit farther off to the east, out ahead of that main line, which is the cold front, which is in somewhere through here. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Indy right now. That's Marion County, Indianapolis, the county seat, largest city in Indiana, and of course the capital. The severe thunderstorm warning does include Indianapolis. That is for quarter-size hail, and again, wind gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour. That's right along Interstate 70, 74, as well as 65. That strong storm rolling on through with torrential rain, dangerous conditions moving through the Indianapolis metro area. And unfortunately, that's not the only metro of concern as we move on through the next several hours. Kiana, want to talk about what we're expecting as we move forward from here. This is a storm system that we'll be encountering just like we saw yesterday afternoon and last night out ahead of the storm system. It's an atmosphere that's supportive of strong and severe storms, and that's not changing in the short term.
No, not at all. We have through the morning hours into the afternoon a juiced atmosphere, all of these storms racing to the east. And as you mentioned, they are entering into metroplexes or big metro areas like Chicago, Detroit, over towards the Great Lakes region by the end of today. We still look at that active radar at this moment in time, and we put this overlay with the severe weather threat that we're going to be watching as well through the course of today, really moving into these zones here that have a very likely risk of seeing severe storms even into the latter half of the morning, the afternoon. And again, as we head into this evening, should start to see things wind down a bit more. But this is going to be through the course of today, and we cannot rule out that threat for tornadoes either. We have a tornado watch in place for really the mitten of Michigan moving into northern Indiana as well as northwestern portions of Ohio. This is in place until 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be watching for these possibilities, a tornado as well as even large hail being a threat through the course of today. We have two areas up on your screen for you that have already seen some of this severe weather. Iowa getting in on some nastier conditions behind that front, still looking at some wet camera lenses here out and about in that area. But as we head through the course of today, actually that is Chicago and St. Louis. So again, both of these areas, looking at how windy things are in Chicago right now, that line of storms continuing to barrel through the windy city and out towards St. Louis. Again, wet camera lens there, looking pretty nasty off in the distance with those cloudy skies. And as we look at this shot of St. Louis, even that ominous cloud off towards the left-hand and upper left-hand side of the screen there, rain moving through the area. So these storms impacting big cities as it continues to track off eastward. Nasty conditions expected. As we mentioned, large hail, cannot even rule out the threat of a tornado. A lot of lightning, as you can see, illuminating your screen here. This is going to be the case through the latter half of the morning into the afternoon. Again, one of the areas here that are under those severe thunderstorm watches as well as those tornado watches through the course of today because of this line of storms. This continues tracking towards the east, impacting areas that I mentioned, Detroit, Cleveland, up into parts of the Great Lakes region, Erie, off towards Buffalo. We'll be dealing with this through the latter half of the afternoon, and a very busy day today as we head out towards St. Louis once again. The conditions here even deteriorating. You can see the winds blowing this camera around, the rain catching on to the camera lens, even that lightning at one point really highlighting the devastation of these storms as they continue to push off towards the east.
Yeah, Kiana, brutal to consider that, yes, you've got that severe thunderstorm warning that's just off to the south of St. Louis, but clearly some stronger storms rolling on through. You've got the heavy rain, you've got gusty winds, and then you consider, excuse me, where Kiana was just showing us what happened at the end of last week, end of the week and into the early part of the weekend. We had another multi-day outbreak of severe weather. Now this new round of severe weather hammering many of the same areas hit just days ago. More than 3,600 severe weather reports since January the 1st. That's where we stand here in 2023. And we still have the heart of the tornado season, the severe weather season to get through, which ramps up through April, May, and into the early part of June. This is new video into Fox Weather out of Glen Allen, Missouri, a confirmed overnight tornado that destroyed homes and businesses there. Roads are still being cleared since this happened just a short time ago, several hours ago. And we are getting word, as I mentioned, that the Missouri State Highway Patrol is confirming that a fatality occurred here in Glen Allen, Missouri. Multiple injuries being reported as well. They're trying to get in to to perform these search and rescue operations. But again, this happened just several hours back, and there are numerous reports of roads being blocked. So that's just adding to the challenge of trying to respond to this confirmed tornado that's moved on through. Jason, we've had reports of tornadoes through the overnight hours, about 10 tornado reports and numerous reports of damage across the region. What's the latest?
Yeah, you know, Ian, one of the things that I thought that was really interesting was, you know, when we looked at some of the damage that was left behind, you know, by what is likely going to be a tornado, I was not surprised to hear about some of the injuries as well as the fatalities that we're now unfortunately getting reports about. Unfortunately, we have also seen at least 84, or I should say 64, storm-related deaths since the beginning of the year. 38 of them were from last Friday's massive tornado outbreak. We had a devastating start. I mean, considering we usually see over 80 total deaths over the course of the entire year. Take a look at what we saw over yesterday over in Pleasantville, Iowa. This was a rope tornado. And I know many people, you know, they look at rope tornadoes and they're like, oh, you know, they're cute, they're fine, you know, they're in the distance there. No, rope tornadoes can be just as strong as an EF2 tornado. And this is part of the reason why, you know, we often tell folks, you know, to please make sure that whenever you get that tornado warning to head to your safe spot. Here's a look right now at some of the storm reports that have come into our newsrooms here so far. So for Glen Allen, as you can see right there, unfortunately, we have gotten reports there of multiple homes that were damaged, and that was confirmed by one of our storm chasers here earlier this morning. Now, for those of you in places like Compton, I mean, take a look at some of these rogue thunderstorms that pushed through earlier today. I mean, we got winds in excess of 79 miles per hour, and all of this headed eastward into the Chicago area. This was part of the reason why we saw a number of ground stops that were issued by some of those area airports. And take a look right now at the power outages. No surprise that we are continuing to see power outages for places like Arkansas as well as across Missouri.
Right now we are looking live at coverage here from Fox Weather, talking about some severe weather making its way across the country here. And you might have heard in some of that coverage, there's one death that has been reported in Missouri so far. So yet another fatal round of storms making its way through the United States. And let's go ahead and pull back here for a second and take a look at this system here that they're talking about. You can see it right there. That's kind of what's moving through the Midwest right now and also hitting parts of Missouri there. It's going to be hitting, well, obviously you see it covering pretty much the entire states of Michigan and Illinois. So this is a big system and they're taking it pretty serious there at Fox Weather, mainly because it is resulting in death, and these are very dangerous storms. So if you're in the path of any of these storms, make sure you stay weather aware and check Fox Weather for the latest. They actually have an app. If you download the Fox Weather app, you can track everything in real time right there. We'll have plenty more on this, though. We're going to actually turn to the Minneapolis-St. Paul area after we take a quick commercial break to talk about flood preparations in that neck of the woods. Earlier, we had Fox Weather, Brandy Campbell, talking about some of the weather in Duluth. We'll just go a few hours south to the Twin Cities and see what's going on there. Like I said, we'll take a commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside at St. Paul, Minnesota, one of the two cities there in the Twin Cities area. Talking about flood preparations, the big story of the day. Well, there are a lot of big stories, but certainly weather is a big one. We're seeing severe weather, winter weather, and also these preparations before flood season hits the area in the Twin Cities. We do have Bill Keller with Fox 9 Minneapolis joining us this morning in St. Paul for all the details. Bill, good morning to you. What's the preparation like in that neck of the woods?
Well, you can take a look at the Mississippi River behind me. You can actually see that we have a long way to go before the river actually overflows its banks. But St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter, he has declared a flood emergency. Really what that does is it's a procedural thing. It puts the pieces in place so the city can request help if they need to coordinate resources if these conditions change. Right now, the Mississippi is still well below flood stage. In fact, officials anticipate that the river will continue to rise with a crest in the next couple of weeks. And because you've got the record snowfall, you've got the spring melt, well, the rising river levels have many communities hoping for the best, but they are preparing for the worst. In fact, about 45 miles to our south, they are seeing the first river flood warning of the year. Downtown Stillwater, the swollen Cannon River there approaching minor flood stages. Officials believe the cooler temperatures is slowing down the melt. That's actually helping things from becoming even worse. If preparations are in place, though, I can tell you that the river still well below its all-time crest there. You can see you got river traffic behind me. The barges are making their way down the river now that things are thawed out. But back here in St. Paul, the National Weather Service says they forecast up to a 50% chance that the river here, the Mississippi, could reach major flood stage. But Zach, it would have to go up nearly 10 feet to get there. It could crest the week of April 17th.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens with all that snow melt there and the rising water levels. Bill Keller with Fox 9 Minneapolis joining us this morning with the latest on that. Bill, thank you so much. Take care. It is 9:17 on the East Coast, 6:17 over on the West Coast. We've got a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. All the top stories from all across the country and across the world as well, and keeping a focus on weather as well as the latest on former President Donald Trump. We'll have plenty of coverage on that as the day goes on, but I do want to take our second commercial break of this hour, but stay with us. As I said, we got a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 9:20 on the East Coast, 6:20 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. As we take another live look outside here, we go to our live cameras that we have all around the country. Just want to put this up once more. That is St. Paul, Minnesota. We were just in that neck of the woods talking to Bill Keller from Fox 9 Minneapolis about flood preparations in that area. But we are seeing severe weather and intense winter weather hitting parts of the country today. It's like certain parts of the country cannot get a break. I believe the term is weather fatigued down there in the middle south and also the upper Midwest today, seeing some pretty wild wind gusts, snowstorms, ice, the whole 9 yards. So a lot to keep track of today, but also want to cover one of the big stories of the past, well, you could maybe say the past several years, as some of these investigations have been going on for a long time. This one going on for about a year. Former President Trump says it is an insult to the country that he has been indicted and has been arraigned, but now he stands as the first former president ever charged with a crime. Trump was indicted yesterday in a New York court, and as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, there is still a long legal road ahead.
Now, this all relates to hush money payments, and the former president is lashing out at the charges, the prosecutor, and the judge.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen.
A defiant Donald Trump appeared at his Florida club last night after making history. Just hours earlier, with protesters and supporters gathered outside, he sat in a New York court and faced criminal charges, accused of improperly accounting for hush money payments made to a number of people, including former porn star Stormy Daniels.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg pushed for the charges, which elevate what are typically misdemeanors to felonies by alleging the payments were made to further Trump's 2016 White House campaign.
This case won't see a jury, in my opinion.
A Trump's attorney confident that the charges won't hold up, arguing that the payoffs, which aren't illegal in and of themselves, were not campaign expenditures. Many outside legal experts say the indictment shows prosecutors have a tough road ahead.
This thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying, but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
But Trump faces other investigations as well, including what could be a much stronger case involving his handling of classified documents. Regardless, he went after the New York judge who warned him yesterday about incendiary statements.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Now, nothing about this is going to be fast. Trump is next due in court on December 4th, with the trial not likely to start until next year. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzada, Fox News.
And we'll stick with our coverage here of the former president being charged with 34 felonies. A big deal, first time a former president has been charged criminally in the United States of America. Let's turn to the Atlanta area. We have Mark Teichner there with our team there in Atlanta, the Fox team on the ground, tracking the next case that could be coming up. We obviously know there are some cases there, one case in the Georgia state. So let's take a listen.
Former President Trump had some harsh words for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. He called her a racist and said the only reason she's conducting an investigation into him and his allies is to try to keep Mr. Trump from going back to the White House.
And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta.
Former President Donald Trump blasts Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. While speaking to supporters after being arraigned on charges in New York, the former president called Willis's investigation into possible illegal efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results politically motivated.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately.
Willis has said decisions on possible charges are imminent. A special grand jury spent months investigating the matter. Its conclusions have mainly been kept from the public, while Willis decides if she'll seat another grand jury to bring charges.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
A main focus of the investigation is a taped phone call during which Mr. Trump urged Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to throw out enough votes to swing the state his way.
He wanted us to recalibrate it, or recalculate it.
But during his speech, former President Trump defended the call. Attorneys for former President Trump have come here to Fulton County filing a motion trying to get Fani Willis removed from the investigation and any possible case that could stem from it. They also would like to see the full report from that special grand jury to be silenced and never shown to the public. The district attorney's office has until next month to answer that Trump filing. Reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner, live now from Fox.
The family of the Wall Street Journal reporter imprisoned in Russia got an update on his condition inside a Russian prison following his arrest last week on espionage charges. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has that story for us.
Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich finally met with his lawyers Tuesday after spending the weekend inside a Russian prison. The 31-year-old was arrested last week, accused of stealing state secrets. It's a claim the Wall Street Journal and the Biden administration have firmly denied. On Tuesday, the White House once again called for the reporter's immediate release.
These charges are ridiculous. Evan is not a spy. Evan has never been a spy. Evan has never worked for the U.S. government.
In a joint statement, the Journal and its parent company Dow Jones said Gershkovich's attorneys found him in good health, and they said he is grateful for the outpouring of support from around the world. Both companies have vowed to do everything possible to bring him home. They describe his imprisonment as, quote, wholly unjustified and an attack on a free press. Gershkovich's attorneys have already filed an appeal against the espionage charges he's facing. However, no date for that has been set.
He's facing up to 20 years in prison under the charges that he's facing.
The White House also revealed Tuesday Gershkovich has still not been able to meet with representatives from the U.S. Embassy.
The State Department has continually attempted to secure consular access to Evan as it relates to the designation of wrongfully detained.
Gershkovich's detainment is the first time a U.S. journalist has been arrested in Russia since the Cold War. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
It's 9:27 on the East Coast, 6:27 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Zach Warner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. After we take a commercial break here in a second, we're going to talk about the latest with former President Donald Trump and those charges he is facing. We're going to bring on an expert to talk about what this means for him politically and the fallout after he was arraigned yesterday in New York City. But like I said, we're going to take that quick commercial break. But right now, let's take a live look outside before we go to that commercial break. There, the New York Stock Exchange getting set to open there. That's a live look right now as the markets get set to open. Like I said, let's take that break. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here's another live look at our XRAD radar system. This is different than the topic we're going to move to here in a second, but I just wanted to put that up there to give you a live look as these systems make their way across the country. So if you are in the path of some of these storms, make sure you're being safe and taking precautions and tuning into your weather there. You can tune into Fox Weather, of course, and get the latest on all this. They are covering this in full, and we have had one report of a fatality, a death related to this storm in Missouri. So a very serious storm making its way through the middle of the United States. But another big story here, as you probably heard, as we've been covering it very extensively here on Live Now from Fox, is the indictment of former President Donald Trump. He is now facing 34 felonies. And where it goes from here, that's kind of what we're going to talk about. We're going to bring on Patricia Kraus, a practitioner, in residence and legal studies and political science at the University of New Haven. Now, Kraus provided testimony in 2017 to the National Popular Vote Compact before the Government Administration and Elections Committee. So knows a lot about elections, a lot of politics, and maybe a little bit about where things go from here. I'm sure she does. Patricia, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you.
So let's talk about things. Let me get your general impressions. As you saw a former president being charged with 34 felonies, just want to know what went through your mind. What did you think about it as you watched all this play out so far?
Yeah, I mean, and the word is being overused, but it was unprecedented. And, I've been here long enough to go through several presidential elections. It isn't something I've seen in my lifetime. It isn't something most people have seen in their lifetimes. I was around during Watergate, and I was around for what happened with President Clinton, but this is definitely something very different. And I think one of the biggest differences is that you have social media, that you have, 24-hour news coverage now. So, he can't really hide from this. And it's been very public, which is, he loves publicity, but I'm not sure he's, wanting this type of publicity. So this is something very different that the American public has never seen before. And it's all going to play out very publicly. So I think that that's something that we haven't seen before in politics. And so certainly we haven't seen a president charged with a crime before. So that's also something that we've never seen before.
And we've heard a lot of discussion about whether this hurts him, does it help him? What do you think? Is there some way this ends up helping him in the election? Or is there something that could possibly just shut the whole thing down, his run for presidency? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to hurt him in the primary. He's got a very strong base. When we talk about primaries, generally speaking, only about 10% of the American electorate actually comes out to vote in a primary. I do think it's going to hurt him in a general election because you have more independents, you have more moderate Republicans that are going to come out for a general election. And most of the polling is showing that those groups really don't approve of what he's been charged with. So I do think, there may be a possibility that he makes it through the primary, even if he ends up, in prison, which I think is highly unlikely. There's nothing that says he can't continue to run for president, or that he can even be elected president. So, I think it has an impact later on when we're talking about a general election. But right now, I think he's going to just continue on the path that he's on.
And I'm glad you touched on that, because I was going to ask you about whether, or if anything could happen that could take him completely out of the game, that could force him to not run for president. And it sounds like, from your knowledge at this point, that's not really the case. I mean, this is kind of go ahead regardless, correct?
Yeah, there's nothing that's, there's nothing constitutionally, there's nothing legally that prevents him from continuing to campaign for the president's office. And even, if he's convicted, there's nothing that prevents him from becoming president as well. So, for him, he just has to keep doing what he's doing. He's going to watch this play out like the rest of us watch this play out. I don't think it's a very good look for the United States to have somebody who's been convicted of a crime sitting in the White House, but legally and constitutionally, that can't be prevented.
And I wanted to ask you about that too, because pundits, experts, attorneys, a whole bunch of folks have been speaking about the political divide in the United States for years. What does the arraignment of a former president and current presidential candidate mean for that political divide? Do you think it makes it worse, or will it have minimal impact? What do you think?
I don't think it really, at this point, I don't think it changes anything. You have people that love Trump, you have people that hate Trump, and then you have a lot of people sort of in the middle who aren't really sure how they feel about him. So I don't think this, the indictment, the arraignment, whatever happens after this really impacts who his base followers are. I I do think it's probably going to turn off the younger generation of voters. They have so little trust in government as it is. I think this just tells them that they really can't have any faith in government to see someone who used to be president now being charged with a crime. So I do think, if you're talking about the younger generation in the 2024 election, I think it might impact who they vote for, although they tend to vote for Democrats anyway, but that's been changing in the past. So I don't think it changes sort of the status quo in terms of who supports him, who doesn't support him, and who's going to vote for him in the election.
And one other big question, too, is are we going to see more of this? Do you feel like there's going to be sort of a weaponization of the legal system with regard to influencing elections? That's been a big debate as this has played out. What do you make of that?
I mean, I'm not really sort of in that court exactly because I don't, I think Alvin Bragg processed this like he would any other case from my perspective. I realize that we're talking about Donald Trump, but, from his perspective, the district attorney's perspective, he broke the law. He needs to be processed for that, whatever the outcome might be. I don't really look at it as weaponization. I think, again, that's an overused term. Had this been any sort of ordinary citizen, we would have been processed the same exact way. So, and you have to consider that, Alvin Bragg, yes, he brought these charges, but the grand jury decided to indict Trump, and he had no sway over that. That was, a jury's decision. And, whether he's convicted or not will be a jury's decision. So I'm getting sort of nervous about the fact that people are talking so much about that, the notion of weaponization, only because, it diminishes faith in the judicial system. It diminishes faith in our government system. And, we're in a tenuous place right now with both of those things anyway. So, I just think because it's Trump, this has been talked about so much.
So it sounds like you think there's maybe a way that this impacts, I guess, what people talking about weaponization of the political system, just that discussion, that verbiage being used, that maybe that's implanting an idea in people's heads. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and I think that's, again, this is, from my perspective, this is what I see, what I hear from people. It's just that people have lost faith in, how the judicial system works and how our government system works. I talk to my students every day about this, and they have no faith whatsoever in our government. And that's kind of a scary thing for someone like me who teaches this every day. And I try to instill in them that, this is kind of out of the ordinary and not to lose faith in our government. But I do think that, the way the media covers this, that, again, we have this 24-hour news cycle, we have social media, that we're just getting overwhelmed with information, and people really don't know what to think. And so they take what they're told from other sources and really don't investigate it further, I guess.
Yeah, getting accurate information can be a problem these days. Just a multitude of sources, so I can certainly understand that. Absolutely. Well, Patricia, that's all the questions I had for you, but I wanted to turn it over to you, of course, before we depart. Do you have anything you want to add that I didn't ask you about? Anything I missed?
Yeah, just the only thing I would say is for people to just, let the process go through. We want to jump ahead to what's going to happen in the end, and we just don't know that. So I really would like people to just, I said this on another interview, but just take a deep breath and, let the process play out and the chips fall where they may, and not get too caught up in some of the rhetoric and some of the information that's coming out.
Because we certainly have a long way to go until any of this resolves itself. So jumping to conclusions at this point, probably not the best idea. But getting great information from people like yourself, always welcome. Patricia Kraus, Legal Studies and Political Science at University of New Haven. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, you take care. It is 9:40 on the East Coast, 6:40 in the morning over on the West Coast. We got a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox, but we are going to take our final commercial break of the hour. So stay with us. We got plenty more, as I said, right here. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 9:42 on the East Coast, 6:42 over on the West Coast. Appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. We haven't used this shot yet, so let's take a live look outside. Pretty lively morning there in the Big Apple, looking at New York City, right outside the Fox studios there in downtown New York, and looking at Radio City Music Hall you see there in the distance. I do want to turn to, actually, as I'm looking up, there is some severe weather being tracked with our friends over at Fox Weather. We've learned that there's already been loss of life in Missouri as a result of this system making its way through. So I do want to dip into their coverage for the latest. If you're in the path of these, make sure you pay close attention and stay in touch with your local news, or also download that Fox Weather app if you need to stay informed. But let's dip into that. Take a listen.
That's a path that's going to take it awfully close to the southern parts of Texarkana. Dylan's throwing that measurement on there for you. About 38 miles directly off to the south-southwest of Texarkana, and then moving in that direction, again, at about 45 miles per hour. So it's less than an hour out from some of those southern parts of Texarkana. You see the arrival time there, 9:33 local. So sure, call it 45 minutes or so. We'll be watching this storm closely. All of these areas immediately surrounding Texarkana, you need to be watching this closely. If you're included within that tornado-warned area, you just got the push notification from your Fox Weather app or from the National Weather Service, you need to go ahead and get to your tornado-safe place right now. This was a possible tornado located close to Hughes Springs, about 22 miles off to the west of the Atlanta area. Again, this is a radar-indicated tornado. We don't have confirmation of this on the ground just yet, but it could produce one if it's not already. This is still the beginnings of what we're expecting to be a very active Wednesday. Keep it here on Fox Weather as we continue to track these powerful storms. Fox Weather alert system, as we just showed you, it is lit up. We've got tornado watches, now that one active tornado warning. Almost a dozen severe thunderstorm warnings persisting in these areas. Then you got to head up to the cold side of the storm. That's Fargo. It looks awfully wintry here, even 5 days into the month of April. Radar showing that you've got snow diminishing in coverage on the cold side of this system, but closer to that area of low pressure. You've got extra spin. That's why we have that tornado watch that was issued for lower Michigan. Duluth, you've added more than a couple inches of snow in the past 24 hours. Third snowiest winter on record now. 6 million people under winter weather alerts. And look at Marquette, Michigan. Over 225 inches of snow this season. Sault Ste. Marie in the last 7 days, more than 18 inches, a foot and a half of snow. Still a considerable wintry aspect to this sprawling storm system. We'll get you updated on that. And of course, the ongoing severe weather when Fox Weather comes right back.
And looks like they're going to break there, so we'll take a live look outside. This is Grand Rapids, Michigan, one of the cities in the path of that storm system making its way across the country. Just looking pretty gray there right now with some dark clouds, and the river levels there looking very high. I actually used to live in this neck of the woods, and I can tell you that river is approaching flood stage, so that's definitely getting up there pretty high. But let's turn to some of the other latest news from all around the country and around the world, but we'll stick in the U.S. for this one. As you might have heard of it, it's a pretty big story that we've been covering pretty extensively here on Live Now from Fox. Former President Trump says it's an insult to the country, but he now stands as the first former president ever charged with a crime. Trump was indicted yesterday in New York court. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, there's still a long legal road ahead.
This all relates to hush money payments, and the former president is lashing out at the charges, the prosecutor, and the judge.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen.
A defiant Donald Trump appeared at his Florida club last night after making history. Just hours earlier, with protesters and supporters gathered outside, he sat in a New York court and faced criminal charges, accused of improperly accounting for hush money payments made to a number of people, including former porn star Stormy Daniels.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg pushed for the charges, which elevate what are typically misdemeanors to felonies by alleging the payments were made to further Trump's 2016 White House campaign.
This case won't see a jury, in my opinion.
A Trump's attorney confident that the charges won't hold up, arguing that the payoffs, which aren't illegal in and of themselves, were not campaign expenditures. Many outside legal experts say the indictment shows prosecutors have a tough road ahead.
This thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying, but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
But Trump faces other investigations as well, including what could be a much stronger case involving his handling of classified documents. Regardless, he went after the New York judge who warned him yesterday about incendiary statements.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Now, nothing about this is going to be fast. Trump is next due in court on December 4th, with the trial not likely to start until next year. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And we have more coverage on this from our friends at Fox 5 Atlanta. They're covering this from their angle there in the Atlanta area. We have Mark Teigner with Fox 5 with the latest. Take a listen.
Former President Trump had some harsh words for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. He called her a racist and said the only reason she's conducting an investigation into him and his allies is to try to keep Mr. Trump from going back to the White House.
And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta.
Former President Donald Trump blasts Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. While speaking to supporters after being arraigned on charges in New York, the former president called Willis's investigation into possible illegal efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results politically motivated.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately.
Willis has said decisions on possible charges are imminent. A special grand jury spent months investigating the matter. Its conclusions have mainly been kept from the public, while Willis decides if she'll seat another grand jury to bring charges.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
A main focus of the investigation is a taped phone call during which Mr. Trump urged Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to throw out enough votes to swing the state his way.
He wanted us to recalibrate it, or recalculate it.
But during his speech, former President Trump defended the call. Attorneys for former President Trump have come here to Fulton County filing a motion trying to get Fani Willis removed from the investigation and any possible case that could stem from it. They also would like to see the full report from that special grand jury to be silenced and never shown to the public. The district attorney's office has until next month to answer that Trump filing. Reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner, live now from Fox.
And our Live Now team, we've reached out to a number of attorneys, legal analysts across the board to pick this apart from every angle. And Andrew Kraft with our Live Now team spoke to a couple legal analysts for the latest after everything happened yesterday, from the speech after the arraignment that Trump gave to the comments from DA Alvin Bragg. So a lot to cover here. Let's dip into that coverage here. Take a listen.
Joining me now to discuss this even further are legal analysts Randy Zellen and Doug Burns, who, like I said, have guided us through this story ever since. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being with us. Doug, I want to start with you. A couple of days ago, you were shocked that there would be at least one felony count. Sure. There are now 34 felony counts. So what was your reaction when you heard that today?
It's the most overcharged case I've ever seen in 37 years, basically. Not to be overly harsh about it, but it's just absolutely ridiculous and beyond the pale. In some instances, they're taking an invoice from Cohen and then a payment by the Trump organization. They're calling that like 4 and 5 and 6 counts. It's just really embarrassing. I myself remember bringing sizable cases charging 1, 2, or 3 counts, and that's the end of it. So what bothers me, honestly, is it's so misleading to the public. I did a segment actually out of the country, and the host was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Burns, it's 34 separate crimes. Wow, that's really something." And again, not to be a broken record, but this is the same nucleus of facts, just legal X's and O's. Forget the politics, forget all the sideshow stories. It's one nucleus of facts. A woman who claims to have had an extramarital affair with Donald Trump said, pay me $130,000 or I'm going to disclose it. There's a name for that. It starts with an E, but put that to the side for the moment. So Trump, and Cohen, they arranged to make some payments to her. So if you want to call that a crime, and we can talk about that in more detail, that's fine. Call it 1 or 2 crimes, not 34. That's a disgrace. And again, real quick, you have some statute of limitations problems, obviously, because it was 6 or 7 years ago. And then you have this question of bumping it up to a felony. Real quick, the statute requires an intent to defraud. That's interesting, and that's going to be hard to show, by the way, an intent to defraud as opposed to an intent to simply keep something quiet that's embarrassing. And then it gets worse for the prosecutors. And a component of that intent to defraud is an intent to commit or conceal another crime. Those are high hurdles. So I'll tell you right now, I think they're going to have an extremely difficult time in this case.
Okay, Randy, to you, though, and we could get in if you agree with Doug at all. Let's talk about how they're going to try this case, Trump's legal team. Do they have their work cut out for them? What is their strategy going to be? And how are prosecutors going to be able to prove all of this?
Well, certainly the first thing that the defense is going to do, in my opinion, is they're going to make a demand for something called the Bill of Particulars. And it's exactly what it sounds like. We need to know more about this case. If you notice, the indictment is silent on what these other crimes are. Remember, to bump up the misdemeanor, to elevate it to a felony, that falsification of business records had to have been done in furtherance of another crime. So the defense is certainly going to say to the judge, we don't know what that other crime is, and we can't base it upon Mr. Bragg's statements, his press conference. We need to know within the 4 corners of the accusatory instrument, the indictment, what the hell is these other crimes? Now, it can't be the federal election law violations because New York State does not permit a federal law to be the basis to bump up the misdemeanors to a felony. If we're going to be talking about New York State election law campaign violations, problem number 1 for the prosecution is there is an exemption when you have filed as a federal candidate. Now, it sounds to me, Mr. Bragg made mention of the conspiracy to influence the election. Does anybody really care? Would that have really influenced any voter to find out that Mr. Trump paid hush money? This is the same guy who said I could walk down Fifth Avenue and fire a gun. So his best defense to that is, listen, I didn't do this to influence the election. I did it to protect my family.
Okay.
So I hope, Andrew, that answers your question in terms of the difficulties that the prosecution has. The misdemeanors, in my opinion, are a slam dunk. I mean, there is no question that every entry in those records that makes it appear that Mr. Cohen was being paid a legal fee is like me saying I have a full head of hair. It is a complete lie. That's set in stone. He's done. The felony, that's going to be a much tougher road for the prosecution.
Okay, but Randy, to your point, though, do they have to prove that this materially benefited the 2016 campaign of then candidate Donald Trump? How would they even do that?
They would have to show that it was done in connection with the campaign in order to influence the outcome of the election results. And let's face it, one's knee-jerk reaction, perhaps if it wasn't Trump and it was anyone else running for office, surely the only reason why you'd pay someone to keep their mouth shut would be because you don't want it to affect the election. The odd thing about Mr. Trump is there's so much out there, so much crazy stuff that he's done, including the video with Billy Bush. His argument may very well be, come on, guys, do you really think I was concerned about influence in the election? No, I didn't want to get divorced.
Okay, so I just want to go over what Bragg said today in his press conference. He said it's a felony in New York State to falsify business records with intent to defraud and to conceal another crime. Doug, my question, though, to you is, Trump is not appearing again until December 4th. That is in about 8 months' time. Why is there such a huge, expansive window of time before anything else happens in this case?
Well, I'm smiling because the judge said that he wants to move the case along, and no sooner was that sentence out of the judge's mouth. He says, we'll see everybody in December. So there's a number of sort of reading the tea leaves answers to your very good question, Andrew. This thing may, die down to a great extent. It's hard to say. But I think the real answer is that unlike a lot of cases where it is pretty straightforward and the crime are pretty clear, I think they're, and a lot of other pundits, they're right. There is going to be some very significant motion practice, very, very tricky. Randy and I today were discussing that there are a couple of things in there, by the way, that stop the clock, told the statute the defendant out of New York State, which is interesting, even though it's almost comical, since this defendant was out of New York State because he lived in the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But nevertheless, if you take it literally, he's out of the state. Maybe that tells the statute. Randy had also made the point that if they could somehow claim that he did some wrongdoing while he was in office, that could toll the statute. But I think, to my core point, serious motion practice on statute of limitations, serious motion practice on the point Randy raised, which is you can't incorporate a federal felony as the basis for bumping it up. I think that's very, very problematical. And we'll see what happens. I mean, many are saying a little too quickly over the skis, no judge in New York would ever dismiss this. But I'm going to be a little more corny about our system and say, look, if the statute of limitations appears to be a very strong argument to the judge and this question of federal law appears to be strong, then maybe he will dismiss it. We'll see.
Okay, Randy, my next question to you, and I want to get both of your opinions on this. What do you make of former President Trump's legal team, of his attorneys? He added a pretty strong one just yesterday, but there's been some criticism of Joe Tacopina. He was just on Fox talking about the case. He held an extensive kind of press gaggle with hundreds of reporters surrounding him today talking about the case. Randy, what do you make of his conduct so far? Do you think he is, competent enough to do this, or is he in over his head here?
Joe Tacopina stands about 8 feet tall when it comes to taking on a case. So no, he is not in over his head. I know Joe well. I've had cases with Joe. Joe is a force. He is a personality. He is a brawler. Whereas you have Susan Necklace and you have Todd Blanche, who are more of the tacticians. They are more, Joe is the bull in the china shop, and Susan.
All right, what you are listening to is just one of the interviews done by our very own Andrew Kraft last night. The latest there on former President Trump pleading not guilty to those 34 felony counts here. We are going to continue our coverage as we are covering this from each and every angle here. I do want to show you some of the photos that were taken. These are still images just yesterday inside of the courtroom here. Take a look at your screen as former President Donald Trump did surrender to authorities Tuesday, pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in a Manhattan courtroom. The former president charged with those 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Prosecutors claim Trump conspired to undermine the 2016 presidential election, attempting to suppress information that could harm his campaign, then concealing the truth behind those hush money payments. He does deny those claims. I do want to talk more about all of this, so let's bring in Michael Meltzner, a professor of law at the Northeastern University School of Law. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Happy to be here.
So first off, just kind of tell me your thoughts on this indictment, the arraignment, and how all of this has played out so far.
Well, naturally, the reporters and the media focused on the events at the courthouse. But really, I find fascinating is Trump's talk later in the evening. It was pure Trump. Interestingly, he really avoided the facts behind the indictment. He went into all sorts of blaming. He suggested that what he's really worried about is Jack Smith, who he called a lunatic. There are other shoes that are going to be dropped. And I think one has to look down the road. I've always been a believer in Yogi Berra's rule that it's difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. But I think the delay in this case and the fact that the subsequent indictments, which will come, are not going to be resolved until next year and perhaps even the year after that. That what you're really looking at in considering what Trump did last night is it's an electoral strategy. He is saying, basically, he understands that this is going to be determined by the electoral process. And if what happened in Wisconsin last night is a harbinger, he's in big trouble that way. But if he is convicted, it's not going to be until 2024 or 2025. And the decision about what consequences he will suffer will be determined by politics.
So the big question here, because this is what so many people are asking, why exactly is this historically significant, and why are so many people paying such close attention to this situation as it does unfold?
Well, Trump is a phenomenon, unprecedented, as we've heard hundreds of times, and he's finally being held to account. The real decisions here are going to be made in courtrooms. And, America has a history of focusing on lawsuits as extraordinary events that tell us basically who we are and where we're going. And Trump is, if nothing else, constantly commands attention. I was struck over the last week about the amount of coverage when nothing really was happening. And then even yesterday, we got to watch an airplane for a long time. So the public is going to be engaged because that's what Trump does and what he loves. And perhaps his behavior last night, which really is a provocation to the legal system, is another effort or suggestion that that's what he cares about most, holding on to his base and commanding attention and being in the public eye.
And one of the big questions was whether there would be a gag order that was issued. We learned, of course, there has not been. Is that surprising to you? What are your thoughts about there being no gag order?
Not at all. Not surprising at this point. First of all, note that he was not booked in the usual way. He was not given a mug shot and so forth. And that's because they're very wisely not trying to convert him into more of a martyr than he's trying to convert himself. Trump's strategy seems to be, based on what he said last night, is everybody hates me. Except my supporters. I have grievances. The country is going to hell. Nobody is treated like this. And this is his tactic. And so I assume that even if this just commands a minority of the voters, it serves certain purposes of his, whether it's raising money, whether it's maintaining the support of a significant portion of the Republican Party, or something else. But that's the card he's playing. I'm grieved. He didn't talk about any other Americans who are having trouble yesterday. He talked about himself and about how the country is going to hell. And he continued, unfortunately, to both suggest that the justice system is corrupt and also unfortunately continued to make manifold misstatements. It was remarkable that he continued to do that, but it's certainly consistent with the way he campaigned.
All right, what do you think impact-wise this could have on his campaign for 2024 as he tries to run for president again? What could all of this, how could it impact his campaign?
Well, it can impact his campaign positively or negatively, and we'll find out. But again, I call your attention to Wisconsin, a state he absolutely would need to win. And what happened last night in Wisconsin was remarkable victory for a progressive Democrat. I think the response of the Republicans criticizing the justice system may change after the other shoes drop, because plainly Trump is going to be charged elsewhere. And one wonders whether eventually one of the other Republican wannabes is going to try and detach themselves from Trump. Right now, apparently that would be foolhardy. When one thinks about the other potential candidates, only one of them, Asa Hutchinson, has even suggested mildly that that ought to be done. But eventually, the tea leaves are going to suggest that the Republican Party is going to lose again if it continues its love affair with Donald J. Trump.
My last question for you here, anything about his comments last night that did stand out to you? I know you were watching pretty closely there, like many Americans. What stood out to you when he was speaking?
Well, you talked about the gag order. What struck out to me, first of all, it was a random kind of speech. It was not terribly organized. He went all over the map. But the gag order is a step down the road. The judge is very careful to suggest something strongly, and now Trump basically ignored what he said. And we'll see what the response from the judiciary and the court system is. But eventually, he's going to be held to account that way if he continues, because he is endangering the lives and the health of an enormous number of individuals, jurors, law enforcement people, and not to mention the families of those people. So a gag order might be what we end up with, but there are other possibilities. He could be detained, or he could be removed ultimately from the courtroom.
All right, Michael Meltzner there. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I just hope the media focuses on, to a certain extent, on the lies that have emerged here. It's very important that people learn that many of the things he said last night are simply not true. It's regrettable, but that's the case.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, everyone, I do want to head over to another story that we are following very closely. Take a look at your screen as this video is just coming in from Springfield, Missouri, courtesy of Jake Bradley via Storyful. You can see the lightning striking a lot there in that area. We have learned now that several people have been killed and multiple others injured after a strong tornado struck a town in southeastern Missouri. Glen Allen, Missouri took a direct hit around 3:45 this morning from what Doppler radar indicated was likely a tornado of EF2 or even EF3 strength. That is according to our partners at Fox Weather. A sergeant with the Missouri State Patrol telling Fox Weather that several people have been killed and multiple others hurt. However, no specific numbers have been released as of yet. We know that powerful thunderstorms did track across parts of north central and northeastern Arkansas very early this morning, and those storms then crossed into southeastern Missouri. We're going to keep an eye on all of that and bring you the latest as we do get more information. For now, let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at our XRAD radar system as our Fox weather teams and local affiliates are covering the latest on these severe storms that are moving through the Midwest as we speak. We're also looking to get in touch with the National Weather Service to have more on this, but we know that several people have been killed and multiple others injured after a strong tornado this morning did hit Glen Allen, Missouri. They took a direct hit around 3:45 this morning, and at this point it appears that it could have been an EF2 or EF3 in strength. However, we know the National Weather Service will still have to go out there and determine the exact strength. We are going to keep you updated as this storm system does continue to move through. In the meantime, we do have a live event going on right now as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is giving a news conference during the concluding day of the NATO foreign ministers meeting there in Brussels. I do want to pop up the audio and listen from the beginning. Again, this is going on as we speak.
Good to be back in Belgium, in Brussels, at the NATO headquarters, which has become almost a home away from home. But this week, these last 2 days, this has genuinely been a historic NATO meeting. Yesterday, on the 74th anniversary of the alliance, I accepted Finland's membership documents to join NATO. Finland is now our 31st ally. With this step, Finland is safer, NATO is stronger. We look forward to welcoming Sweden to NATO in the near future. Like Finland, it's militarily capable. It's a strong democracy, fully dedicated to upholding the commitments and values that underpin our alliance, including Article 5. At the NATO Leaders Summit last summer, the NATO allies agreed on a new strategy for the first time in a decade. Since then, including at this ministerial, we've been working to implement that strategy, making our alliance stronger, more resilient, better positioned for the future. We're building on the Wales Defence Investment Pledge to invest 2% of our GDP in defence. It is critical that we have the means to replenish stockpiles, to increase the readiness of our forces, to meet force generation commitments for NATO missions and operations, to keep pace with 21st century challenges. We're developing new partnerships, including in the Indo-Pacific. At this ministerial, we welcome the participation of Japan Australia, South Korea, New Zealand, who share our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific region, but also recognize that many of the challenges that we face are interconnected and global in nature. And of course, the alliance remains relentlessly focused on Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The NATO-Ukraine Commission met for the first time in 5 years with Foreign Minister Kuleba's participation to talk about ways that we can continue to help Ukraine in the weeks, the months, and indeed the years ahead. When the NATO foreign ministers last convened back in November of last year, President Putin was pursuing his new strategy to win his brutal war against Ukraine. Having suffered devastating setbacks on the battlefield, he tried to bomb and freeze Ukraine's civilian population into submission. He accelerated his campaign to weaponize energy against Ukraine's European partners so that they would decide that the costs of supporting the country were too high. And he continued to try to raise food and energy prices in some of the poorest countries in the world to manufacture a false choice between supporting Ukraine and making ends meet for their people. President Putin has failed. Thanks to the remarkable courage and bravery of the Ukrainian people and unprecedented support from Ukraine's partners, Ukraine endures. More than 50 countries have been providing security assistance. Dozens of countries jumped in to help Ukraine defend and repair its energy grid in the face of Russia's onslaught. We sustained and increased the pressure on Russia with unprecedented sanctions and export controls, which are having a dramatic and growing impact. The Kremlin's usable financial reserves are plummeting. Its budget revenues from oil and gas have been cut in half since last year. Hundreds, even more than 1,000 companies have fled the country and aren't coming back. Hundreds of thousands of young people have fled Russia. Literally, Russia's future. We've demonstrated again our unity of purpose and our unity of action. And after this ministerial, I am confident that that will endure for as long as it takes for Ukraine to defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, its independence. Yesterday, the United States announced our 35th drawdown of arms and equipment. That includes more ammunition for HIMARS, air defense interceptors, and artillery rounds, as well as anti-armor systems, small arms, heavy equipment transport vehicles, and maintenance support. These contributions will continue to enable Ukraine to protect civilian infrastructure from missile and drone attacks and to hold and retake Ukraine's territory. The United States and Ukraine's partners support meaningful diplomatic efforts that can achieve a peace, but not just any kind of peace. It has to be a just peace that upholds the principles of the UN Charter, sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, and it has to be a durable peace that ensures that Russia can't simply rest and refit its troops and then relaunch the war at a time of its choosing. That's the kind of peace, a just and durable one, that 141 countries at the United Nations General Assembly endorsed just a few weeks ago. Until that peace is achieved, the United States, together with allies and partners from around the world, will continue to provide the assistance that Ukraine needs to defend its territory and defend its people. The story of NATO over the last year has been one of unity and resolve. Amid new challenges, to our values, to a rules-based order, to our collective security, our alliance has emerged stronger than ever and now larger than ever. As we prepare for Vilnius and beyond, I'm confident that we'll continue to meet the challenges of this moment and the time to come. So with that, happy to take some questions.
We'll first go to Vivian Salama with the Wall Street Journal.
Vivian.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I want to ask you about my colleague, Evan Gorskevich, who as of today has been detained in Russia for the last week, sorry. It feels like a year. Do you anticipate that you will approve a designation of wrongfully detained for Evan, or do you need to wait however long it will take for the Russians to agree to grant him consular access for that to even happen? And secondly, prisoner swaps have occurred in recent years to bring a number of detained Americans home. Is there anyone that the Russians want or would be willing to exchange either for Evan or for Paul Whelan, who's also being held on espionage charges? And more broadly, are you concerned that there is a precedent being set now by our adversaries who are detaining Americans in the hope that maybe they would get some sort of prisoner swap in return? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. First, and you've heard me say this before, from my perspective, from the department's perspective, there is no higher priority than the safety and security of American citizens around the world, and that includes those who may be wrongfully detained, held hostage, otherwise kept from coming home, being with their families. In Evan's case, we are working through the determination on wrongful detention. And there's a process to do that, and it's something that we're working through very deliberately, but expeditiously as well. And I'll let that process play out. In my own mind, there's no doubt that he's being wrongfully detained by Russia, which is exactly what I said to Foreign Minister Lavrov when I spoke to him over the weekend, and insisted that Evan be released immediately. But I want to make sure that, as always, because there is a formal process, that we go through it, and we will, and I expect that to be completed soon. More broadly, when it comes, first of all, to Paul Whelan, as I've also said, there's a proposal on the table that's been on the table for some months. Again, with Foreign Minister Lavrov, I reiterated that Russia should move on that proposal so that we can bring Paul home. In any of these instances, there is a balance to be done between trying to bring home people who are being unjustly detained in one way or another and what it takes to do that. I believe that, as we've demonstrated in the past, and as a result as well of legislation that we have and other tools that we have, that even as we engage in efforts to bring people home, we can also increase the pressure and increase the penalties on those who would engage in the practice of unlawful arbitrary detention of American citizens. And that's what we've been doing, including, for example, implementing the Robert Levinson Act and other tools that we have.
We'll next go to Vitaly Sizov with Freedom TV.
Thank you. I have one question. Yesterday, after meeting with you, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine said that he wants to see some proposal from NATO during the Vilnius summit. Today, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia said that Ukraine should be provided with a roadmap of accession to NATO. What are your thoughts about this process? Which proposal could expect to get Ukraine during Vilnius summit?
Thank you. Our focus right now is relentlessly on doing what needs to be done to help Ukraine defend itself against the Russian aggression, and indeed to help put it in a position to retake more of the territory that's been seized from it by Russia. That's our intense focus. We're also looking at what we can do over a longer period of time to build up Ukraine's capacity to deter aggression, to defend against aggression, and if necessary, again in the future, to defeat aggression. And a big part of that is bringing Ukraine up to NATO standards and to NATO interoperability. And I suspect that you'll see that focus continue at the Vilnius summit. I don't want to get ahead of the summit, but we are very focused on these very practical steps that can be taken and need to continue to be taken to bring Ukraine up to NATO standards. Of course, NATO's door remains open. There's no change in that, but we have to be, in this moment, focused intensely on the weeks and months ahead, particularly as Ukraine prepares for a counteroffensive, again, to try to retake more of its territory, as well as work that needs to be done to continue to bring Ukraine up to NATO standards and NATO interoperability.
We'll next go to Kylie Atwood with CNN.
All right, what you are listening to there is U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, as he is speaking on a variety of situations there in Brussels, Belgium. Right now, he is answering questions from the media following that NATO conference that did wrap up today. You heard him talk about the war in Ukraine, as well as Russia and Vladimir Putin. We are going to continue to follow his comments here on Live Now from Fox, but for now, it seems like the perfect time to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take a quick look here at our X-RAD radar system as we are tracking this very powerful storm that is moving through the Midwest right now. That is a live look showing where that storm is located. Now, we have learned that several people have been killed and several others injured after a strong tornado struck a town there in southeastern Missouri. Glen Allen, Missouri took a direct hit around 3:45 this morning from what Doppler radar indicated was likely a tornado of EF2 or even EF3 strength. That is according to our partners over at Fox Weather. We are going to stay in touch with them, and we will bring you the latest as we do get it. Do want to head to this live image that does show Mar-a-Lago there over in Palm Beach County, Florida. You can see it in the distance here as we do continue to cover a story that we've been tracking very closely. Former President Donald Trump surrendering to authorities Tuesday, pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in a Manhattan courtroom. The former president was charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Prosecutors claim Trump conspired to undermine the 2016 presidential election, attempting to suppress information that could harm his campaign, then concealing the truth behind those hush money payments. Dave Ehrenberg is the state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. That is where Trump lives. But I also want to note that Ehrenberg's position is the equivalent of District Attorney Alvin Bragg there in Manhattan. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thanks for having me back, Josh.
Of course. So first off, I do want to ask your thoughts on how all of this played out. It has been a couple weeks since we brought you in here as we initially did learn that an indictment was possible there. What are your thoughts on how things have played out since then?
You know, I thought that we may see some surprises in the indictment in the form of some more serious financial crimes. We didn't see that. This is about the hush money payments. Doesn't mean it's not serious. It's just, I would think it's the fourth out of four potential case swirling around the former president, with the strongest case and the greatest threat to Trump's future freedom being the case out of Mar-a-Lago, the documents. Number two would be Fulton County's case, and number three would be the January 6 matters. This would be fourth. I think the challenge for New York prosecutors is to elevate the misdemeanor, which is a falsification of business records, up to a felony. And to do that, you've got to show that the falsification of business records helped to conceal another crime. In the indictment, it doesn't say what that other crime is. And so they don't have to tell us yet, but I think that's important because otherwise this case could conceivably be thrown out of court if it doesn't reach that standard.
So what happens next in a case like this? Because we know that the next court hearing that they did announce is in early December. Is there normally that much time between an arraignment and the next court hearing?
That's a long time, and that's the next time that Trump himself will show up. There's a hearing earlier in August, and there'll be motions back and forth, and there'll be what's called discovery, where the state will give up all the information to the defense. But yeah, it is delayed, and I think that plays into Trump's hands. He wants this thing to get pushed back as far as possible. That helps him. That's his strategy in these legal matters: delay, 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 and he hopes that it'll be after the November 2024 election. The state is saying that they want this done in January. I think that's a little ambitious. I think most likely it'll be a trial in the spring. And if it goes to the trial, you have to get past a few burdens, a few hurdles before you can get this case before a jury.
What are you thinking about the response that there has been there in Palm Beach County, Florida? Because we know that there was that motorcade. I'll show the video in just a second as he was driving through. So many people lining the streets. What were your thoughts on seeing that audience there last night that was there to see him and listen to him speak?
That's his crowd. They're at Mar-a-Lago. They're his guests. And you got a lot of people who want to be around Donald Trump. Saw the My Pillow guy and a bunch of other folks who are known to be, want to be in Trump's orbit very badly. And so I don't think that is an indication of the level of support out there. I think we'll see soon enough how the polls show. We haven't seen a lot of protests out there yet, sporadic protests, but nothing like we saw on January 6th, for example. So, I think it's yet to be determined how this is going to play out. But my caution is this. This is the first an unprecedented indictment of a former president, but it's not going to be the last. I think that a lot of the discussion about this case will fade to the background after Fulton County indicts him, which will be a stronger case. And then you'll see the federal government that I anticipate will indict Trump as well. So there's more to come. And by the time that Trump appears in court in December, I think the focus will really be elsewhere.
Let's say down the line somewhere that he is convicted, pleads guilty, whichever, to any of these charges. Is it likely that he actually spends time in a jail cell, in prison?
He could get up to 4 years in state prison for each count. There are 34 counts, but he's a first-time offender. He has no criminal record in the past, and I'm not convinced that he's actually going to get prison time for this case. Now, he could. It's going to be up to the judge in the end, but I think the greatest threat to Trump's future freedom is elsewhere. It's the federal government case against him at Mar-a-Lago for the documents. It's Fani Willis's case against him in Fulton County. It's the potential cases by the federal government against him for January 6th. I think this case is more of an appetizer. The main course is forthcoming.
What do you think about the impact this could have on those other cases? Because as you mentioned, you have the one in Georgia. You also have the classified documents case. Could this have any sort of impact on those cases?
You'd be surprised how little coordination there is between the state prosecutors and federal prosecutors. Sometimes we talk about deconfliction, but what's happening in New York doesn't have any impact on what goes on in Atlanta or the federal government. These are all different matters. There's no conflict there. So I think this case will probably go first, in part because this case involves alleged conduct that occurred before January 6th, before the Mar-a-Lago documents matter, before the phone calls to Brad Raffensperger in Fulton County. So it makes sense that this one would go first, although, as I've said, it is the least strong of the four cases. Doesn't mean it's a weak case. It just means that it doesn't pose the potential problem for Trump as the other cases do.
Is it possible, just based on your experience, that this case won't even reach a conclusion by the time that the presidential election gets here?
Yeah, they could. Trump is going to try to push it back as far as possible. Here's the problem for Trump, though. If and when this case does finally get to a trial, if he's found guilty, the guilty verdict is pardon proof. He can try to delay this to where there will be a Republican president, he hopes, in 2024. He hopes it's going to be himself. But it won't matter in the end, because if he's found guilty, he'll have to face the music. State charges, state convictions are unable to be pardoned by a president. And so this could get postponed. but at some point he's going to have to face the music.
All right. Anything that stood out to you about what Trump had to say there in Mar-a-Lago in front of his supporters last night after returning from that arraignment?
He needs to be really careful. He can't help himself from attacking the district attorney and the judge and their families. You know, he got some sympathy after some people thought that this was overcharged, that this was a political prosecution. And I think he undid a lot of that sympathy by his fiery speech last night, where he attacked the judge's family and the prosecutor's family. So I think that could lead to a partial gag order where the judge says, no, can't do that anymore. And that poses a real problem for Donald Trump, because he's proven that he's unable to keep quiet about these things. And if he keeps going with this inflammatory rhetoric after a partial gag order is in place, then he could end up in a jail cell for up to 30 days. That, to me, would be the quickest way for Trump to be wearing an orange jumpsuit in New York.
And so my question becomes, if there is a gag order that is issued, it would be from the Manhattan courthouse, I believe, from the judge there. Would it be enforced there in Florida?
Oh, yeah. His words are his words. It doesn't matter where he says it. He doesn't have to be in New York to get in trouble for violating the gag order. The gag order would apply until the case is over. And I think it will only be a partial gag order. The judge recognizes that Trump has First Amendment rights and he's running for president, so you need to be extra solicitous of his ability to campaign. At the same time, you know, you can't try to intimidate judges and prosecutors. That's a no-no. And if he keeps going up to that line, he's going to get slapped back by this judge. And that poses real problems for him. Now, ironically, Josh, I think his lawyers probably want a gag order to be imposed, because every time Trump speaks about these matters, he seems to give a confession or an admission of some sort. So he probably would benefit himself if he abided by such an order.
All right, Dave Ehrenberg there, state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us again to kind of help break this down for us. Anything that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Well, I hope to be back on the show. I think by the time I come back, I think Fulton County is likely to act. That, to me, is a worst case for Trump, because in that case, there's a phone call that's on record, that's on a tape that says, where Trump says, find me 11,780 votes. That's as close to a smoking gun as you're going to get. I think that's going to lead to real problems for him. So what we're seeing in New York is one thing. It's going to get worse for him when he gets indicted in Georgia.
And is that, in your opinion, almost a sure thing, something that is going to happen?
Yes. And the reason why I say that is because the foreperson of the grand jury came out and pretty much indicated that he was going to be indicted. You can read between the lines. And so I think that's coming next. I don't know when. The DA there, my counterpart, Fani Willis, said charges were imminent. She said that back in late January. So I guess the word imminent means different things to different people. But at some point soon, I think it's going to happen.
All right, Dave, thank you so much again for taking the time to join us here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
All right, everyone, I do actually want to talk more about that case that Dave was just referring to. That is the case out of Georgia. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has the latest for us. He filed this report a short time ago.
A racist, and said the only reason she's conducting an investigation into him and his allies is to try to keep Mr. Trump from going back to the White House.
And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta.
Former President Donald Trump blasts Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. While speaking to supporters after being arraigned on charges in New York, the former president called Willis's investigation into possible illegal efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results politically motivated.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately.
Willis has said decisions on possible charges are imminent. A special grand jury spent months investigating the matter. Its conclusions have mainly been kept from the public, while Willis decides if she'll seat another grand jury to bring charges.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
A main focus of the investigation is a taped phone call during which Mr. Trump urged Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to throw out enough votes to swing the state his way.
He wanted us to recalibrate it, or recalculate it.
But during his speech, former President Trump defended the call. Attorneys for former President Trump have come here to Fulton County filing a motion trying to get Fani Willis removed from the investigation and any possible case that could stem from it. They also would like to see the full report from that special grand jury to be silenced and never shown to the public. The district attorney's office has until next month to answer that Trump filing. Reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner, live now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Mark. We do appreciate that. They are going to continue to follow that story, the portion out of Georgia, and bring us the latest. Right now, you are taking a live look here at Mar-a-Lago there in Palm Beach County, Florida. That is a live camera that we have pointed in that direction. Also want to show you another camera that we are keeping an eye on. This is over in Grand Rapids, Michigan. You can see the rain is coming down in that area. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a very severe weather system. That is a live look at our XRAD radar system moving through that area. And we do unfortunately know that several people have been killed and several others hurt after a strong tornado struck a town in southeastern Missouri this morning. Glen Allen, Missouri took a direct hit there around 3:45 a.m. local time from what Doppler radar indicated was likely a tornado of EF2 or even EF3 strength. As we get more details out of there, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. It is 10:43 on the East Coast and 7:43 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we will continue our coverage here of the Trump indictment and arraignment. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look once again over at Mar-a-Lago there in Palm Beach County, Florida, as we do continue to cover the latest after former President Trump pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. He did appear in a Manhattan courtroom just yesterday and is now back over in Florida. However, I do want to head back to Manhattan. That is where Brian Yennis with Fox News joins us live with the latest here. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. So first off, just kind of explain to me these charges that Trump has pleaded not guilty to. We got to look at that indictment, and it does contain a little bit more information.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so here in New York State, it is a felony for falsifying business records with the intent of committing or concealing another crime. So the former president was charged with 34 separate felonies yesterday for falsifying business records. And this all relates to the hush money payment that he made, or allegedly made, to his former attorney, Michael Cohen, who then made those payments to the adult film star Stormy Daniels. And so each one of these charges relates to a legitimate business document that DA Alvin Bragg says that Trump falsified. So there's business invoices, ledgers, and checks between February of 2017 and December of 2017. So that's where each one of those charges comes from. 34 charges, 34 different falsified documents, all relating to hush money payments DA Bragg says he made to the adult film star Stormy Daniels. The big question here, and the thing that a lot of critics are talking about and going back and forth, is whether or not DA Alvin Bragg did a good enough job of explaining what this second crime is that the former president allegedly committed. So if he falsified document to conceal a second crime, what was that second crime? And yesterday in the press conference, DA Alvin Bragg essentially said, well, the president defrauded voters in 2016, and that second crime was violating state election law. Listen.
New York state election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities.
Right, but there are real legal questions here as to whether or not a state district attorney has the legal authority to go after a candidate running for federal office for violating state election law. It's never really been done before, so that's something that's definitely going to be being brought up as we continue to move forward with the legal motions and machinery of this case. And the next hearing, Josh, as we know, is December 4th. It's about 8 months away, and that's a month before the Republican primaries begin. So a little convoluted, but again, on its face, it is 34 felony counts for falsifying documents related to those hush money payments. Josh?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 8 months away before the next hearing there that he is going to be a part of there in New York. So we know that after that arraignment, he did fly back over to Mar-a-Lago and spoke in front of a lot of his supporters last night. What did he have to say? Can you go into a little bit more detail about what his comments were there?
Yeah, so basically, you know, it's fascinating. When he spent time here in New York, right before he went into court, actually going in and out of court, in his first court appearance as a criminal defendant, the former president didn't have anything to say. He didn't say anything to the press. But when it came to becoming as a Republican leading candidate for the Republican presidential primary, he had a ton to say in a campaign speech last night in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. And a lot of it was just a defiant speech, not only attacking the legal merits of this case, but going after the credibility of the judge that just hours beforehand he was in front of in his arraignment. That's Judge Juan Mershon. And this is a little bit of what the former president had to say last night.
There's no case. They kept saying there's no case. Virtually everyone, and this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign.
So that was a direct attack on Judge Juan Mershon and his family, and that is of note because we know inside of the court, prosecutors literally brought out social media posts made by the former president that they said incited violence and could pose a real threat to witnesses and jurors and people involved in this case. And Judge Mershon didn't go necessarily, well, first of all, prosecutors didn't ask for a gag order, but it was sort of implied for sure in them presenting these social media posts. And the judge was hesitant in doing that. He was even keeled, according to our court producer inside, but essentially said everything is on the table. And he said, you know, look, the defense for the former president said, look, he posts these things out of frustration. But Judge Mershon said, you know, frustration is not enough of a cause to be posting things that could incite violence. The bottom line is it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what this judge makes of continued attacks on him and his family and the credibility of the court, and if he'll stand for it. And that's why this conversation of a gag order is still very much alive.
All
Josh?
right. Brian Yennis there with Fox News. As always, thank you so much for joining us to help break that down.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
10:52 over on the East Coast and 7:52 on the West Coast. I do actually want to take a live look here at this shot of Mar-a-Lago that we have had up for a few days now. You're looking off in the distance. That right there is in Palm Beach County, Florida. We will continue to follow this and bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we are going to get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look over at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach County, Florida. That is where the former president has returned after yesterday's arraignment. He did speak last night to hundreds of his supporters, and I do want to follow the latest on that for you. But first, let's get to the basics, as former President Trump did surrender to authorities Tuesday, pleading not guilty to those 34 felony counts in the Manhattan courtroom. This came after last Thursday's indictment. The former president charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, prosecutors claim Trump conspired to undermine the 2016 presidential election, attempting to suppress information that could harm his campaign, then concealing the truth behind those hush money payments. The Manhattan prosecutor's office says those payments were made to two women, adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal. The two did claim they had sexual encounters with Trump years before he entered politics. Trump is also accused of making a payment to a doorman at Trump Tower who claimed to have a story about a child that Trump fathered out of wedlock. Trump has denied any wrongdoing here and has said that he was even surprised by that indictment. Our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this very closely, and Lizette Nunez has more on the specific charges that Trump does face.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are.
Former President Donald Trump has been charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. Manhattan District Attorney Bragg laying out the details of the case. Prosecutors accused Trump of taking part of a catch-and-kill scheme to bury negative information during the 2016 presidential campaign that could have potentially impacted his chance of becoming president. The indictment alleges he used a media company that owns the National Enquirer to find potential harmful stories and then pay to bury them. One involving alleged affairs with porn star Stormy Daniels and Playboy model Karen McDougal. The third involved a doorman from Trump Tower with a story of a child Trump allegedly fathered out of wedlock. Bragg says Trump conspired with his personal attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, and friend David Pecker, the former head of the National Enquirer, to broker hush money, and then Trump allegedly reimbursed Cohen.
He personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen.
The indictment alleges Trump then tried to hide the payments by falsifying business records.
We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
In the case where credibility is already being picked apart, legal experts say having strong evidence that backs up their testimony will be crucial.
What's going to be very interesting is what there is in terms of documentation and other evidence that will corroborate what these two people have to say. The stronger the corroboration, the better the case.
Legal experts also add that the Trump indictment is stripped down to the basic charge of falsifying business records, and they say that keeping it simple may pay off if the case goes to a jury trial.
The DA's office wanted to keep this tight and simple for a jury to understand. The more charges and the more elaborate it gets, the more confusing it gets too.
All right, so there is a lot to this story. We are covering it from each and every angle right here at Live Now from Fox. We're keeping in touch with our Fox 5 New York team, as well as our Fox 5 Atlanta team and Fox News. Doug Luzader filing this report a bit earlier with more information as we do once again cover this from each and every angle.
This all relates to hush money payments, and the former president is lashing out at the charges, the prosecutor, and the judge.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen.
A defiant Donald Trump appeared at his Florida club last night after making history. Just hours earlier, with protesters and supporters gathered outside, he sat in a New York court and faced criminal charges, accused of improperly accounting for hush money payments made to a number of people, including former porn star Stormy Daniels.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
District Attorney Bragg pushed for the charges, which elevate what are typically misdemeanors to felonies by alleging the payments were made to further Trump's 2016 White House campaign.
This case won't see a jury, in my opinion.
A Trump's attorney confident that the charges won't hold up, arguing that the payoffs, which aren't illegal in and of themselves, were not campaign expenditures. Many outside legal experts say the indictment shows prosecutors have a tough road ahead.
This thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying, but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
But Trump faces other investigations as well, including what could be a much stronger case involving his handling of classified documents. Regardless, he went after the New York judge who warned him yesterday about incendiary statements.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Now, nothing about this is going to be fast. Trump is next due in court on December 4th, with the trial not likely to start until next year. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Once again, taking a live look here at Mar-a-Lago. That is where Trump is over there in Palm Beach County, Florida. I do want to talk more about the actual charges here, so let's bring in William Banks, a professor of law with Syracuse University, to talk a little bit more about all of this. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us here.
It's good to be with you. Thanks.
So first off, we know that indictment was unsealed yesterday, and now we know a little bit more about the charges that Trump does face. Can you help break that down for me?
Yes, I think, we did learn a fair amount from the indictment that we didn't know before. The charges, they're broken into 34 separate counts. But if you look at them, they really all involve the same thing, that is payment of hush money. And the hush money was alleged to be for one or more mistresses that the former president may or may not have had. The legal violations are of a couple of different varieties. First, it's typical improper business practice, unlawful business practice to falsely attribute payment to for hush money as a business expense. Second, there was an allegation that these benefits to Mr. Trump by paying the hush money were to further his presidential campaign in 2016. I think that's a problematic charge. We could say more about why that is so. But finally, yesterday we learned something that we didn't know before and that I think wasn't really speculated about in the media prior to yesterday, which is that the payments made to Mr. Cohen, Mr. Trump's former personal lawyer, may have been intended to cover up tax payment requirements that would have otherwise been due. In other words, by treating these payments as legal expenses, they may have sought to avoid payment of taxes for those same funds. That's a violation of New York law, so that's one of the avenues that the prosecutor, Mr. Bragg, could pursue.
I guess based on what we've learned over the last week, 2 weeks, are these charges what we would have anticipated here?
I think they are what we thought we were going to see, with the exception of the last one that I mentioned. I think the tax theory of the prosecution is one that I hadn't seen mentioned in the media before, nor that was leaked in any way from the grand jury or mentioned by the Mr. Bragg's office. And again, that one may be more fruitful, or a path with less resistance for the state prosecutors. The election law claims are very controversial because, of course, the former president was running in a federal election. The New York prosecutors have no jurisdiction to charge a federal law violation. So they would have had to rely on information about a potential federal violation to prove a state law case. That would have been very much an uphill battle, I think. The tax claim looks more straightforward.
And we know that the arraignment, of course, was yesterday. Trump eventually flying back over to his home in Palm Beach County there in Mar-a-Lago. The question is what happens next, because we know that the next court date has actually been set for early December. That is the next time he would appear there in court, and that's 8 months away. So what happens next here?
The process these are so-called white-collar criminal cases. The process involves what lawyers think of as discovery. Both sides will be trying to learn more about the legal case that the other is going to present, and they'll begin to negotiate. I'm sure former President Trump will attempt to have all the charges dismissed as a legal matter, so there will be negotiations and perhaps a hearing over those attempts. And a good deal could occur. In many white-collar cases, of course, pleas are arranged, and dismissal is arranged before there would ever be even a hearing or a trial on the merits. In Mr. Trump's case, because the hearing isn't set until December, a lot could occur between now and then.
So it's possible there could be other hearings that do happen during that time period. I believe there might be one scheduled over in August. He's just not specifically going to be there in the courtroom?
That's correct. His lawyers will be there representing him, that's for certain. And, they'll be very aggressive, as they should be, in defense of the former president. He'll continue to speak about the case as he did last night. And this could be dragged on for some time, even into the 2024 election cycle.
Do you see a gag order ever actually being imposed? That's been a question that so many people have asked, thinking maybe it was going to happen during the arraignment. Obviously, it didn't. There were some warnings that were issued to Trump about his rhetoric, about his language. But do you think at some point a gag order will be issued, just based on your experience?
I doubt that very much. I think that the former president is very outspoken, and he's entitled to express his views freely. The fact that he has one of the most prominent stages in all of the world is, of course, an unusual circumstance. But again, so long as he doesn't incite others to violence, that's the legal standard that would invite some kind of sanction. So long as he doesn't do that directly and he simply expresses his views either about the case or about the judge, I think he's free to speak his mind.
Is it possible that this is all done with, all wrapped up by the 2024 presidential election, or is it likely to keep going after that?
You know, it's hard to know. One of the reasons it's hard to know is that, as you know, there are other investigations of the former president. And if any of those or all of those take some kind of form similar to the New York case, if there are criminal charges brought in Georgia or in the federal system, then that could impact this case, that could impact the timing, and all of this could well be still very much in play at the time of the 2024 election. I think that would be unfortunate for all of us. It would be good to put all of this to rest so that we, the people, in 2024 have a choice to make that's unburdened by the cloud of criminal prosecution.
So this is a question I've been thinking a lot about. How is this case going to differ from, let's say, anyone else who is not a former president facing charges like these?
You know, that's a good question, and I think it allows me to make a civics point that I would make to my students if I could. The president is not above the law. The former president is not above the law. He should be treated by the court and by the judicial system in the state of New York as any of us would be treated. That's one of the most fundamental principles of the American legal system. I think the Supreme Court of the United States has stood by that time and time again, as Mr. Trump found out in the litigation about his tax returns and about Congress's authority to investigate his financial dealings. So I think as now a civilian that is out of office, Mr. Trump is just like you or me.
What sentence or penalty could Trump face? I believe the maximum could be somewhere around 4 years.
That's what New York law provides, and that's only because the combination of the hush money payment and the potential campaign finance or tax violation elevated what would have been a misdemeanor charge for bad bookkeeping to a felony charge. So the maximum penalty is 4 years. It would be shocking to me that even if he's found guilty, that Mr. Trump is sentenced to any jail time. I think the most that would happen would be a fine of some matter, which of course I think the former president could afford to pay.
And something that's interesting, I ask pretty much every expert, whether it's on law, political science, what they think here. Do you think that this case could potentially impact any of the other cases that are going against Trump?
I think not in a legal sense. I think in a political sense, it may have been, this may be a little bit of sort of opening up a small floodgate. Perhaps the prosecutors in Georgia will now feel more at ease in going forward with whatever their grand jury determination is. We don't know that, of course. And whether Mr. Smith, the special prosecutor, is investigating the potential federal violations, may too feel that there's some momentum going forward to at least bring these matters to some kind of resolution. We don't want to have investigations ongoing throughout the 2024 presidential campaign, that's for sure. If there are matters to be brought before a judge, it would behoove us all, I think, to see what they are and to get them resolved.
All right, Professor William Banks there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Is there anything you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Well, I think that for all of your viewers, it is a civics lesson. Well, whatever your partisan leanings or whatever your views are about the efficacy of the New York justice system as opposed to Georgia or the federal system, we're all being schooled here in basic civics. And one of the lessons of civics is that the rule of law matters. And former President Trump, like the rest of us, are bound by the rule of law, but we're also entitled to benefit of the doubt, that is, to be presumed innocent until charges are proved beyond a reasonable doubt. former President Trump has that benefit just as you or I were if we were the accused.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you back out live to our XRAD radar system, as it does appear that a briefing is underway here in relation to this deadly tornado that struck over in Missouri a bit earlier on today. It does sound like there are at least 4 deaths that have now been confirmed over there in Glen Allen, Missouri. We're going to have much more on that coming up a little bit later. But again, that briefing underway right now, so we will bring that to you a bit later on this morning. In the meantime, let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:14 on the East Coast and 8:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot of mystery here surrounding the deaths of 3 teenagers in Florida over a span of about 3 days, and it does appear they could be connected, but we are working to gather the latest information. CB Cotton with Fox News is following this story and joins us live here. CB, what sparked this case?
Well, Josh, thanks so much for having me. First, I want to add right off the top that this morning, the sheriff of Marion County, where all this occurred, he came on Fox News and he said, he was asked whether or not an arrest is imminent in this case, and the sheriff replied yes. So that's some good news in these tragic circumstances. But this all started some 60 miles northwest of Orlando with a gruesome discovery of a 16-year-old girl who had been shot and essentially left to die on the side of the road. When officers found this young girl's body, she was immediately taken to the hospital, where sadly she died earlier this week. We're learning more about who this young girl was. Friends identified her as Layla Silvernail. This information from a GoFundMe page. On that page, she's described as the definition of a team player and an amazing athlete. And of course, being that she was only 16 years old, we know she was on the cusp of adulthood. These are just heartbreaking circumstances that we're learning more about.
And we do know that some other teens were found. Was it with gunshot wounds?
Josh, that's correct. And we may have a map that we can pull up and show our viewers right now. I want to walk us through this because this is kind of complex, the way the way these teens were discovered. Last Thursday night, officers say Layla was shot and left near a dumpster on a rural county road. And then on Friday morning, a 17-year-old teen boy was found dead with a gunshot wound less than a mile away from where Layla was found. And then some 9 miles away, officers were looking for Layla's car. They found it submerged inside a lake. The shocking discovery inside the car, a third victim, a teen girl who had been shot and killed. So obviously, just very heartbreaking to learn these details. 3 young lives taken.
And so one of the big questions, of course, is do we know if these victims actually knew each other, if they were acquainted?
Josh, the sheriff says the victims were friends and that they were together before they died. Right now, he's pointing the finger at wannabe gang activity. That's his exact phrase, wannabe gang activity. And he's saying this may have played a role, and we pressed the sheriff on what this means. And he basically explained this is a term he likes to use, some of his officers like to use, and it describes a gang structure that isn't very defined. It lacks the hierarchy that you see within the ranks of established gang groups. And sadly, the rumor mill has been working really diligently in this case. The sheriff has even taken to social media to try to dispel some of those rumors. Right now, he's saying there is no evidence of a serial killer or killers. He also says right now there's no evidence to indicate that, let me correct myself. He says right now their evidence indicates that all the teens, again, were together before they died, and that they likely were all shot around the same time, and their bodies were taken to different places. So that's what we're hearing right now from the sheriff.
All right. Do we know at this point, I mean, you kind of said that the sheriff sounds like he's saying that an arrest is imminent, so to speak. So do we know how this case is playing out with investigators right now? How many detectives are working this case, what they're doing?
Well, right now the sheriff says that their evidence is leading them to believe that multiple suspects are involved. Yesterday, we did do a one-on-one interview with the sheriff, and I asked him whether or not drugs played a role in this case, and he said he couldn't comment. So that's another tidbit that I want to add into our conversation. But right now, he says it looks like multiple suspects are involved, and they're putting a lot of manpower towards this case. We know 15 detectives are assigned, and the sheriff says those detectives are combing through digital and forensic evidence. Another thing he added yesterday in our conversation is that, sometimes it takes a bit for them to comb through some of this evidence, particularly digital evidence, whether that is phones or other electronics. He didn't elaborate on, but we do know from other criminal cases that if they are having to look through some of that digital evidence, maybe it's phones, it can take some time to get permissions and access and things like that. So more to come as we continue to follow this horrific crime story that has really captured a lot of attention, not only in Florida, but across the entire nation, and even globally too.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a mystery at this point and a lot left to figure out. Thank you so much, CB Cotton there with Fox News. We appreciate it as always.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you back out live. This is a look at our XRAD radar system where you can see this powerful storm that we have been tracking over the last several hours. We now know from officials over in Glen Allen, Missouri, that it does appear at least 4 people have lost their lives due to a powerful tornado that could have been somewhere between an EF2 and EF3 a bit earlier on today. As I mentioned, that briefing is underway, so we will head out there momentarily. But for now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look once again at our XRAD radar system. As we do continue to cover this breaking news, we now know at least 4 people have died, several others hurt, as this severe weather outbreak that produced tornadoes and large hail across the Midwest turned deadly here. It is continuing its trek, as you see on your screen there Wednesday, after that strong tornado struck a town in southeastern Missouri. This is over in Glen Allen. That is where officials are holding a news conference as we speak. I do want to start it from the beginning, as they are a few minutes in here. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered.
Issue of xylazine, and you've been forward thinking on that, and what you've put on your website for our citizens to be able to get the resources they need has been fantastic, and hopefully people will pay attention to that. Here in our agency, our drug lab has discovered xylazine in drugs that we tested. Right on the other side of this wall behind me is our drug lab, over 150 times in the calendar year 2022. In 2022, our agency responded to over 100 fentanyl-related overdoses, and fentanyl is the drug most associated with xylazine, and the Attorney General mentioned 100,000.
All right, so that was supposed to be a news conference there over in Glen Allen, Missouri. However, it does appear that it's actually about xylazine, so we're going to try to find that other news conference for you, and we will bring you the latest. But once again, we do know that at least 4 people have died as a result of that very powerful storm, a tornado that did touch down there. Again, a news conference underway there, so we will bring it to you coming up in just a bit. I do want to head back to the top story that we are following right here. Take a look at your screen, as these are some of the sketches that came in yesterday from that arraignment for former President Donald Trump. I want to go over some of the basics, though, here, as we do get the latest information. We know that former President Trump did surrender to authorities Tuesday, pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in a Manhattan courtroom. This came after last Thursday's indictment. The former president was charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Prosecutors claim Trump conspired to undermine the 2016 presidential election, attempting to suppress information that could harm his campaign, then concealing the truth behind those hush money payments. The Manhattan prosecutor's office says those payments were made to 2 women, and the 2 claim they had sexual encounters with Trump years before he did enter politics. Trump is also accused of making a payment to a doorman at Trump Tower who claimed to have a story about a child that Trump fathered out of wedlock. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and said that he was surprised himself by that indictment. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team breaks down the latest.
President Trump.
At former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Lower Manhattan, even as Judge Juan Mershon declined to impose a gag order, the judge said, "Please refrain from making comments or engaging in conduct that has the potential to incite violence, create civil unrest, or jeopardize the safety or well-being of any individuals." Hours later, upon returning to Mar-a-Lago, the former president attacked his perceived opponents, including Judge Mershon.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg.
The criminal is the district attorney.
The special prosecutor who is investigating the former president's handling of classified documents and his attempts to overturn the 2020 election.
This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith.
And the DA in Fulton County, Georgia, who is probing efforts by the former president and his allies to overturn election results in that state.
A local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta who is doing everything in her power to indict me.
The former president's next court date in New York is not until December 4th. His attorneys have signaled plans to make motions long before that, including one to dismiss the case entirely, and, failing that, a request for a change of venue to a more politically friendly area. This case should be moved to nearby Staten Island, the former president suggested on Truth Social. Yesterday, former President Trump pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. Bragg says in falsifying business records, the former president tried to hide a payout to porn star Stormy Daniels in an effort to keep damaging information from voters ahead of the 2016 election.
Everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle.
And this is some video from last night as we did see former President Trump arrive back there over in Palm Beach County, Florida, where he did speak to his supporters there. Hundreds of people gathered to listen to his campaign speech. Madeline Rivera has more on the speech.
The only crime that I've committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
In Florida, former President Donald Trump is maintaining his innocence after pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in New York on Tuesday. Those charges relate to alleged hush money payments made on his behalf to two women leading up to the 2016 presidential election. Both women claim they had affairs with Trump. He denies the allegations.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
While hush money payments aren't illegal, prosecutors accuse Trump of falsifying business documents to cover up the payments and prevent any potential damage to his campaign ahead of the election.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Trump coming under more fire after calling out the New York City judge assigned to his case. Democrat Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying in part, Trump is, quote, publicly intimidating a judge and pointing a spotlight on their family to his supporters, many of whom have admitted in court to committing violence in his name.
They've taken a wrecking ball to his whole life, and you know, there's a backlash brewing.
All right, so we will continue to follow that and bring you updates as they do come in right here on Live Now from Fox. We are in touch with our Fox 5 New York team as well as our Fox 5 Atlanta team covering the story from their angle with the other investigation underway there in Georgia. We also have our Fox News teams that are covering this as well. In the meantime, I do want to head back to that news conference that we were telling you about a bit earlier. This one is Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody holding a conference with law enforcement to warn residents about the drug xylazine. We've been talking a lot about this recently. It's an animal tranquilizer known by street names of Trank, Trank Dope, and Zombie Drug. The drug has been appearing increasingly across the U.S., prompting the DEA to issue an alert warning Americans of fentanyl laced with xylazine. Let's go to that news conference from the beginning that once again is now underway.
Website for our citizens to be able to get the resources they need has been fantastic, and hopefully people will pay attention to that. Here in our agency, our drug lab has discovered xylazine in drugs that we tested. Right on the other side of this wall behind me is our drug lab over 150 times in the calendar year 2022. In 2022, our agency responded to over 100 fentanyl-related overdoses, and fentanyl is the drug most associated with xylazine. And the Attorney General mentioned 100,000 deaths nationwide. I think it's actually 107,000, 66% of which are associated with fentanyl. So you can see when fentanyl is involved and xylazine is on top of that, the situation that we have here. The DEA statistics show the South region, which includes Florida, obviously, the xylazine deaths have increased from 2020 to 2021 from 116 to over 1,400. That's a 1,000 plus increase in the South region of the United States, which encompasses the areas that we all up here work in. Xylazine, as the Attorney General mentioned, is an animal tranquilizer. That's where it gets the nickname Trank. You've also probably heard the term zombie drug. I've read literature that says that those that are addicted to fentanyl that then have xylazine mixed in, the zombie part of that comes because it gives fentanyl, quote unquote, legs, where traditionally you would have symptoms with fentanyl that are then accelerated, and they're able to get up on their legs virtually and walk around, and that's where the term zombie drug has come into play. As you can see from the photos here, xylazine is a vasoconstrictor. So when you get a wound or a scab or an ulcer with a vasoconstrictor that you are injecting mixed in with the fentanyl, this is the result. And it's significant. As the Attorney General mentioned, a lot of times folks are actually losing their limbs. Attorney General Moody also mentioned that it's Narcan and naloxone resistant. For those of you who don't know, the Sheriff's Office was the first agency in the state of Florida to go to naloxone. And we've been using that, and we've been saving, hundreds of lives in this county. And I think that's why the AG's message is important here, because naloxone is not going to work on xylazine. So my message to you, and I appreciate all of you being here, and because if one person hears it, and one person or one family member takes action, and that's one less person perhaps that would lose their life. But it's hard to tell an addict not to go seek that next high. That's what they're trying to do, right? They use this, and now they're trying something else. And that's why I'm extremely proud of the addiction recovery pod that we have here in the Sheriff's Office, and how we're turning folks' lives around that are coming into custody. But there are many, many cases, as the AG alluded to, of folks that don't have the opportunity to get arrested and get into an addiction recovery pod or a drug court program that the state attorney is involved in because they die. So it's significant numbers that we're seeing here in Florida. The truth is, many of these folks don't get help. And family members don't speak out. So if you put this information out today by way of this press conference, and a brother, a sister, a mother, a neighbor, a member of your church sees this, hears it, maybe they'll encourage that person to get help. It will be what they need to be able to get into recovery and not have to be arrested or, God forbid, lose their life. So we appreciate you all being here today and getting the message out. It's important that we protect our citizens and that we try to make sure that they're not being exposed to fentanyl or xylazine, because as you can see, we're losing a lot of our citizens to these dangerous drugs. Thank you.
So I guess as I reflect on General Moody's comments and the Sheriff's comments, what we all need to be aware of is the fact that this is a drug that people do not know that they're taking, right? This is an important health warning that we all need to take notice of. And the fact that the General's taken the time to come to Sarasota County and to meet with all of us and to speak to us speaks to the problem that we're having here in our community. This is not only a national problem, this has now become a problem here in Sarasota County. When you speak to the drug lab here, just as the sheriff alluded to, they're seeing that xylazine is prevalent here. I spoke to those folks, and when I spoke to the medical examiner here, when we look at the drug overdoses and the fatal drug overdoses that occur here in Sarasota County, we're seeing xylazine is very present in those autopsy results. So it's important that we take notice of that, and that we realize that this is not just a national problem, that this is now impacting Sarasota County. And folks that have a drug addiction problem and they're looking for drugs to help them with their situation, they need to understand there's a lot of hidden dangers in those drugs. A lot of times they don't know that there's fentanyl in the drugs that they're taking. And now they specifically don't know that xylazine is in there as well. So it's important that they understand the dangers. Fentanyl, as we know, is killing thousands and thousands of people. It's a national epidemic, and it's a danger throughout our nation. It's a danger here in our community and throughout the state of Florida. But now the fact that xylazine is being mixed into this equation is even worse. And as General Moody has previously said, one pill can kill. Because of the lethal doses that fentanyl and now xylazine mixed in potentially can cause, one pill can kill. So I echo those words of hers. So I think it's important that we speak to our children, that we speak to young adults, and that folks in this community pay attention. They may think that they're getting a very safe high, but right now with fentanyl and xylazine that's present in these substances, they're at extreme risk for fatality. And if fatality is not bad enough, and you look at these images about necrotic tissue that can lead to amputation, and these are very significant ramifications of illicit drug use. Now, right now xylazine is a Schedule I controlled substance, which means it has no medically approved use in the United States. It was first seen in Puerto Rico, and then it was seen in the city of Philadelphia. And now it's being reported that we see this drug all throughout the United States. In Philadelphia, when they looked at the presence of xylazine and they tested the illicit narcotics that were being recovered off the streets of Philadelphia, in 90% of them, they were finding that there was a presence of xylazine in the drugs. So why is it that this xylazine is being added into these drugs? It's being added to opioid drugs significantly because it reduces the cost of opioids and it increases the high, right? So drug dealers that are making these and adulterating these drugs are doing it for profit at harm, obviously, to the folks that they're giving it to. And the problem is it's turning them into drug zombies. That's the reality, right? They're turning into living zombies, which are creating necrotic flesh that can lead to amputation. And as they've both said, the general said and the sheriff have said, Narcan won't work because xylazine is not an opioid. Okay, so it will not work. So when law enforcement and first responders are there trying to save your life, it's not going to make a difference. And this is an alarming trend, and for that's why I'm grateful to General Moody for highlighting this problem and being here to share that with us. And as the general said, in 2021, we had 236 deaths in Florida as a result of xylazine. And on average, in 2021, we saw that there were 22 people that die every day from a drug overdose. 22 people. And now, with the dangers of fentanyl being mixed with xylazine, what we fear, and the reason that we're here, is that we fear that those numbers are going to increase, so to be greater than the 22. So together, as a community, we can make a difference. We have to be looking out for one another and looking for those signs and indicators if somebody may be in need of treatment. And as the sheriff said, he has an amazing recovery pod. We have a very robust drug court program. And one of the things, unfortunately, I've said is the price for admission into some of the very best treatment programs is you have to be arrested to go into the Sarasota County Jail and get that recovery pot. Or you have to be arrested and go into the court system in order to get the drug court program. But we have other programs out in the community. So we hope that people take notice because right now, life is in peril for those that choose this life. So in the meantime, for those that are peddling these drugs, those that are in possession of these drugs, I can assure you law enforcement here stands shoulder to shoulder, and we stand together that possess and those that peddle this poison. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Special Agent in Charge Eli Lawson with FDLE Fort Myers. Our Fort Myers region, just for context, encompasses Manatee County, south to Collier, and eastward to Okeechobee County. It's an honor for me to be here today to discuss this important issue, the dangers of xylazine and other drugs that it's mixed with, and to show for public awareness the commitment that your law enforcement partners have in combating this dangerous drug. This emerging trend, xylazine drug cocktails mixed with fentanyl, heroin, and others, as you've already heard, is extremely dangerous, extremely addictive, and poses what is already an opioid epidemic exponentially becomes worse now with this introduction of this substance. Drug traffickers, cartels, gangs, whatever, have this readily available to them. It's, as you heard, it's being cut into other substances to increase profits and to increase the effects of drugs like fentanyl. Xylazine, we've heard it called trank and zombie, as you have heard, seen the effects of it as you've already heard today. It's literally rotting flesh from intravenous drug users, just like this. These are all too common in hospitals across the state. Simply said, animal tranquilizer is not intended for human use, period. You've heard that Narcan is not effective, and that's very true. I would point out it is still effective for those drugs that it is mixed with, so there is some benefit of it. Just to bring you a few data sets from FDLE, we have 6 state crime labs across the state, including one that services Southwest Florida and Fort Myers. Xylazine, when it was first put as a controlled substance in 2016, FDLE immediately began to analyze substances for the presence of xylazine. We had less than 24 cases that year. I think it was around 22. Fast forward all the way up to this first quarter of 2023, and we're on track for 650 cases this year alone. As you heard Ms. Moody say, 2 years ago, it was the 11th most common drug. It went to 9, now 6. It's the 6th most commonly encountered substance at FDLE chemistry labs, right behind common drugs like heroin and cocaine and fentanyl. Xylazine, I think we've impressed upon you the serious threat that it poses. It's growing in frequency. It's inundating our laboratories. It's causing overdoses, amputations, and of course, unfortunately, deaths. We are seeing it a lot more in our crime labs, processing it for FDLE investigations and our partner agencies. But I want to express that FDLE is committed to our partnership in stopping the flow of dangerous drugs into our communities to protect our citizens and visitors. It's partnerships like these, and especially for Ms. Moody, for Mr. Brodsky in prosecuting these cases, to bring an impact to this epidemic that we're seeing in our area. Thank you for having us today.
All right, that was a news conference held a bit earlier here. It actually just wrapped up, and it's about that zombie drug, as it's known, xylazine, there in Sarasota County, Florida. This has been a nationwide issue. We heard from Chuck Schumer just, I would say, about 2 weeks ago on the same subject. It is an animal tranquilizer that is being mixed with fentanyl and unfortunately responsible for several deaths there. It is 11:44 on the East Coast and 8:44 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This is video from our Fox 32 Chicago team, where we have learned that at least 2 Chicago firefighters were injured, one of them critically, while responding to a 3-alarm fire that broke out at a high-rise building this morning in the Gold Coast neighborhood. The fire began in a large apartment on the 27th floor around 7 local time. This is over on North Lakeshore Drive, if you are familiar with the area. And again, that is video showing the flames that are clearly shooting out of that building there. If we take a live look here at a camera that just popped up from our Fox 32 Chicago team, that is where a news conference is expected to get underway really any moment now. And we will get some more information from investigators who are involved in taking a look at this fire here. Now, I do actually want to go to some of the other stories that we are covering. In the meantime here, take a look. We do have the latest on former President Donald Trump. We know that he was arraigned just yesterday after surrendering to authorities, pleading not guilty to 34 felony charges in a Manhattan courtroom. This coming, of course, after last Thursday's indictment. I do want to bring you the latest of what we know so far. Lizette Nunez with our Fox 5 New York team breaks it down.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are.
Former President Donald Trump has been charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. Manhattan District Attorney Bragg laying out the details of the case. Prosecutors accuse Trump of taking part of a catch-and-kill scheme to bury negative information during the 2016 presidential campaign that could have potentially impacted his chance of becoming president. The indictment alleges he used a media company that owns the National Enquirer to find potential harmful stories and then pay to bury them. One involving alleged affairs with porn star Stormy Daniels and Playboy model Karen McDougal. The third involved a doorman from Trump Tower with a story of a child Trump allegedly fathered out of wedlock. Bragg says Trump conspired with his personal attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, and friend David Pecker, the former head of the National Enquirer, to broker hush money, and then Trump allegedly reimbursed Cohen.
He personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen.
The indictment alleges Trump then tried to hide the payments by falsifying business records.
We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
In the case where credibility is already being picked apart, legal experts say having strong evidence that backs up their testimony will be crucial.
What's going to be very interesting is what there is in terms of documentation and other evidence that will corroborate what these two people have to say. The stronger the corroboration, the better the case.
Legal experts also add that the Trump indictment is stripped down to the basic charge of falsifying business records, and they say that keeping it simple may pay off if the case goes to a jury trial.
The DA's office wanted to keep this tight and simple for a jury to understand. The more charges and the more elaborate it gets, the more confusing it gets too.
All right, you are looking at a live image that we do have, one of many across the country and the world. This is Mar-a-Lago, and we will continue to bring you the latest here as former President Trump does plead not guilty to those 34 felony counts. Also want to take you back out live to this image coming in from our Fox 32 Chicago team, as we do know that in the next few minutes, we expect the Chicago Fire Department will provide an update on this fire this morning, where at least 2 Chicago firefighters were injured, one of them suffering critical injuries while responding to a 3-alarm fire that broke out at a high-rise building. Again, this was this morning over in the Gold Coast neighborhood. The fire began in a large apartment on the 27th floor around 7 a.m. local time at a high-rise that is located right there on your screen. This is North Lakeshore Drive, if you are familiar with that area. A Mayday response was issued around 7:55 a.m. local time for a downed firefighter who was removed from the building and taken to Northwestern Memorial Hospital in, quote, very critical condition. That is according to the Chicago Fire Department. The Mayday response was secured around 8:45 a.m. That is according to fire officials there. Now, officials said one firefighter that was hurt in the response was, quote, in good shape. Several fire trucks and ambulances there still on the scene as we speak. The main body of the fire was put out around 9:35 local time, and crews are now addressing some hot spots. Fire officials say there were no sprinklers on the 27th floor where this fire broke out. The cause of the fire under investigation, but we do expect to get an update here any moment from Chicago firefighters. In the meantime, let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour here, and we'll be right back on the other side with more of your top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 11:54 on the East Coast here and 8:54 on the West Coast. This is a live look at our XRAD radar system as we continue to track this very powerful system that is now responsible for at least 4 deaths over in Glen Allen, Missouri, after an apparent tornado moved through that area. I do want to bring in Chris Franks, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, to talk more about this system here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me on here this morning.
Of course. So first off, kind of walk me through that system that moved through earlier on this morning and produced this apparent tornado.
Yeah, so this whole system got going with multiple rounds of severe weather all the way back to yesterday afternoon. We already had strong to severe storms in Missouri that were tracking into Iowa and Illinois. And this event that unfortunately killed a few people and injured others was sort of a worst case scenario where you have a tornado late at night between 3 and 4 in the morning. So it was really sort of the punctuation on several rounds of severe weather, which moved over the central part of the U.S. over the span of about 18 hours. And it continues on this morning, moving off across portions of Indiana and Michigan. You showed the image there of a very large system that continues producing severe weather today.
Tell me about how crews go out there to survey this damage left behind, because at this point I know it has been called a tornado. Has it been confirmed, and how does that work?
Yeah, it's highly likely this is a tornado. In fact, our offices could see some debris, a debris signature on our radar. So, but what our crews are going to do today, we let the search and rescue folks get out at daybreak, and they were out last night, and then we'll send a team down there. They are already en route today to look at some of the worst damaged areas first, and they'll kind of go back and forth along the suspected damage path to kind of give it a start and end time, figure out how strong it was, how wide it was, and they'll be looking really closely at some of the damage to determine that. So they're en route today, and they'll be there probably most of the day viewing the damage.
Any other tornadoes that are known that did touch down? Because this, as we mentioned, a very powerful system there.
Yeah, so we do have other couple locations, sort of southeast of Des Moines. There were some confirmed tornadoes. We saw some video footage of it. So we have crews going out in Iowa today to look at some of the damage. And then a confirmed tornado in northwest Illinois. Again, they had several rounds of severe weather in Illinois yesterday. So there's another team out in Illinois looking at damage today. So by the time it's all said and done, there'll be several tornadoes confirmed today. And then, by the end of today or tomorrow, we should have a better idea on the final count, how strong they are, and where exactly they tracked.
And so my next question is, where does this system go from here? Can you kind of give me a forecast as to what folks should expect as it does continue to travel through the U.S. there?
Yeah, absolutely. And the image there is pretty striking. We have ongoing strong to severe thunderstorms from Arkansas all the way up to Michigan today. We have tornado watches in effect across multiple states. Going through late this afternoon, so about 4 or 5 p.m. For this next round, people need to have their guard up, have ways to get warnings, have ways to move to shelter or a safe location quickly. So we're still not out of the woods today. All the way through the afternoon and early evening, it continues on today. And then fortunately after today, for the rest of the week, it does trend a little bit quieter in terms of severe weather. The system moves off to the east. There is still not a zero chance of severe weather along the East Coast, but it's much less compared to what we've seen yesterday and what continues on to today.
And we talked about other possible tornadoes, that could be confirmed here as a result of this system moving through. Do we know of any other extensive damage, anything of that nature, any other areas that were hit pretty hard? Because at this point, Glen Allen, Missouri is what you're hearing a lot about.
Yeah, and rightfully so, just given the fact that there were injuries and unfortunately people died. So that is sort of the top news story weather-wise. But I tell you what, our offices are going to be looking really all the way from the Quad Cities, Iowa, down to Peoria, Illinois. There's probably several areas where there's some pretty decent damage, and these are people's lives we're dealing with here. So any damage to your property, uninhabitable, is significant, right? So there are several areas in Illinois and that we're going to look closely that could again be considered strong tornadoes.
All right, Chris Franks there, meteorologist with the National Weather Service. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and talk a little bit more about this system here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that we've already seen a very busy severe weather season, and we're just getting into April. So obviously we have a long way to go to get through the season, just to make sure folks have ways to get warnings, especially at night or when you're out of your home and you're kind of running errands or maybe at somebody else's house. Have a way to get alerts and then know where to go, no matter where you are, to seek the safest shelter. We still have a long way to go in severe weather season, so have folks just to keep their guard up and pay attention.
And real quick, because I just thought of this as you said that, is it normal for us to see this much severe weather activity in such a short period of time? Is that normal for this time of year?
It is. Unfortunately, we can get going in March and April, and we, in some of our busy severe weather years, we hit the ground running right away with a lot of tornado reports. So although we're trending a little bit above the long-term average, this is really not uncommon. April is when we start to see more and more of these events, and a lot of times they are kind of stacked back to back like this. It may be one large system that produces tornadoes or severe weather a couple days in a row. And this will continue all the way through May to kind of keep our eye out for tornadoes and severe weather, right? We're just getting into the season.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us and help break that down for us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Now, I do actually want to head back out to a live image here that does show our radar system. Again, if you are just joining us here at noon on the East Coast and 9 over on the West Coast, thank you so much for joining us here. I do want to get to the latest information that we do have, as we now know that 4 people at least have died and several others are injured after that strong, very powerful tornado struck a town in southeastern Missouri. That is Glen Allen, Missouri, and they took a direct hit around 3:45 this morning from what Doppler radar indicated was likely a tornado of EF2 or even EF3 strength. That information coming in from our partners over at Fox Weather. I do actually want to head to their live coverage right now, as they are in extended coverage here with multiple tornado warnings. Let's pop that up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Wednesday, a lot of folks are at work, a lot of kiddos are at school, so that's why this is so dangerous, as we've got a very favorable environment right now for this tornadic development. We are showing you right now on velocity that couplet. It's not incredibly impressive, but still, this is that area of rotation that the National Weather Service has been watching, and this is what prompted this tornado warning, and it is located kind of right along I-74. So New Rose, Jamestown, these are all spots that I want to make sure that you are taking shelter, because you can see her as well. And this storm, since it's racing to the northeast, 45 miles per hour, that means that it is going to be getting awfully close to some of our northern kind of cities and towns, the suburbs of Indianapolis. So here's that storm track for you. We can see Milledgeville by 12:11 p.m., her by 12:16 p.m. So certainly in these communities, tornado sirens most likely are sounding. If you were just joining us, you want to take shelter now. Shepherd 12:16, Dale by 12:19 p.m., followed by Fayette by 12:19, Whitestown 12:22. So notice how quickly we are seeing numerous cities and towns popping up one after the other. That just goes to show how densely populated we are in the suburbs of Indy. And so if you are getting alerted on your phone right now of a tornado warning, if you live in Boone or Montgomery counties, I want you to be heading to your tornado safe place. The best place to be in the event of a tornado is going to be in a basement. However, if you are not close to a basement, the next best place that you want to head is going to be the most interior room possible, away from all doors and windows, the lowest level of your home or building. Michael.
And Kendall, that other tornado warning that you were just talking about, this is on the southern flank of the storm. So we will head there now and show you exactly where that is. This is just south and east of Little Rock, Arkansas, which of course was devastated last Friday evening with tornadoes. Unfortunately, another one here moving toward the east at, get this, 50 miles per hour. So this thing is chugging. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on here for you to show you exactly where this is heading. Again, racing toward the east at 50 miles per hour. Our friends and family from Redford right along the 530 corridor, and then points toward the east. As Kendall mentioned, it is now time to get to your emergency safe spot and really your tornadic safe spot as it blazes toward the east. We're looking at places like Allport that'll be impacted within the next, say, 20 minutes or so. Our friends in Humphrey at about 28 minutes past the top of the hour. Goldman at about 35 minutes past the top of the hour. And notice that if it continues on its trek, places like LaRue over toward Elmira, our friends over toward Roe, need to all be on guard. The good news is, as we look at velocities here, what you'll notice and what we look for is twisting and turning in our wind field. And as I was peering at this, you'll note that just north of, say, Wright, maybe a little bit of twisting and turning. I'm not seeing anything that is very dramatic in terms of our gate-to-gate velocities. Either way, just north to Wright, just west of Ferda, right along State Highway Route 15 is where that possible rotation and that possible couplet could be. So friends and family toward Tucker and toward Toberlin and down toward Jimothy, you want to make sure that you get to that emergency safe spot. And as we noted before, in this area, we do have not only that tornado warning that's in effect until 11:15 for Jefferson, Arizona, but also that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Kendall, just a good idea that folks make sure that they stay weather aware, not only in Little Rock, but also points toward the east as well.
Yeah, because portions, like you mentioned, counties Jefferson, Lonoc, and Pulaski until 11:15 a.m. under that tornado warning. And let's head out now to Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who is live for us in Arkansas, in fact, Little Rock, Arkansas. And Max, you just had to move inside of your car because these storms are rolling right through your location. Talk to us about what you're experiencing in Little Rock.
Yeah, so we had a lightning strike that was very close to us, very, very bright. So we decided to move inside of our car. This is not the totally best place to be. You know, a building would probably be the best case scenario with lightning in the area, but this is the second best, to move into an enclosed vehicle rather than being under an awning or out in the open. So we're doing this for our crew's safety, just to make sure that everything's going to be okay. But yeah, we've been seeing a whole lot of lightning striking here in Little Rock on the north side of Little Rock, Arkansas. And then we've also, about 20 miles to the south of us, have that tornado-warned storm. You know, we're seeing just on the radar right now a whole line of storms moving into our area. We've had very heavy rain at times. And in the area where we are right now, this is where a lot of the cleanup recovery efforts are currently ongoing. And so as these storms started to move in here, you know, we saw especially those utility workers, they got down off those bucket trucks real quick because they don't want to be caught up in this right now, especially with all the lightning in the area. You know, really, there just hasn't been any rest for America's heartland over the past couple of days, whether it be the recovery efforts or this newest round of storms. You know, over in Glen Allen, Missouri, just to the north of us in, you know, that's southeastern Missouri. Unfortunately, we're learning that 4 people died when a tornado touched down there around 3:40 in the morning there. Just heartbreaking scenes from Glen Allen as another tornado touches down with fatal consequences, unfortunately. Up in Iowa, we're also hearing word that there is a rope tornado that touched down yesterday with this latest severe storm outbreak. Really just impressive to see that rope tornado tearing through fields there in Iowa. Also hearing word of large-sized hail, as well as additional tornado activity in Illinois, where storm chasers caught some damage there. But you know, back here in Little Rock, Arkansas, the rain continues to come down. We continue to see these severe storms rolling on through the area, and you know, all this severe weather, it is going to really hamper the recovery efforts. You know, as we've been talking about on Fox Weather, an EF3 tornado hit Little Rock, this neighborhood here, on Friday. 1 person died, 50 people injured, and so it's going to take a long time for the recovery efforts to go underway. And unfortunately, you know, this severe weather is not helping the situation. Guys, yes. I'm going to toss.
All right, that was our partners there over at Fox Weather. They were doing a live report with Fox Weather's Max Gordon out there in Little Rock, but also providing some context on these tornado warnings that we have seen develop all through the morning. Unfortunately, we know over in Glen Allen, Missouri, that is where 4 people at least have lost their lives, and other people reportedly in that area are injured. We were hearing that a news conference could be held coming up in the next little bit, so if that does pop up, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system as we do continue to follow the latest here on this deadly storm that is moving through the Midwest. We know at least 4 people have died over in Glen Allen, Missouri, and that number unfortunately could rise, but it is apparent that a tornado did touch down. The National Weather Service, though, telling us that they are on the way out there, so we will bring you any updates that we do get from them live, raw, and unfiltered. I do actually want to show you some of the different storm reports that are coming in as a result of that system. It's a little bit hard to see as I put this on your screen here, but take a look. You can see just how many of them have popped up. We have different areas like Cook County, Illinois, Marshall County, Indiana. We also have Shannon County in Missouri. A lot of these do show that tree limbs are down as a result of those powerful storms once again moving through with very strong winds as well as some pretty heavy rain coming through and powerful winds there, also some large hail. I am looking at one over in Cook County, Illinois. The top one there does say that there was a 61-mile-per-hour wind measured on a private weather station. So again, those winds are very gusty. As we do get more details, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, I do want to take you to an event that was held just a short time ago here. This is with Michigan's governor as she was signing abortion protection. She gave a quick speech here. I do want to pop the audio up and listen in.
Thank you. I just want to start with gratitude as well. I'm so grateful that the people of Michigan, in their wisdom, passed a constitutional effort to protect reproductive rights. I want to thank the legislators who got this repeal to my desk. I want to thank the stakeholders who do the hard work every single day on behalf of the women and our families in Michigan. I want to thank NARAL and Emily's List and Planned Parenthood, who all have been in this fight for decades in this country, and this shows we can win it. I think a battalion of really energized women is hard to beat, but I'm awfully glad we got some good men along our side, too. And Dave Coulter's loudly clearing his throat here, so I want to make sure I don't. In your beautiful pink tie, Dave, I thank you. But you know, this is the doctors and the healthcare workers, the women and girls and our families who came out, who were vulnerable during this debate as we went into an election, sharing stories, telling people what this meant. I'm so grateful to all of you, and for the 750,000 people that signed the petitions that the ACLU and Planned Parenthood and an army of volunteers were working to collect. Thank you as well. Today we're going to take action to make sure that our statutes, our laws reflect our values and our Constitution. I'm excited today to be signing a bill that will repeal our extreme 1931 law that bans abortion and criminalizes nurses and doctors for just doing their jobs. This is a long overdue step, and it proves that when we keep fighting to protect everyone's ability to make their own decisions about their bodies, we can win. During the conversation around these laws, I was asked often about this trigger law, and I had to explain, no. This is not a trigger law. This is a zombie law. This predates Roe and is at threat of coming back to haunt us all, right? The road to get here took a lot of hard work. Since the day that we lost Justice Ginsburg late in 2020, I think we all knew that an anti-abortion majority in the U.S. Supreme Court was likely. We knew that Michigan had a law from 1931, over 90 years ago, still on the books, that would have banned abortion without exceptions for rape or incest and put nurses and doctors behind bars for doing their jobs. It infuriated me to think that my daughters and every young person today would have fewer rights than I had my whole life growing up. That's why we took proactive steps to protect reproductive freedom. Before the Dobbs draft came out, we had filed a lawsuit here in Michigan to ask our court to recognize that Michigan's Constitution protects this fundamental right. And as a result of that lawsuit and Planned Parenthood's legal work, we ensured that not for one single day access to abortion was not available to women. I said day, not minute, because we did have a few minutes there that where we were rushing to court, but we won. We won. By dinner time, we were back. But it still stung when Roe was reversed. It didn't feel real. It was a fundamental right that was afforded to Americans for nearly 50 years. It's virtually my entire lifetime. It was stripped away. People were going to die and are dying in this country because of this ruling. Healthcare providers would be threatened here in Michigan or thrown into jail. So many states began taking even more draconian steps to restrict abortion. Bans at 8 weeks, 6 weeks in Florida. At the moment of conception in some states, 0 exceptions. Many of these extreme policies are now laws in these other states. Some went further. A group of state lawmakers in South Carolina introduced legislation last month that proposes the death penalty for anyone who seeks abortion care and gets it. The fact that any elected official feels emboldened to advocate for these heinous bills restricting access is cruel and disturbing. Those types of laws are un-American, anti-freedom, and frankly sickening. In Michigan, though, we've taken a different approach. Before we got to this moment, I had already signed an executive order instructing state departments to find ways to increase access to reproductive health care. I signed another that refused to extradite women or health care providers for seeking or providing reproductive health care here in this state. We launched efforts to educate Michiganders on where to find contraception. We expanded access to family planning services for 200,000 Michiganders. We called on big tech to protect digital privacy, especially personal health data. Organizers, activists, citizens in Michigan sprang into action too, launching the drive for Prop 3, which ended up collecting the most signatures of any in history. And in November it passed, and we spoke with one clear voice. No one is going to restrict our reproductive rights and freedom in this state. No one. Abortion rights are now enshrined into our state constitution. And the way we did it was by listening to people, holding roundtables on this subject in every region of our state. We spoke to Michiganders everywhere from many different political backgrounds. We saw that abortion is and always will be a kitchen table issue. I don't ever want someone from the press to ask me again, should we talk about abortion or the economy? If you don't think abortion's about the economy, you might not have a uterus, right? We know that the decision when and whether or not to bear a child is the most consequential decision economically that a family or a woman will make in her lifetime. The government has no business getting in the way of conversations between women and their doctors. So what happened here was not a fluke. We saw proof of that last night in Wisconsin, where abortion rights was once again on the ballot. Wisconsin, it was a 10-point victory in Wisconsin, right? Some people from out of state sometimes ask me if I'm from Wisconsin. I think they think our accents all sound alike. But I would be proud to be on this day, that's for sure. So, we also are seeing proactive steps to protect abortion rights in Minnesota, thanks to my friend Governor Walz and his state legislature. I want to congratulate Governor Evers and all the work that happened in Wisconsin yesterday. I want to congratulate Governor Laura Kelly in Kansas. It shows you that leadership matters, right? So while we all are moving forward, there are a lot of states that are moving backwards on access to health care and personal freedoms. Midwesterners, though, have shown we are the practical people we always knew. We don't get discouraged, we get to work. We will always be a safe, welcoming place for you to live, for you to raise your family, to be free, and to be safely who you are in this state. So to all the women and girls and our allies in states that don't value you or your rights, maybe you should come to Michigan. To all the LGBTQ plus community who are live in states who don't value you or your rights, maybe you should come to Michigan as well. So today is a day of celebration, but it is also a moment to remind us all our work is not yet over. We're still awaiting a decision from a judge in Texas who could ban mifepristone. Banning it would impact access to abortion for women all across this country and girls all across this country. Meanwhile, while we continue to expand, we cannot for 1 second, as Representative Pahutsky said, take a breather or take a nap on Michigan. We know that this fight continues. But I also know this. After the last year that I have lived through, I can tell you we are going to win this fight. We just stay organized, we stay vigilant, we stay active, and we work together. So, who would like to watch me slay a zombie? I am about to slay 3 zombies with 1 pen. Let's do it.
The Walking Dead, right behind
All right, that right there is the signing of that bill that is repealing the quote-unquote abortion ban there over in Michigan. That is Governor Gretchen Whitmer. This happening just a short time ago, so we did want to play her comments there for you in full. Really briefly here, I want to pop the radar back up. This is actually a look at our XRAD radar system, a live look, as you can still see that powerful storm that is moving through the Midwest. And unfortunately, we do know now that at least 4 people have died and several others are injured as this severe weather outbreak that produced tornadoes and large hail across the Midwest has now turned deadly. It is continuing its journey here eastward after a strong tornado did strike that town in southeastern Missouri. That is, of course, Glen Allen, Missouri, hit very hard. And we did speak live with the National Weather Service a short time ago, and they said while they have not been able to go out there and survey the damage just yet, they do believe this was a very powerful tornado that touched down and caused extensive damage and unfortunately 4 deaths. And it is possible that there could be more tornadoes, they say, that are confirmed as a result of this very powerful system. So we will keep an eye on the weather here and bring you the latest as we do on Live Now from Fox. It is now 12:25 over on the East Coast and 9:25 on the West Coast. I do want to bring in one of my favorite people here. This is Mike Page over in our Phoenix office, and Mike is going to take over in the driver's seat after I go to a commercial break here. But Mike, what are you working on?
Yeah, Josh, I still can't believe that the Midwest and South continue to get pummeled there with those strong storms. We'll be keeping an eye on the severe weather threats that continue for the portions there of the U.S. That are impacted with those storms. And then we'll also continue to monitor out of Chicago a high-rise fire earlier this morning where a Chicago firefighter has been critically injured. We're waiting on a news conference out of there to give us the latest update on the condition there of that firefighter. We'll be bringing that to everyone. And of course, if any other breaking news happens along the way, we'll have everyone covered right here on Live Now from Fox.
We definitely will. All right, Mike Page will be in the driver's seat. He's all in charge coming up in just about 2 minutes, but let's head to that commercial break and we'll be right back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here. Live look right now at the Dow board. Relatively flat, just about 10 points in the negative. It's been an up and down day so far, but no major swings right now. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look now at right outside of the White House Oval Office, where we will have a White House briefing coming up in about 90 minutes. We'll bring that to you when it gets going. Right here, as always. Live Now from Fox continues on. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us as we always bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. And of course, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered on that aspect as well. Our next story, we're going to go out to actually Nashville, where the hero police officers from that tragedy that happened with the mass shooting at a Christian school in church, speaking out and talking about the day that they came to save so many children there after that mass shooter was shooting up the school. So we are going to hear from them directly right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen.
I was working in a regular duty capacity that day. I want to start by obviously saying my deepest condolences to the family, the 6 lives lost on the 27th of this month. I'm going to do my best to relay my rendition of my day. It was a regular work day for me. For some reason, I was feeling tired. I'm a proactive unit. I work for the Central B-Detail bike team. I guess I hadn't finished my coffee and I wanted to complete some administrative tasks. So I wanted to go to the Metro Police Academy. I had some business to attend to there. En route there, that put me in the Midtown sector. So I really had no business being where I was. I think you can call it fate or God or whatever you want, but I can't count on both my hands the irregularities that put me in that position when a call for service came out for an act of deadly aggression at a school. I immediately turned on my lights and sirens, knowing the severity of such a call. Like Sergeant said, it demands ample resources, in which I was available. Like I said, I was tending to myself. I've been to, I don't know how many false act of deadly aggression calls. Something told me it was time to really get to this one. I treat them all the same, but I was driving as safely as I could get my body there. I don't know the area. I needed to put it in GPS. When I arrived, I don't know the layout of the school. Luckily, due to the bravery of 2 staff members, they stayed on scene, they didn't run, and they gave me concise, clear information for me to use to help anyone in danger. Gentleman gave me, like he said, the exact key I needed to enter the building. It was readily apparent I was going to be the one to make entry, and I've been given my training. I know my role, and I made entry with the personnel I had, and luckily I had some. I saw there were patrol units, and I asked for people to join me as I had a key. I was unaware there were any other access points other than the one I had. As the sergeant said, I did not have stimulus at the time. I was intently listening, so we cleared the hallway we had, room by room. until we made it into the lobby. Like he says, I don't work with anyone that was there that day, so we had to use plain speak to understand each other's roles, what we had to do. When I did hear stimulus, I couldn't get to it fast enough. I just looked for the nearest staircase I could find because I could tell it was above my head. Eventually, following the guidance of other officers, I luckily deployed my my rifle. Kept walking towards the gun, the sound of gunfire. There was, like Sergeant said, some smoke in the air. It was very similar to the training we receive, the stress inoculus that our training academy had exposed me to before this incident. I definitely wish I had also deployed my rifle caliber rated heavy plates when I found myself at the front of the stack, where I found the stimulus or the threat, the second floor of the school. Like Sergeant said, work wasn't over. We didn't know if there was another threat. Immediately took teammates I am not used to working with to start clearing rooms, escorting children and teachers along. And there were more personnel and resources at this point. I was able to guide them out, basically similar to the way I had came in, and just tried coordinating best with supervisors and fire personnel until I was relieved of duty on that scene. I was told to sit in my car. And that was pretty difficult because I could tell there was more work to be done. That's about the day that I had on the 27th.
Thank you, Rex. Detective Mike Colazzo is a 9-year veteran of this police department, and he is assigned to the same unit as Sergeant Mathis. In fact, he works for Sergeant Mathis. Sergeant Mathis is his supervisor. Detective Mike Colazzo.
I want to start with making sure the families know that we're thinking about them. I know a lot of people have reached out to myself, Officer Rex, Sergeant Mathis, our teammates as well. There's been an outpour of support from the community, from other agencies throughout the nation and through the world, and I just want to tell them we greatly appreciate that, but I also hope that that along with all of us, that we remember the victims. And about that day in question, like Sergeant Mathis had stated, we had just started our shift and we were at the office. I was completing some administrative task, sending some emails when the radio was, I believe I had my radio sitting on my desk. One of our partners, Detective Wegner, he sits to the left of me. I believe his radio was there, and we heard the 1,000 code go out of the active shooter, and we heard the dispatch location and that it was in Midtown. Regardless if it was in Midtown or not, like every other officer in our department, we took off running out of the office. Plugged in the address on our GPSs, and we took off towards the location. As we were on our way to the school itself, our dispatch was doing a phenomenal job. They were giving us as much updates as they could. They told us that the individual had entered into the school. They were actively shooting, gave us a description, and they were receiving this information from the individuals that were already on scene. When I arrived on scene, another officer had already arrived on scene. To this day, I still don't know who that officer is. There was hundreds of officers that responded. But I've learned that that officer had arrived on the other side of the school. I came off of Harding Pike and entered coming up the hill towards the school. When I started to approach, or when I pulled my car up, I observed a female on a cell phone, who later found out was one of the employees of the school. The female was pointing to the left, so I ended up pulling my vehicle towards the left. I ran into another individual, a male that was outside, rolled my window down, asked where they were. That individual, who I later learned was also an employee of the school, told me that they were around the side and asked where. And at that point, without hesitation, the employee just took off running towards the door that was later learned to be where the shooter had entered. He took off running and telling me to follow him, which helped out tremendously. So I stayed in my vehicle and drove that direction. He was kind of hugging around the vehicles that were parked on the side because, like they said, we didn't know where the shooter was. He just knew that the shooter had entered into this door right at the entrance. So he said when he got closer to the door, he pointed and told me that they had entered right there. So I ended up parking my vehicle, exiting, and noticed that all the glass to that door had been shot out. Saw shell casings on the ground, bullet holes on the door. So I immediately made entry. As I made entry into the school, I saw an individual that I believe has been identified as the janitor. He was laid out on the ground, not moving. I relayed that information to the over our radio to the dispatch that I had made entry and that I had an individual that was down. Still didn't have a stimulus. The shooter wasn't shooting at that point. So started just like Officer Rex, Sergeant Mathis, and every other officer that had gotten there, started clearing rooms as fast as possible, trying to find where the shooter was. I was on the first floor. I had cleared part of the first floor and along with the gymnasium when I had somehow made my way towards a door that led me back outside. That's where I made contact with one of our teammates, Detective Wagner, and two patrol officers. At that point, we were told that the shooter was possibly on the second floor. So at that point, that's when on the body cam you see where we ended up going up the stairwell and made our way to a locked door. At the time, I was upset that we had just hit a locked door, but now looking back, I'm thankful we hit a locked door because that was the school doing what they've been trained to do. The door was locked, so knowing we didn't have a way of getting in, and hearing on the radio that Officer Rex and Sergeant Mathis had a team and that they were making entry, the decision was made that we'd push back out and link back with try to link up with those officers that were making entry on another side. We ended up cutting through the gymnasium that, like I said, we had already previously had gone through. By that point, Detective Plesey had linked up with us along with Detective Cagle, who both are on the same team. When we came in the hallway, that's when you could see down the hallway Sergeant Mathis was standing watching a hallway, and later learned that Officer Rex and some others had gone to the right and were clearing rooms. We ran down that hallway because knowing that they were already ahead of us, it was believed those rooms had been cleared. So we linked up with Sergeant Mathis. I told Sergeant Mathis we were with him, and then we continued systematically clearing the rooms that we came upon. At some point around that time frame is when we started hearing the first shots. Once we started hearing the first shots, that's when everything kind of kicked into overdrive for us. We had gone up the stairwell, made our way down the hallway. That's when I ran into that second victim, laid on the ground. We had to push past the victim because we continued to hear more shots being fired. Like Sergeant Mathis stated, it was very distinctive. You could clear as day tell that there were rifle rounds being fired. We came upon a T intersection. Sergeant Mathis was on one side and I was on the other side. we didn't know if the shooter was to the left or the right. It was, smoke was everywhere. The fire alarm was going off. It was somewhere right around that point we heard another shot, and so it told us that the shooter was to our right. That's when I made the call and yelled that the shooter was right, and we pushed right and continued down that hallway. Officer Rex had caught up to us. I noticed that Officer Rex had a rifle with a LPVO on it. Not knowing where the shooter was in the distance that we would possibly encounter with the shooter, asked Officer Rex to push forward for us, which he did without hesitation. We continued down that path until we encountered the shooter. Once the situation was ended with the shooter, like Sergeant Mathis and everybody stated, our job wasn't done. We knew that there was victims. We had to pass those victims. So I immediately switched gears, left that scene, and ran the route that we had just taken back outside. Other officers had responded, and they were making entry on different rooms. It had been broadcasted that the shooter had been taken down, and I think it clicked for every officer that was on scene. At that point, it was time to start trying to render aid to the victims and start evacuating the school. So we implemented our rescue task force protocol. I ended up coming out of a separate door that we had not made entry into, linked up with one of the ADTEL supervisors that was outside with Commander, and coordinated with the sergeant on where everything had taken place, and to have officers start responding in with us. I remained there for a while until more officers got on scene. When I felt like enough officers were on scene, Commander had stepped up and advised us to step back and go to our vehicles. That was pretty much, at that point I was done with the scene. I wanted to help. I know Officer Rex wanted to help. I know Sergeant Mathis wanted to help and continue to do what we could, but at that point, enough of our co-workers were there, and they were handling it for us. So we were able to step aside. That's when I was able to call my wife and tell her I was okay, advise her of everything, and that, yeah.
I want to add something just really quick. I know you have some questions of these officers. I want to say something.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
On a helmet, and that was totally great and the right thing to do. But then you saw other officers who didn't take the time to even put on ballistic helmets. They were so in tune to trying to get in and take this threat down that they didn't think about their own safety. You can see Detective Collazo and Rex and this going on, and it really, in these situations, could have ended really bad for our personnel too. And I just wanted to add that we had so many personnel that was running in that didn't think about ballistic vests, that didn't think about ballistic helmets. They just wanted to save kids. And I just wanted to add that before you ask questions of the officers. I'm incredibly thankful and grateful for the efforts.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, gentlemen. I know this was not easy to do this for the first time ever today. Folks, this is not an investigative news conference. We're not talking about the investigation today. These officers are not involved in the investigation. They were the first persons there. With that said, if you have any questions for them, please let me know who the question is for. Jason?
For the responding officers, thank you for telling your narrative and your story of what happened. I think a lot of people, though, watching tonight want to know how you all are doing right now, more than a week later. Are you guys okay?
Speak to the community.
Okay.
Something I didn't mention earlier is we have had such an outpouring of support from the community.
and not only just the Green Hills, Forest Hills area, but from all over. I've received emails from people from outside the country, all over the nation, that is sending support. We've had students from the school that day that have come to the precinct to visit with these officers. We've had church members come and pray over these officers. Our behavioral health staff here has done a phenomenal job with the tasks they've been given. They're completing debriefs over 150, 200 officers that ultimately responded or was part of the investigation. Part of my role is to make sure the members of my precinct are taken care of, continue to stay on top of them and communicate. I know each one of them has a great support system at home and at work. So I just wanted to add that the community as a whole has been tremendous through this entire ordeal. And I'll let them speak on anything else.
One of you want to come up and
just personally curious, if you guys are all okay.
Yeah, we've had multiple conversations with each other. For the situation, I think everyone is doing well. There's obviously been loss of sleep. Children hugged more than normal. Me personally, I dropped my kid off that morning just like I normally would at daycare. And one of the best things that our behavioral health staff has given me and others is to keep your routine. Don't create any bad habits. Don't get rid of any good habits, or vice versa. So we've struggled for a little bit of relief from the strain that it was caused. Obviously, seeing very, very terrible things. But as Commander Wheeler said, we have a good support system, not only with ourselves, but the community as a whole. And a majority of us have personal support systems from either outside family members or churches that have stepped up drastically to reach out.
Mike, Rex, anything to add?
Yeah, for Detective Lazo, can you tell us just a little, you said the first thing you did was call your wife and let her know you were safe. What has your family member support been like?
So I can tell you that just like every other officer that was out there, it's not just us. My wife's going through this. My family's going through this. Officer Rex's fiance is going through this. Sergeant Mathis's wife's going through all this, and it's tough. But our department's done a phenomenal job. Our support doesn't just go towards the officers; it goes to the family. So we're working on that, setting up interviews for our family members to go through, talk to counselors, talk to the chaplain, and it helps. A lot of the community that's reached out has actually talked about our families and that they're praying for our families and they're thinking about our families, and it goes a long way for us.
One or two more questions. Here first.
I know that at least one of you is a father, and I'm wondering how you explain to your children not only what happened that day, but also your role that day.
I've got an 11-month-old. Obviously, it's difficult. I will have this conversation with him when he is old enough and ready. The biggest thing that I will instill on him is how proud I am of the actions, not only of other officers, but what I did, not knowingly doing. Our training kicked in. It's what should have happened. It's what happened. As far as having kids, me personally, I took an oath on June 4th of 2012 to serve and protect this community. My family sometimes comes second. It has to. In instances like this, I don't get to stop and say time out and go talk to my wife, talk to my kids. I'm here to make sure everybody else goes home as much as many can, and stabilize the community as best possible.
One more question here.
Did you guys take gunfire when you went to the hallway and then finally saw the shooter? When you heard the shots from the right, were shots coming at you before you fired? And then have you guys, either of you, ever fired your round, your service rifle or your service pistol prior to that?
That's going directly to the officer involved shooting that they can't address at this point. Okay. I'll take one more. Yes, ma'am.
This is for Chief Drake. And I know you can't talk about the investigation, but was there, because of their training, were they able to avoid blue-on-blue?
Yes. Our training is very, we do stress inoculated training. We know exactly what to do, how we're going to clear rooms, how we're going to identify each other, and not to put those protocols out. But you always worry about that. It could happen, but it did not in this instance because of the way we train. See you then.
One question.
Yes, thank you guys. To the responding officers, Isabel Rosales, CNN, quick question for you guys. Was there ever a moment where the response in Uvalde, or the lack thereof, ever crossed your mind when you guys were in that building? And was that the lessons learned from Uvalde ever a part of your training that you guys tapped into on that day?
As far as Uvalde goes, that would never cross my mind. That was nowhere near anything in my head or these gentlemen's head at that moment. I've been getting the same training that I deployed since 2012. We are trained to a very high standard. As Chief said, we do stress inoculation, and there's a reason for that, because when we opened that door and the fire alarm was going off, I've been through that. That was something that was already there. I knew what I was capable of doing at that moment. And when we put that training to use, regardless of when it is trained, we get the outcomes that we had.
I was interested in getting any other opinions on that.
You want to ask me, Mike?
Just piggybacking off of Sarge, our training academy has put us through this countless times. We're blessed also to go to outside our department for training. Anytime training pops up, I know everybody's jumping at the bit to go to it, and it played a part in how we responded. Co-workers were there, and they were handling it for us, so we were.
All right, truly remarkable there by the Nashville Police Department and those officers. When we saw that video come out last week, it was truly remarkable to see just how fast and how heroic all of them coming into that building there, knowing that a threat was active and able to go room by room and then really level by level to find the shooter and kill that threat, and to prevent so many other deaths or injuries. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue to bring you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here as we bring you top stories and really the biggest headlines that come from all over the country. We want to go out to some breaking news that we are following out of the city of Chicago. This is a live look right now outside of a high-rise there on the city's north side, where unfortunately we are learning that a firefighter has passed away after battling a high-rise fire on the 27th floor of this condo apartment building there in the Gold Coast neighborhood of Chicago. We are going to listen now to officials there, including the mayor, speak on this very sad situation for the whole city of Chicago right now.
All right. Good morning. I wish I could say it was a good morning for us here in the city of Chicago and on the Chicago Fire Department. This has been a tragic week for us, unprecedented. I just don't know, but this morning we had a high-rise fire at 1212 North Lakeshore Drive. The fire was on the 27th floor and involved a large apartment, actually a very large apartment. The fire initially was a still in box, and it was elevated to a 211 for additional help. And then we got a call for a mayday. When we got the call for the mayday, it was elevated to a 311 and an EMS plan 2. Among the many crews responding was Tower Ladder 10, led by Lieutenant John Torick. He was making his way up to the fire floor. They had to take the stairs because the elevators were out. And then he went down. He was with his crews when he did. A mayday was called for help. The crews started treating him right away by doing CPR on the scene and got him back to the lobby where they continued. And ambulance 66 took him, and they continued CPR to the hospital along with members. He was brought here to Northwestern, and despite the best efforts, he succumbed to his injuries. Lieutenant Torick, he joined the fire department in 1997. He has been on the job about 26 years, actually. He was born in September of 1967, so that would make him about 55 years old. A little bit about John. He was an active outdoorsman. He was a motorcyclist. He was a Navy veteran. He served in Desert Storm. He liked bicycling. He had a big family, an extended family, and also his family is here as well. His son is a Chicago police officer who's newly on the job as a police officer. I can't tell you how this impacts us losing 2 members in 2 days. As I said yesterday, this job is dangerous. And you never know if you're coming home despite the best training and equipment that we can provide. Please keep his family in your prayers as well as the entire Chicago Fire Department. Thank you.
Well, as Commissioner Nance Holt just said, this is a very difficult time for the Chicago Fire Department and a very difficult time and day for our city. It is unprecedented to lose 2 firefighters in back-to-back days in different circumstances, but each of them responding to the call to serve and responding to the aid of others, people that they didn't know, because that's what the job demands and that's what they've signed up for. I just want to say, on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the city, and extend our deepest condolences to Lieutenant Torick's family. We had an opportunity to visit with them briefly before we stepped up here today. As you might imagine, they're in shock and the grief is setting in. It's almost unimaginable. Recently met his son at a recent police department graduation as he walked across the stage. And when I go to those graduations, one of the things that I say, whether it's police or fire, is that they are joining a family who walks in their shoes, who understands the life that they have chosen, the calling that they've chosen. But it's also important in moments like this that that family is there to support and help them on this journey of grief. No family wants to go through what the Torick family is now experiencing. But on behalf of our city, as I shared with them, we stand ready to support them in any way possible. President Tracy, I know that you, over the arc of your time and tenure in your career, that you've seen this moment far too often. But I want to also say on behalf of myself and the city that we stand ready to support your members. You know that resources are available, and I call upon all members who need extra support to help them understand and manage their grief, to not hesitate to reach out and take advantage of the services that are available. Our men and women who are first responders in the city are heroic. They are brave. They, every single day, put their lives on the line for us. They deserve our unending thanks and support, not just on a tragic day like this, but every single day. The sacrifices that they make, the sacrifices that their families make, are significant, all in the service of our city. And firemen, like police officers, run towards danger. when the rest of us run in the other direction. We can never forget that, and we shouldn't forget the sacrifice that they make every single day. So on behalf of a grateful city, we stand grieving, sending our condolences. We're ready to help support this family and the other families that are in need. I think we were happy to take on-topic questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Members of the media, we'll go down the line. We'll question the reporter on topic. We'll kick it off with Charlie, NBC.
Thanks, Cesar. This for Commissioner Holt. Was he the only injured lieutenant in the fire, or were there other people who lived in the building who were also injured?
We had 2 civilians that were transported in good condition. And we also had 3 other firefighters that were transported from fair to serious. So
The lieutenant, did he suffer a heart attack?
we don't know. We have to let the medical examiner determine that.
And folks, can I just say, I know that there's going to be a lot of interest and curiosity about what happened. I would just urge, out of respect for the family that is really, really grieving, don't speculate. Don't report rumor and innuendo. We have to respect these families. They are grieving. They deserve to be the first ones to understand what happened to their loved one. So I just urge you, please, show respect.
Danny Fox.
Just to clarify and have some sense of understanding this, was he near the smoke or the fire? Was he kind of quickly positioned?
He was headed up to the fire. He was on the 11th floor. The fire was on the 27th floor.
And when you have, I mean, this is 2 tragedies and successive days. Does this prompt any kind of view of any sort, policy, procedures, or is it just looked at as a just awful coincidence?
I mean, these are 2 different tragedies, yet 2 families impacted, including the Chicago Fire Department. I think we train every day to do our very best. Unfortunately, sometimes when you get to situations, fires are unpredictable. You can't figure out what's going to happen at a fire. So I don't think to Monday morning quarterback right now is it. I think we need to get through this. Right now, I have 2 funerals to prepare for, 2 grieving families, and a huge department that's broken, including the command staff.
Christopher, ABC.
Ma'am, say and spell the firefighter's first and last name?
Actually, it's spelled Jan, Jan, and they don't pronounce it that way. And what I have is Thohorryk.
CH.
You got it. This was on
I'm sorry. Yeah, we just gave that to you after this.
Right.
That's
okay.
You guys do so much for our city every single day, and much of it goes unappreciated. How can our city return the favor in this time of mourning and grief?
Let me say first, pray for the families. Pray for the firefighters and paramedics. Because the things, they worked on their own co-workers. They're devastated. My command staff, devastated. And actually, too, when you see firefighters and paramedics, thank them, and police officers, thank them for what they do every day, because they risk their lives not knowing if they will come home. And we've seen that in 2 days now. 2 days we've seen families broken, and those members will never return home to those families.
Stefano,
can you talk about, there was 3 firefighters who were injured, one was in serious, can you give us a little bit more?
No, I don't have a whole lot on that right now, but he is being treated. He is being treated. They're all in fair to serious condition.
Mariano, Univision.
Mayor, after 4 years in government, would you say this is the worst part of being a mayor? And what advice would you give to Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson?
On topic only, Mariano. Thank you.
They're fair questions. I'll take them. Look, as a human being, having to call a family and offer words of condolence that you know really are going to do very little for the broken hearts and the grief that they're facing, those are tough moments. And I would just say to Mayor-elect Johnson, and I will share this with him when we have more time to talk, be humble, be grateful. Our first responders literally give their lives. There's a lot of rhetoric that's out there about first responders, particularly on the police side. When you've seen what I've seen, when you have to make the calls that I've had to make, you better be humble and you better be grateful. It's hard to motivate people when they don't think that their leader has their back. And it's absolutely essential. That's why I go to roll calls. That's why I reach out. And we may not agree on every issue, but I thank the Lord every single day for the first responders, the firemen, the police officers, the 911 call takers and dispatchers. They experience trauma that none of us will see in a lifetime. They may experience it on a single day, a single call for service. So we need to be grateful that we have young men and women that are still in this time willing to step up and say, I will serve. Call on me.
Suzanne, CBS.
Commissioner Nance, two-part question regarding sprinklers. Was there a sprinkler system? Was it working? And we were told that there's a water tank in the building, but that may have not been working. So does that mean that there was no method for water to get to a sprinkler system if it was there?
I don't think that building was sprinklered. I have fire prevention here. It wasn't. Just the garage was sprinklered. And I don't know about a water tank issue. I can't answer that. They don't have sprinklers in the high rise. It's not a sprinkled building, right?
Then one quick follow-up. Did the elevators work?
We lost the elevators. Once the water goes down the elevators, we lose them. The elevator repairman came in, but he was unable to repair them. I was there talking to him. He couldn't repair them. So the only other way was to use the other bank of elevators, which wouldn't reach where you needed to go. So they had to go up every flight of stairs from 1 to 27 to fight the fire.
Christine, WGN.
Talking about the impact that this now had on the rest of the building, are people able to go back in, and where does that stand?
Can you answer that? Oh, right now, when I left the scene. I didn't find out about that. I had to rush to the hospital, to be honest. It's up to the building. Once they turn the building back over to the building management to make that determination along with the building department. That's not up to us.
I think that process is ongoing.
Yeah.
Colin Blackwood?
Yes, hi. Should the building have had better protection? I know it's an older building. Is there a way that's prevented that way?
I can't Monday morning quarterback. I told you I don't do that. I don't live in the past like that. It's what we do going forward.
Tribute?
Do you know which units were affected?
Just one unit on the 27th floor. These are very large units. So that's the one we fought the fire in. And the wind didn't help us at all either. It's a wind-driven fire.
Sorry. Was the unit 27 CN?
I don't have the unit number.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
All right, tragic situation once again in Chicago. The second firefighter to die in just 2 days there. Very hard for the department there, and we were hearing it from the Chicago Fire Superintendent as well as the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, talking about the situation of a Chicago firefighter, a veteran, a man who is 55 years old, collapsed on the 27th floor there trying to battle that fire. And firefighters were forced to take the stairs after the initial fire response there disabled the elevators in that apartment condo building. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories, top feeds, and top headlines from across the country as they come in right here. We're going to actually go out to Harris County, Texas right now. Officials are giving an update on an alarming trend that they are seeing with a rise in youth gun violence. Let's listen right here to officials right now.
On June of 2022, Commissioner's Court directed the Commissioner's Court Analyst's Office to work with justice-related departments and draft a report with data, causes, and evidence-based policy solutions related to gun violence and youth gun violence from 2015 to the present. The data encompasses death and mortality data from the Centers for Disease Control, the Juvenile Probation Department, and hospital data with help from Harris County Public Health. The data is now being released, and what it shows us is that youth gun violence is worse today in Harris County than it was 5 years ago. Between 2016 and 2021, firearm-related deaths increased among youth in Harris County by 37%. From 2019 to 2021, the firearm death among youth increased nationwide as well. In 2021, 50 children in Harris County died because of gun violence. That's the size of 2 elementary school classrooms. As people hit hardest by this the people hit hardest by this pandemic of gun violence, truly is all of us, our entire community, and our children. What worse than that? In Harris County, we've done what we can to lower youth gun violence. So far, my colleagues on Commissioner's Court and I have invested $6 million in the Community Violence Interruption Program. That program sends trained mediators directly into the community to help people reconcile personal conflicts that might turn into gun violence. These are dangerous situations. These are folks working with youth who are involved in gangs, who've been involved in this kind of violence in the past. But we're working to stop gun violence proactively before it occurs. In its first year of operations, this program has already connected with hundreds of youth. That means staff going there to visit 5, 10 times with the same youth. This is about relationship building. It's not easy work. It's about building those relationships with the children, with the youth, and making sure that they don't end up involved in gun violence, involved in crime. Over the past year that the program has been in operation, the team has specifically stopped 16 incidents of violence. Those are 16 kids that could have been victims of gun violence who have not fallen prey to that epidemic. So I'm very proud that we're hiring team members and staff in our public health department that are able to build those strong relationships with our kids and keep these tragedies from taking place. We've moved also to focus on kids in the community that might recidivate, that have already been involved in something like this and are already involved with our criminal justice system. We've worked on specific therapies, for example, therapies that are given evidence to lower recidivism. We are involved in that in our juvenile justice departments. We've taken dangerous guns off the street through buyback events. Commissioner Ellis has led the charge on that. We've worked on a $4 million Harris County Youth Justice Reinvestment Fund. That reinvestment fund is operating across communities all throughout Harris County to help kids who are at risk get involved in after-school activities, get involved in sports, get involved with mentors. Again, these are evidence-based initiatives that stop this kind of violence from happening. And we are being successful to some extent. Firearm-related youth offenses in Harris County increased overall because of this availability of guns, 37.3% between 2016 and 2021. But non-firearm related offenses decreased drastically, 52.2% for the same period. And so what this shows you is we're doing everything we can, but we can't control the lax laws and lack of action at the state level. The truth is, we can't talk about rising youth gun violence without talking about the role that guns play in fueling it. It's not just political posturing. The data itself is showing us that Texas gun laws are contributing to more children dying in our state. Studies have shown that lenient gun regulations are associated with higher occurrence of youth carrying guns and weapons. But even if you look at just the logic, we're letting people who shouldn't have guns have guns. There's more open carry. There's more permitless carry. There's no vetting. The only way in which you have a background check is if you go to a federally licensed firearm dealer. But people could just go to a gun show. They can very easily purchase firearms. Gun sales have gone up over the past few years. So to those who say that more guns makes us more safe, where's the proof of that? As gun sales have gone up, so have gun deaths, especially amongst our youth. The gun lobby has the Texas legislature in an iron grip. Despite a coalition of both Republicans and Democrats among the community supporting background checks, opposing permitless carry, supporting other common sense gun safety measures, state leaders refuse to act. Instead, they continue to make permitless carry easier, having an unlawful gun easier. They refuse to close the gun show loophole. As we're interviewing kids in our juvenile probation department, kids who have become involved in this, what we're hearing is perhaps their parents try to keep weapons from them, but they're just so readily available in the community. They can't escape them. These kids don't want to be involved, but they simply can't escape them. They feel that they're at a disadvantage if they're not the ones who have the guns. So what can we do? We're not going to throw our hands up and say there's nothing we can do. That's why I listed all of these different initiatives we've taken and the reduction in non-firearm related crime among the youth, which we've achieved. We're doing everything we can, but we really need our state legislature to step up and lead on this issue. We need them to pass legislation that's going to make it harder for youth to get their hands on firearms. We need them to pass Tracy King's law to raise the age to 21 for assault rifles. They're trying to raise the age to 26 for gender affirming care, so they're saying the youth can't make decisions about their own body till they're 26, but they can carry an assault rifle when they're 18 or even younger. We can do so much. Commissioner Ellis can talk about the details of how this is possible in the legislature, but all of us who support common sense, basic regulations need to continue agitating for change. It's not just the stories from our community workers. It's not just the stories from our kids that now are part of our juvenile justice system whose lives have been ruined, but it's also the numbers that we're seeing in our hospitals, the numbers that we're seeing in our juvenile justice departments that now show it is beyond time to act and continue preventing tragedy in our communities and in our state. I'll pass it on to Commissioner Ellis, but first let me repeat my remarks briefly in Spanish. Sé que muchos padres sienten bastante.
We're hearing from Harris County, Texas officials right there on the rise, unfortunately, in gun violence that they are seeing. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Interruption program works with trained research specialists to interrupt cycles of gun violence in high-risk communities. I was in Chicago over the weekend. I met with the consultant, Dr. Chico, who's helping us here in Harris County. University of Chicago, very conservative, respectable Ivy League institution. They even have him teaching a class there, and they're funding a school there. They're pioneering many things that we're going to try here in Harris County. So far, that team has prevented, I think you said, Judge, 16 instances of violence and saved potentially millions in taxpayers' dollars. Also, our holistic assistance response team sends trained first responders to answer 911 calls about mental health issues. During the pandemic, mental health challenges have just gone off the chart. I can't help but think that that too adds to the significant number of gun incidents involving young people. We're thrilled with the success of that program, and we just voted to double the scope. My colleagues are at least indicating that we're going to significantly increase the money we put into the other violence interruption program as well. Harris County is leading an all-out effort, an offensive to combat gun violence in all our communities, and the startling numbers that we're seeing so far confirm that. I want to stress that we have also continued to invest in traditional law enforcement initiative, boots on the ground. But I do want to stress, if it was just a matter of continuing to do what we have done in the past, I think by now somebody would have solved the gun problem. We have to do more than that. So this is a call to action. We appreciate the press. If you dig into that report, ask the hard questions, but don't just ask them of us, because we're not in the legislature. And encourage our state leaders to do as much as they can on following best practices that have not only been used around the country, but around the globe. Here's the best statistic I can give you. Clearly, there are few instances of gun violence on the globe in countries where you don't have as easy access to guns as you have in America. It's an embarrassment to think we have more guns in this country than we have people. Thank you.
We'll take any questions. Thank you guys so much.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that was the update there from officials in Texas. Live look right now of our radar here that we are continuing to track some severe storms out in Missouri going into Illinois here in the southern parts there of Illinois. You can see Champaign there, Urbana area getting lit up right now with some severe storms, just as a tornado passed through Missouri earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we take a look here at the Dow. 55 points there up in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to go out to officials in Florida, joining with the Attorney General there to give you warning about what is being called zombie drugs there that includes laced fentanyl and other really harmful drugs. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
We are grateful to you and those of you in the media that are helping us get this word out today. I want to thank Sheriff Hoffman for organizing and helping spearhead this event with this important public safety message. As we know all too well, and it's been reported on frequently, we are in the midst of an overdose crisis in our country. In 1 year, we will lose over 100,000 Americans to overdose death, primarily due to fentanyl. Record numbers. Just to put that in perspective, that's almost twice the amount of Americans we lost in Vietnam in 1 year. And so this is something that we are asking the community to pay particular attention to, speak with your friends and family members about, and make sure that you are getting help. We know that fentanyl is driving this, and we know that most of that is flooding into the nation because of the breakdown in security and structure at the southern border. And that fentanyl and the poison, some of it mixed already when it comes into the country with xylazine, both in powder and pill form. That poison makes its way into Florida. In the Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto counties alone, nearly 250 people died from fentanyl poisoning in 2021, and that was a 485% increase since 2016. And as deadly and as terrifying as illicit fentanyl is proving to be, its lethality is being enhanced by a drug that is being brought and sold in most U.S. states legally, xylazine. This drug xylazine is also referred to as tranq. It's also referred to as the zombie drug. The drug is sold online and sometimes in veterinarian stores outside of Florida. It is cheap, it is easily accessible, and so drug dealers will often mix it with fentanyl and other substances, leaving users in the dark about what they are actually taking. When treating an overdose, first responders that rush to the scene and do everything that they can to try and save a person that is overdosing, they don't know for sure in that moment what drugs the person has taken. So they may try to administer naloxone, but the patient will still struggle to breathe. And that is because xylazine is not an opioid and it doesn't respond to opioid reversal agents like naloxone if illicit opioids containing xylazine are used. Naloxone is less effective in fully reversing an overdose. In 2016, Florida outlawed xylazine in Florida, but on a national scale, the FDA approved this sedative for animal use. Meanwhile, though we've had repeated warnings from the DEA about the danger of this drug, its prevalence in the United States, they have yet to act to schedule this drug, and Congress has yet to act to schedule this drug. Ahead of spring break, Florida issued a warning about xylazine and its dangerous effect when mixed with fentanyl. And about a week later, the DEA issued a public safety alert highlighting an increase in the number of drugs seized containing both xylazine and fentanyl, which has proven to be a deadly combination. And they confirmed what we know. Xylazine is making fentanyl even deadlier. Seeing that alarming alert, we sent a letter to the DEA asking DEA and the federal government to follow Florida's lead and outlaw this dangerous drug. At the very minimum, schedule it. Congress is also exploring a national ban, and that is because of increasing number of deaths. According to one news report in 2021, more than 230 Floridians died after using Tranq, more than 30 of them in Sarasota, the third highest rate in the state. So I want to repeat that. Why are we all standing here today? We're not always in the same room like this. Sarasota has the third largest increase in xylazine deaths in the state. FDLE labs are also tracking the prevalence of this drug as it comes into state labs for testing. They've logged more than 1,000 cases of xylazine being present in processed evidence since 2021. Tranq was the 11th most frequently identified drug in FDLE crime labs in 2021. And again, I'm using this term Tranq, that's xylazine. Now in 2023, it is the 6th most frequently identified substance. That is a very short time frame to go from being the 11th most frequently identified substance to the 6th. And Sarasota is one of the major drivers in that increase. This year, FDLE lab analysts are identifying xylazine more than 55 times a month in their crime labs, up from 45 in 2022 and 32 in 2021. This deadly drug, as well as fentanyl and even nitazines, which I've been pushing to get scheduled in the Florida legislature this year. As you know, nitazines are deadlier than fentanyl, more potent than fentanyl. We call those the Frankenstein drugs. They will be permanently banned, hopefully, by lawmakers this session, but we know all of these drugs are in the drug supply right now. So tonight, those in this county and in this area could take illicit substances that contain xylazine, and they may not even know it. They are in the drug supply right now. These drugs have no warning labels. Instead, it is buyer beware, and if you are wrong about what is in the drugs, the price you will pay could be your life. But even if you do not die, people who use these drugs, Tranq or xylazine, are developing rotting skin lesions like you will see on some of our displays here. Their limbs are rotting away from the injection of this substance. Some have to have their limbs amputated. So in seeking a high, they are literally risking life and limb, as you can see in these demonstrations. Sadly, to some of us, we have been working on this a long time, and the presence of new substances always presents unique challenges. There are times like this where it's important that we get the word out in an urgent manner, which again, I go back to thanking you for showing up today and helping us do that, because people need to know that this unique substance, xylazine, is now in the drug supply here in Sarasota County, and we expect this will only continue to increase until there is some sort of nationwide approach, and until we can get folks that have been struggling with illicit substance disorders or challenges to seek help. You may have had an addiction in the past and put off getting help, but it has never been more important. The mixture of fentanyl and now xylazine in more traditional illicit substances has never been more prevalent. And so that's why we have worked extraordinarily hard to make sure that resources are out there. If you are struggling, you can go to treatmentatlas.org and put in information. It can guide you to where you can get help. It's never been more important. And I appreciate, again, you being here. And without further ado, I'll bring up your sheriff.
Thank you, General Moody. I want to thank you for bringing a light and shining it on this issue of xylazine, and you've been forward thinking on that, and what you've put on your website for our citizens to be able to get the resources they need has been fantastic, and hopefully people will pay attention to that. Here in our agency, our drug lab has discovered xylazine in drugs that we tested. Right on the other side of this wall behind me is our drug lab, over 150 times in the calendar year 2000.
All right, so officials there in Sarasota, Florida, giving a warning there about this new kind of zombie drug, what they are calling it, and trying to get the word out there on that drug. All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but before we do, we just want to show you we are monitoring a breaking news situation out of Chicago right now. This is outside of Trump Tower there in downtown Chicago in the River North area for a police situation that is going on right now, where they are saying that is a SWAT incident with a person with a rifle at Trump Tower at 401 North Wabash. Chicago police only confirmed that they are at Trump Tower handling an incident right there. So we will continue to monitor this here for you, and as soon as we get more details coming out of downtown Chicago, we will bring it to you right here. We are going to take that quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Arizona, where Senator Kristen Sinema is doing a roundtable on the border situation at the Arizona-Mexico border. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to monitor a breaking news situation out of Chicago. This is a Live Now look right here, right outside of Trump Tower there in Chicago, learning of a person that entered the building with a rifle. And right now, that is all the details that we know here at this time. So we are definitely going to keep an eye on this one. As soon as we get some more details, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and always direct right here. But just wanted to bring that to your attention to show that we are monitoring it, and we'll give you updates as we get them with the police tape that is up around this building, and they have the area around Wabash Street there blocked off in the River North area of Chicago for this incident happening high above at Trump Tower. All right, in the meantime, everybody, we are going out to Arizona right here, where Arizona Senator Sinema is doing a roundtable on the border crisis. Let's listen right here.
Here could also be expanded nationwide.
Well, I think the work that you all are doing in terms of the collective effort that isn't concerned about boundaries or turf is really important. That's one of the biggest challenges that we see in government, is this concept of you can't do this or I can't do this because of some, arbitrary boundary, whether it's a city, county, government, or agency versus agency. We'd like to get the data in terms of how efficient this processes that you're using, but also a little bit of information about why it's integral that, as you said, Chief Thrasher, that you don't care about whose agency has jurisdiction, that you don't care about whether it's over your city boundary or someone else's. That, a little bit of information about that being critical to the success of the effort is really important for us to have. Because if we want to replicate this, we have to figure out how to convince other communities to have that same kind of approach of cooperation rather than turf.
Well, you got to get rid of egos.
It is.
Yeah. That's really what it boils down to.
Well, Congress doesn't have any of those, so that should be fine.
We're free from it. And that's happened quite a long time ago in this county.
Yeah.
Public safety became priority number one, and egos did not. So
that's right.
You know you're in a crisis when a police chief says we don't deal with jurisdictional issues.
That's right. Yeah. Sheriff, can we hear from, let's maybe hear from our mayors a little bit? Yeah.
I'm Mayor Hughes from Douglas, and I echo all of what they're saying, and it's to the point now I have citizens coming to me and say, why don't you guys just let them go through and let them go to Chicago, let them go to Dallas, let them go to North Carolina, and get them out of our hair, because it's causing issues here, and it's like, no, this is our country. We have to work together. And I can't say enough that, meeting recently with our chief agent in the Border Patrol here, he was saying, you show me anywhere else on this border where these guys get together and we all talk about the common thread of what the issue is and how we can do that. It is a federal problem, but we take it seriously here locally. And that's why we're working together, and that's why we stand together to be able to do that. We'd love for the federal government to come do their job. No offense to anybody.
We would too, actually.
Yeah, same page, man. But it's not happening.
Yeah.
And because we love this area, as Brian so eloquently put, this is a great area. We want this place to be able to raise our families here, and that's all we're asking for. But we do have the bad guys coming through here. Yeah. We don't have the asylum seekers. Even when President Biden further opened the border, we had one family come through Douglas, and that was it, from Peru. But on the other hand, I'm sitting out deer hunting this past October, and there to the north of me is in the East Mountains, east of Douglas. There's 15 camouflage, backpacked, young adult males traveling northwest. And so I approached the Border Patrol agent in charge, and he says, they're taking my agents elsewhere to process people.
Yes.
So we're concentrating on the most focused area that we have manpower to be able to stop. This, and so it's like, and I won't share with you where he said, well, here's our open areas, but I guarantee the cartels know that.
That's right.
And they know exactly how it is. And so down in Douglas, we get the bad people carrying drugs.
That's right.
Through here. Like the fence or don't like the fence, when the first fence came up back in the Bush era, it pushed a lot of the traffic outside our city limits. It's further pushed it, but now they're so bold. They, Sheriff told me the story. He's out visiting some of the workers on the fence when they're erecting it, and up come two illegals, catapult, come over and come down, and they ask him, hey, what are you doing? But we just wanted to see if we could do it. And so the technology, like we just mentioned, I think is very, very important to our area. It's something that was cut off. That funding was stopped right then, and that's when the conduit and all those things were there, waiting for that technology to kick in. So, again, we understand it's a federal problem, but we here are willing to help. But it's becoming a financial burden upon us, and that's the case. And we're, like I say, when this first started, Title 42 being reduced, I said, oh, let's gas up the buses, because let's take them to Tucson, let's take them to Phoenix, and get them out of our hair, because we don't have the ability to serve them.
That's right.
And so, again, I agree, Senator, it is a security issue first, that we got to shut this off, and then we need to seriously talk and put the Eagles behind us and the party affiliations behind us and talk about legal immigration and what it is and what it means. And it's frustrating that people that have never visited our border, your borders, to talk about that they say it's not an issue, or they say that it's not affecting us. Please, and I know I speak on behalf of all our colleagues here, that if you want us back in Washington, D.C. to talk to a group, we're there. Because we'd love to express the word or host them. If they want to come, we're here, Senator.
So, Mayor, I thank you so much for that. One of the things that I think we want to take you up on this offer is to help explain to some of our colleagues from other parts of the country exactly the phenomenon that you mentioned when you were out hunting. And I think a lot of people don't understand, a lot of our colleagues don't understand, that the cartels are intentionally choosing to bring asylum seekers to certain parts of the border at certain times with certain people to utilize the resources of our men and women in green. So they have to leave the field and transport and process. And by doing so, that leaves openings right here in Cochise County for the young men who are here solely to do bad, who are coming into the country trafficking drugs and are coming in to engage in dangerous criminal activity. A lot of people don't realize that it's a two-part strategy. And one thing that I'd like to ask you all to help us teach our colleagues in other parts of the country is that it is a two-part strategy. That you can say we want to treat migrants fairly and humanely, which we all do, and we want to allow people who qualify for asylum to come to the country, but to recognize that the way it's being utilized right now is to facilitate the trafficking of dangerous people and drugs through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Amen to that. I mean, you talk about humanely treated. We had a snake bite victim 10 miles east of town.
Yep.
By the time we got word, it was a migrant. I shouldn't say migrant. It was an illegal. I don't mix words. Coming through, got bit by a rattlesnake. We couldn't get, by the time the word got to us, and by the time we got an ambulance out there, and they perished.
Yeah.
And so you want to talk about humane, please don't throw that at us.
That's right.
Because it's not humane to push them out into the wilderness.
That's
They'll
right.
do that.
Yeah.
Figure out a way to do this honestly. I have 2 daughter-in-laws from Mexico. I have one from Brazil. Yeah. And there's a legal way to do that.
Yeah.
And there's good people. I mean, mind if I call you Juanito? Juanito?
My family calls me, so that's fine.
It's
like I'm 58 years old. I'm 58, but I'm actually 40, guys.
That was harsh. That was very harsh.
But he's a prime example. Parents are wanting to come to this community. My mother-in-law was one of those that wanted to better their life, wanted to come here legally. And so there should be a process. for good people that want to come here. I think we're all, I mean, my family's from England, Germany, all around. So it's possible.
Yeah.
But I just frustrated that, because some of us have R's behind our name that, the D's don't want to talk to us. And vice versa, and it's sad because we're playing
Saying
with
jump in
human lives.
the independent water. It's good.
Oh, I appreciate that, Senator.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor?
Ma'am, so I want to just talk about the impact of quality of life. Sheriff Downs and my chief about the high-speed chases. It's to a point where I have a 16-year-old daughter. She just started driving, got her first car, and now I'm kind of fearful of allowing her just to drive on our streets. I taught her how to take the residential routes to go to school, and now that the illegals or the low drivers are now using the residential streets to go 100 miles an hour. I represent almost 50,000 people in Sierra Vista, and one chase, Chief will tell you this, one chase ended up no more than 500 feet from the school?
Well, went through the school zone.
It went through the school zone.
Through the school zone and hit bicycles.
And hit a bicycle.
Oh my God.
And my mom, Bella Vista, lives only 5 houses away from that school. I'm even fearful of my mom coming out and driving on our residential streets. They're using the streets, they're using our thoroughfares, 115 miles an hour. And a teenager driving like this through our streets, I just look at my son and my daughter. I tell them, just be safe. Pray for them every time they leave the house. Because I don't know. I back up, my house backs up on one of the thoroughfares, one of the highways, and I hear it every night. It's 3 times a night. Just cars. You know it's a chase.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for a chief just to call my phone and say, "Hey, sir, we got another fatality." It's just. I don't know what to do. Chief does an awesome job. Sheriff does an awesome job, but we just need help.
Yeah.
The thing is that we have children out there.
Yeah.
Children hitting children.
Yeah.
I would love to come to Congress. I would love to stand before Congress and just tell Congress we need help down here. It's getting to a point where I just want to keep my kids at home because I'm so fearful. I tell my mom, don't go out. If you need to go out, let me go out and get your food.
Yeah.
I'm a pastor of a church. I tell my church, if y'all need to go out, just let me go get my food. Let me go get your food. Because it's got to that point.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do.
Thanks, Mayor. Tell us about what's happening at the school.
Thank you, Senator, and members of Congress. Appreciate you coming down. So, Cochise College is a county-wide district on our original campus, founded in 1964, is halfway between Bisbee and Douglas. It is the oasis in the middle of the desert, 550 acres, has residential housing, has a full public airport. We run a flight school through there. It is surrounded by farm and agriculture land. Across the highway is private-owned property that the current property owner is not willing to allow Border Patrol to come on. I'm literally a mile from the border, so they have now free access, once they get over the wall, free access through that property. Sheriff has some cameras. We appreciate cameras, but I will tell you, cameras can't be the solution because when we get them on camera, they're already in country.
Also, cameras don't catch people.
They jump the highway, and they are now on Cochise College property. Our campus is well lit, so at night it becomes the wayfinder. Head towards the campus. Cartels tell some that is Tucson, head to the lights. They show up at the lights. Now, here's what I want to share with you. Federal policy is not working. Decisions making in D.C. do not work. The current administration came out with protected places that said Border Patrol could not service any of hospitals, schools, or colleges or universities. Now, I understand on a federal level, if you're thinking of a major university somewhere in the middle of the country, maybe you don't want Border Patrol there. I'm a campus that's a mile from the border. When my security pick up illegals on my campus and we call Border Patrol, the solution can be, can you march them to the highway because we can't come on your campus. Now, under the leadership of Senator Kelly, he worked with Tucson sector. We did get a cutout. We're probably the only college in America that has a cutout that says the decision for Border Patrol to come onto our campus doesn't have to go to D.C. The decision can be made at the Tucson sector. That changed the game. But I have illegals sleeping in our dugouts at night, sleeping in our hay barn, sleeping in our airplanes on the runway. We've got illegals running down the runway. It's become a major issue for us of how we do it. Now, fortunately, to date, we have not had any incidences, but I'm concerned about the startle. So somebody's sleeping in the hay barn.
All right, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox as we do wait for a White House briefing scheduled for the top of the hour.
And sleep in one of our student housing things, or sleeping in an airplane. The Border Patrol has been wonderful. The Sheriff's Department, we've had great partners. Everybody works to help us keep in there. But it's getting crazy, and we know that we are not the point they want to be to. We are the wayfinder because of lights. Then once they get to us, they go around us. We have cornfields, and so when the corn is high enough, we don't get many on campus because they sleep in the cornfields. Once the corn gets chopped, which is quite an incident, we should introduce you to the rancher related to what they had to do in order to chop their corn. Once the corn is chopped, now we're the place to go. We're the place to hang out. We're the place to slide through. It's just concerning. We've had to change a lot of our philosophies on campus on accessibility. I'm fearful that one of our students in housing is going to take up the opportunity to start transporting. We're easily, we have a number of cars that will come onto campus looking for their load. We're going to now secure our campus at night. We have to go through a security system to get into campus at night. Those are just challenges that we shouldn't have to face in a community college where access is really the key thing. Now, here's the interesting part. For most of our commuter students, those that live in Douglas and Bisbee and Sierra, they're actually okay with it because they've lived it their entire life. But students I bring from other areas are not used to seeing men in camouflage running through campus. It's just not the normal thing that you see, and it's detrimental to our learning environment. Some things I think that where the federal government can help. Recognize in Cochise County it is not an immigration issue. Anytime we want to talk immigration, this is not an immigration issue. This is a border security issue in our county. I'm not making light of what's happening in other places. But the ironic thing is we end up with an immigration issue. A large group of migrants come in. Well, we do something, Coach. We're asked out of the Tucson sector to send all of our Wilcox station to Texas to process. The Wilcox station runs the checkpoints. So we shut down the checkpoints. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was part of the plan to shut down the checkpoints in the county where the cars are fleeing through. It doesn't make sense. The other part that I'll say is we have a number of initiatives. The Cochise College and the City of Douglas was awarded a grant to put in broadband in rural areas. Senator, we'd ask you if you'd get with the White House to release that out of the Treasury. The dollars have been appropriated. The grants have been awarded. The Arizona Commerce Authority and the governor's office is waiting for that. Here's where the issue
Okay, we can do that.
I've got the information for it. Here's where the issue is. The cartels understand what it takes. They have great communication. On my campus, you turn on your cell phone, the tower you get is Mexico. You turn on broadband, the tower you get is Mexico. We have no infrastructure because the cartels understand how to communicate. Communication is the key. Rural Arizona has been left behind. We can't communicate. As the mayor said, we actually have conduit along the border that could go a long ways that remains unlit. I think there's just solutions that we could do that would just make life much easier for us if we just take advantage of the things we have and the things we're trying to do and not allow a one answer for all problems out of D.C.
Yeah, thanks.
Senator, sorry to interrupt. We have to go to conclusions.
Before we do that, I want to hear from John. So, John, you get the last word, sir.
Well, thank you. The border isn't about immigration, it's about smuggling. No matter what it is, it's smuggling. The sheriff, county attorney, Sabre team, I wouldn't be out of business, but 5 guys from the sheriff department have controlled our corridor, 15 miles. Brian prosecuted, real simple. We haven't had dope on our ranch for 5 years. I got 15 people an hour coming through in camo, but because of what the Sabre team has done, and 5 deputies did this with the county attorney. And we've got a 400-man station at NACO. Half of them are detailed to Tucson.
That's right.
The other half of what's left is running the checkpoint center.
That's right.
So we've got 2 guys in 13 miles patrolling the border. It costs us about 33% more to operate on the ranch because of the damages, fences, water. The magnitude of the traffic, whether it's human or Border Patrol has access. I believe the Border Patrol, if they were able to do their job, that they can control the NACO sector. That's 33 miles. Once you come out and go almost to Douglas. I believe they could control it 90%. And we've got a wall the whole way.
That's right.
But they don't have the manpower.
Right.
And then...
That was a roundtable. They're still happening right now in Douglas, Arizona, right on the border there. And, of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you being here. I'm your host, Mike Page, here as we are coming up on a new hour here. We welcome everyone for continuing to join us. We're keeping an eye on the severe weather that continues to impact the Midwest right now as strong storms continue to push through Missouri and southern Illinois at this time. This coming after a deadly tornado came through Missouri, so we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. And I also want to alert you of a situation that we are monitoring out of Chicago. This is a police situation at Trump Tower in Chicago right now, where we are learning that a person stormed through the building and went up to the 27th floor with a rifle. We don't have any more information than that, but police and SWAT team members are at the scene right now. You can see right there in the background there, the Trump International Hotel and tower there. This is a mixed-use building that has condos, apartments, as well as a hotel and several restaurants and a couple of bars there in this tower. So a very populated building, and really now police continue to investigate and try to figure out what is going on there with their SWAT team members. You can see right now that they are just standing by here with the police tape around the area here of Trump Tower in Chicago. So as soon as we get more details on this, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But you can see the whole block is blocked off here at this time. And once we get more information, we will pass that along to you. But once again, this Trump Tower situation in Chicago continues to unfold this hour. It's 1 o'clock local time right there. So we'll be keeping an eye definitely on this story. All right, coming up here in just a moment as well, White House briefing will be happening. Peter Ducey filing a report right now with Fox News Channel, and we'll be awaiting that White House briefing. As soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to go right now where police officials out in the Philadelphia suburbs coming up with a task force to take down illegal guns in the area. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Also used in another crime, and those are hits and confirmed by human firearms examiners before it's passed on to detectives who can use that information to look at the evidence and the suspects in each case related to the FCCs and determine the connections. So this process happens very quickly in order to make it a useful investigative tool for all of our 4 counties, which will share this NIBIN machine that's going to be housed here in Montgomery County. So getting a crime scene FCC into the NIBIN system within a short period of time, within 48 hours or less, not only betters our chance of solving the crime at hand, but it also enables us to interrupt the shooting cycle, stopping a shooter from doing it again, and therefore reducing overall gun violence. And like I said before, that's game changing, but it's also life changing, because this is an opportunity to save lives. So I want to turn it over to the special agent in charge of our region for ATF, Eric Degree, to talk a little bit about the system, and we'll make some time for questions afterwards. So, you know, if there's specific things in the technical aspects, we'll be glad to answer that. So, Eric, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Steele, you hit it out of the park, really describing a lot of this, so some of my comments will be brief. In 1997, ATF established NIBIN to provide local, state, and federal law enforcement across the country with an automated ballistic imaging network. This technology is vital to agencies' violent crime reduction strategies because it enables investigators to link multiple shooting events anywhere in the nation. Since its inception, as Mr. Steele says, there's been over 6 million pieces of ballistic evidence that have been entered into the system, and over 722,000 investigative leads that have been given to investigators to combat violent crime. NIBIN, along with ATF's E-Trace systems, are critical parts of any crime gun intelligence program. ATF CJICs are multi-agency law enforcement collaborations which are focused on stopping gun crime by collecting, analyzing, and distributing intelligence reports about crime guns across all jurisdictions. Currently, there are 293 NIBIN sites throughout the United States, 7 of which are currently located in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. There's 3 NIBIN sites held with the Pennsylvania State Police Laboratories. They're housed in Greensburg, Bethlehem, and Pittsburgh. There's additional sites in Allegheny County, the Berks County DA's office, the Philadelphia Police Department, and now this new site in Montgomery County. Additional sites in Pennsylvania are planned. The ATF Philadelphia Field Division is going to be operating a site in the near future, and also the Erie Police Department is planning a site for their jurisdiction. As the number of sites that grow across the state, the amount of intelligence gaps decrease, giving investigators a better chance of identifying and apprehending shooters that don't respect city or county lines. In 2021, the Philadelphia Field Division established its own criminal enforcement group called the CGIT, which is the Crime Gun Enforcement Team, focused solely on doing NIBIN-led investigations, such as Mr. Steele's office and the other counties are engaging in now. That group has been very successful using this technology and have been responsible for the arrest of over 92 individuals responsible for at least 541 acts of violence. ATF is committed to helping its state, local, and federal partners by providing timely gun intelligence products such as NIBIN, as well as training to ensure that they have all the necessary tools to reduce violent crime. Thank you.
Okay, so we wouldn't be standing here today to talk about this and being able to announce such a significant new investigative tool without the partnership that each of our counties has with HIDA. HIDA has been an invaluable resource in drug trafficking investigations, intelligence, and ongoing efforts to reduce violent crime. Drug trafficking and firearms trafficking and drugs go hand in hand. Our partnership with HIDA has made an invaluable difference to our law enforcement efforts, and I can't thank Jerry and Brian enough for the efforts that they went through to help us to get in this position. So I want to turn it over to our Deputy Director of the Liberty Mid-Atlantic HIDA, Brian Michael.
Thank you, DA Steele, Sector Degree, and all our law enforcement partners here. First off, question many of you may have is, what is a HIDA? It stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program, and that's the key word. It's a program. We are not an agency, therefore we do not compete with any of our federal, state, or local partners. In fact, the opposite is true. HIDAs actually foster cooperation and collaboration through information sharing, resource sharing, and intelligence sharing. An important way that HIDA encourages these partnerships is through funding. The HIDA program injects federal funding into state, local, regional task forces that address drug trafficking, violent crime, and fugitive apprehension. The cornerstone of the HIDA program's approach is to encourage innovative approaches to address the region's most critical needs. And as we all know in this region, gun crime is a critical need that needs to be addressed. That's why this NIBIN Regional Collaboration Project was such an important thing for us to find the funding to make happen. The NIBIN's most important quality is really decreasing the time to crime between when a shooter uses a gun and leaves the firearms evidence behind at a crime scene, and that gun is then used in another crime or fatality. Guns are not like a kilogram of cocaine or heroin that are used once and used up. Crime guns are utilized by individuals and organizations and then passed on to another individual or organization to continue the cycle of violence. A crime gun is an agnostic tool to both the shooter and the subject being shot. It's a simple tool of intimidation, violence, compliance, or death. By identifying the tool's history, location, and user from the past, it's possible for investigators to prevent future crimes. And that's what the whole NIBIN system is about, preventing future crimes and putting those users behind bars. Just like it's difficult for a carpenter to build a home without a hammer, it's difficult for a criminal organization to decimate a neighborhood without a crime gun. So the goal of the NIBIN Regional Collaboration Site is to make sure that all our local citizens can live in neighborhoods free of gun crime. And for that, I'm very proud to stand up here today with all our partners and announce the acquisition of the NIBIN Collaboration Site. Thanks.
You know, if you're wondering why we're here at our public safety training campus, which is a little unusual as a site for us, and Carl has made sure I knew that, because he doesn't like to leave the Montgomery County Courthouse or One Montgomery Plaza. But one of the things that's going on right now is this training that is being conducted, and we had over 75 officers this morning, police officers, detectives from police departments all over Montgomery County that were sworn by Judge O'Neill into this gun violence.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We were listening there to police officials talking about that task force in the Philadelphia areas. What we will do now, take you out to another live event right here at the White House, briefing just underway,
where he will mark the tremendous progress since the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement 25 years ago and underscore the readiness of the United States to support Northern Ireland's vast economic potential to the benefit of all communities. Next, the President will travel to Ireland, where he will discuss our close cooperation on the full range of shared global challenges. He will also hold various engagements, including Dublin, County Louth, and County Mayo, and celebrate the deep historic ties that link our countries and people. We will have more information on this trip to announce soon. And finally, I want to wish a happy Passover to Jewish Americans in communities across the country who will gather around the Seder table tonight. As the President said today, Passover is more than just recounting of the past. It reminds us of our moral obligation of state clearly and forcefully that anti-Semitism must stop. Passover is also a story of redemption, resilience, and unity, a story of people coming together with a shared faith and a shared people for a better tomorrow. With that, Zeke, you want to kick us off?
Thank you. First off, on last note there about Passover, President Mazata this morning referenced his anti-Semitism strategy. He hasn't, Doug Emhoff, some gentlemen, has talked about it as well. When does he actually want to see that strategy released?
So don't have a timeline for the strategy on when we would want to see that moving forward, but clearly the president has been very vocal on the anti-Semitism that we have seen across the country, the violence, and so of course we're going to continue to speak to that, as I just did just now, as the president did clearly in his statement. Just don't have any update on the specific strategy.
We've seen additional devastating tornadoes and storms over the last several days. Does the president plan to travel to Arkansas? Are there additional calls you can read out, and what's the status of federal support for the target communities?
So don't have an update on any travel that the president's going to be making. I can say federal teams continue to work closely with state and local officials to get impacted communities the support they need. President Biden has been in touch with leaders across the impacted states. We've got hundreds of FEMA personnel on the ground. That includes over 400 FEMA personnel in Mississippi, over 120 FEMA personnel in Arkansas. They're surveying damage, assisting with recovery efforts, and more. In Mississippi, for example, FEMA has distributed more than $2 million in individual assistance, and we're committed to supporting impacted communities as long as it takes. Of course, this is something that unfortunately the president has had to deal with when it comes to these type of extreme weather during his first 2 years of administration, so he takes this very seriously. I just don't have anything to share on travel, but clearly FEMA's on the ground doing, and other government officials, entities are on the ground doing everything that we can to support the citizens of these two states in particular.
And just one last one on a different topic. The attacks on the prosecutor in New York, on the judge in New York in the Trump case, some directed by the president. There's criticism from the Mexican president of that prosecution. I understand you yesterday was well covered that you don't want to talk about the specifics of the case, but can you speak to criticism or attacks on the judicial system and the nation's system of governance and jurisprudence? Yeah,
I totally understand the question, and I'll just so that I'm on the record, per usual, I'm not going to speak to an ongoing case, and we've been very consistent and very prudent about that, so I'm going to continue to leave that there. But more broadly, of course, and you've heard me say this, you've heard the president say this many times, we condemn any type of attacks on any judge or our judicial system that we have seen over the last 2 years in particular, as the president has been in office. But again, I'm not going to speak to the case specifically, but that is something that we definitely condemn.
One more on that topic. Can you just confirm or tell us how the president was informed of the charges against his predecessor? Was he briefed on that?
Do you mean yesterday with So look, the president clearly, and I said this yesterday, the president's focus is on the American people. That's going to continue to be his focus. He, as he was last week when the announcement was made of an indictment, he was of course briefed by his senior members of his staff, just like as we all found out, you all learned through reports, the media reporting, and that's all I have. I don't have anything more to share on that.
And on the meeting between House Speaker McCarthy and the Taiwanese president, has the U.S. seen any signs that China could be preparing some kind of response to this meeting? Any evidence that they could launch any kind of military drills like they did around Speaker Pelosi?
So I'm just going to be I'm just going to repeat what Secretary Blinken said. As you all heard him moments ago when he did his press avail in Belfast, Belgium. In Brussels, was confusing with the topper with the president going to Ireland and the UK. He was very, very clear, and we've been very clear. We have said there is no reason for Beijing to turn this transit into something that is used as a pretext to overreact. We've been very clear about that. This is something, when you look at this transit that the president of Taiwan is doing, this is something that's been part of a long tradition, a long U.S. tradition. And so, again, we just do not see, there should not be a reason for the PCR to overreact here.
And just one quick one on the trip to Ireland. In the past, the president has taken members of several generations of his family with him when he's made similar trips. Can you discuss, is anybody else going to be coming along?
We'll have more to share. Don't have anything specific on if there are going to be members of his family attending the trip next week, but we'll certainly have more to share as we get closer to the date.
Along those lines, is he going to retrace his family roots there? Why is it personally important for him to go on this trip?
Yeah, just to give you a little bit more. So again, we'll have more in the coming days. Look, the president is eager. I actually had a conversation with him this morning about this particular trip. He's eager to visit the United Kingdom and Ireland, two nations whom we have close ties to. He, as I mentioned, will have a series of engagements, Belfast, in Dublin, and County Louth, and County Mayo. But as I mentioned, look, he's looking forward to this. The president is going to be highlighting, as you talk about his family, how his family history is part of that larger shared history between U.S. and Ireland. Waves of Irish immigrants helped shape America's spirit of freedom and of our drive for independence, which launched an irrevocable friendship between our two countries. So yes, that part of the trip where it connects to his family is going to be incredibly important to him, but also the broader Irish American community, as well as we talk about immigrants, as we talk about how this country was created. So he is definitely looking forward to this trip.
On the debt ceiling, definitely interested if you have any updates to share, conversations that have happened, including on a staff level. But more specifically, is the White House open to a short-term increase at this time?
What I can say is what we've been saying for months now, for weeks now, which is we believe that the debt ceiling should be dealt with in a way that Congress has done so in a bipartisan way for the last couple of decades, right? If you think about the 3 times where Democrats came together with Republicans to deal with the debt ceiling, this is how we believe it's their constitutional duty. We do not believe that the full credit and faith and credit of our nation should be held hostage. We've been very clear on that. There's no negotiation that we will be having on that particular issue because it is something that Congress needs to deal with. So I don't have anything more to share on that. We are waiting. We're waiting for House congressional members to put forth a budget. The president did that. He showed his values. He showed how he sees the fiscal responsibility of the president as we move forward and to show and be really transparent to the American people. We're waiting for House members to do the same, House Republican members to do the same.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Congress needs to deal with this issue as they have done in the last administration 3 times.
Can I get any sort of reaction from the White House to this liberal judge winning in the Supreme Court election in Wisconsin? Just broadly speaking, does the White House see this as voters casting their ballots in support of abortion access and a sign of things to come heading into 2024?
So more broadly, time and time again, the American people have shown their resolute support for reproductive freedom in our democracy, and last night was no different. We saw that clearly after the midterm elections. At every opportunity following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, from Kansas ballot initiative in August and to the clean sweep of 5 abortion ballot initiatives, as I just mentioned, in November, to Virginia's special election in January, to last night's elections in Wisconsin, the message from voters has been clear. Americans want the freedom to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference. They have been very clear about that. Yet, though, you see Republican elected officials are more committed than ever to attack those fundamental freedoms that Americans should have. And look, you have Republican officials in Florida, in North Carolina, in Nebraska are attempting to pass extreme abortion bills. You have in Congress where we've seen 3 national abortion bills come out this year from Republicans in Congress. And so, look, we believe that it is important for Americans to have their freedom, including their right to make a decision, women to have their right to make a decision on their own health care. And so this is an administration that's going to continue to fight for those freedoms.
Just one more on a different race, the mayoral race in Chicago. Does the White House feel like there are any lessons for Democrats based on the results of that race, particularly in terms of how the party should talk about and discuss issues related to crime?
So I'm limited in what I can say as it looks forward to 24 or any future elections. What I can speak to, and as we've done many times here, is speak to the president's record. He believes that we should fund the police and give law enforcement the resources they need for effective accountability and community policing. That is something that the president has been very vocal about and has taken action on. That's why he supported, again, the COPS program, and he signed the American Rescue Plan, which had $350 billion to local governments to keep cops on the beat. So the president has been very clear about this and in his support in making sure that American families and communities are protected and feel safe, and he's going to continue to do that work, but not going to dive into any specifics on how politically to move forward, especially as we get into 2024.
On that, though, I hear you being a little more laudatory in terms of the results in Wisconsin versus in Mr. Johnson's win last night.
Oh, I was asked specifically about crime and how we move forward on crime.
What does he make of Mr. Johnson's win?
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, that was not the question that I got asked. I got specifically asked about crime. Look, I can say this. The president sends his congratulations to Chicago Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson. The president looks forward to working with him to deliver for the people of Chicago. Look, what I can say is this. The Mayor-elect Johnson is a former teacher and a union organizer. His victory is a testament to the strength and organizing power of our educators. And that's something that we saw yesterday. And so I'll just leave it there.
And can I button up regarding yesterday and how the president learned about all this? Are you telling us that he only learned about this through staffing, or did he consume any of this as a news consumer?
I can tell you this. Here's what I can tell you, is that the president was focused on working on behalf of the American people. He met with his senior advisors, his senior team yesterday, and in the Oval Office. That's what he was continuing to do throughout the day, and that's kind of how he's moving forward. That's what he's going to pay attention to. And you saw that. You saw that in Minnesota this week, his focus on Chips and Science Act, how we're bringing manufacturing back to this country, creating more than 800,000 jobs. That is something that the president is going to continue to focus. How do we build an economy that leaves no one behind? So that's what the president is doing. I've been very clear about that. That's going to be his focus. He's not focused on this indictment. That's not what our focus is on. That's something that is an ongoing case. We will let others deal with that. Our focus is what the president was elected to do, is make sure that we deliver for the American public.
Just real quick, not a question, but a request following up on Mary's question about who's going with the president from the Biden family and the wider clan. Can we get clarification at some point in the process of that, of exactly how this is paid for? There have been questions in the past about when he travels with family or when people are staying here about how that is handled.
Yeah, and we're not doing it any differently than other families who have been in the White House, who have held office, and so we'll share more when we have more to share on who's going to be traveling with him. I don't have that information, so don't want to get ahead of that. But of course, the president is a president that follows the law and does these types of things in the appropriate fashion, the appropriate way.
Hey, Corinne, you mentioned the president traveled to Minnesota this week. He had a meeting yesterday on artificial intelligence. You said he's looking forward to this trip to Ireland as well. In any other news environment, these might be stories that are really driving both national and local headlines. But as the questions that you got yesterday indicate, there's one other story really dominating the news right now. Can you talk about the White House's strategy to make sure the president's message is getting through to the American people, and the former president's legal troubles are likely not to go away at all this year? Is there concern that this will take away from the president's ability to communicate that message this year?
Well, we've been very clear. Here at the podium yesterday, as you just mentioned, and today, we've been very clear what our focus is on. I actually got questions on AI, a few questions on AI yesterday that we were able to answer and speak to from the podium. Look, our focus is going to continue to be the American people. What you all cover is up to all of you, but we're going to do our best to stay the course, to talk about the issues that matter, right? We think about the economy. Americans really care about the economy. They want to hear how the president is going to continue to lower costs for them, and that's what we're going to continue to talk about. And so that doesn't change anything. We talked about AI. We went to Minnesota to talk about Chips and Science Act, a very historic piece of legislation that's going to make a difference in creating good-paying jobs and bringing jobs back here to this country. And so, again, things that we're not going to stop to talk about, these critically important issues that the American people really want to hear from this president about. So we're just going to stay the course. That's our focus.
Thank you. Today marks 1 week since the Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich was detained by Russia. Secretary Blinken said today he has no doubt that Evan was wrongfully detained. If that's the case, then what's the holdup in making a formal determination? Can you provide more clarity on timing?
And he also said in those very remarks that there's a process, right? There's a process that's underway, and so we have to let the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State Department do their job here. Wrongfully detention determinations, again, are made by them, and the Secretary of State has said that while there is still a formal process that needs to play out, he has no doubt on this one, right? And so I think that says everything that you need to know, their commitment, the priority that he has to make sure that we do everything that we can for Evan, and also make sure that we bring Paul Whelan home.
Why hasn't President Biden spoken directly to Evan's family? Does he have any plans to meet with them as he did with the families of Brittany Grider and Paul Whelan last fall?
So look, this case is a priority to the president, as I mentioned yesterday. I don't have any calls to read out, but I will say that our thoughts are with Evan's family, and again, this is a priority for this president. I'll give you a little bit of an update. Yesterday, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, U.S. representative of the United Nations, as you all know, spoke with her counterpart today, and Ambassador NIBIN to announce, to once again convey the United States' grave concern about his detention and call for his immediate release. And so again, the department, and I said this yesterday, the Department of State continues to seek consular access to Evan. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow has not yet received any approval for consular access, despite repeated requests. It will likely take some time, so a couple of days, before we have access. But again, this is a priority for this president, and we're going to be steadfast as that. You heard from the secretary himself say no doubt in his mind, which I think tells you everything that you need to know.
Thanks, Corinne. Yesterday, your office put out word that the president would not be attending the King's coronation, King Charles, and that the First Lady would be going on behalf of the United States. Can you explain the decision and why the president decided that he would not go as head of state on behalf of the U.S.?
So let me just first say, the president had about a 25-minute, 30-minute call with King Charles III, and during which he congratulated the king. I think we put that out last night, his upcoming coronation, and they have a very friendly conversation. They have a good relationship with the king. He talked about how he enjoyed visiting the Queen, I should say, back in 2021, he and the First Lady at Windsor, and he hoped to visit again soon. Actually, during that call, the King offered for him to come and do a state visit, which the President accepted, and so they will see each other again very soon, and I'll just leave it there. But again, they have a very good relationship. There are many things that they both care about, key shared values, key shared issues that they want to continue to discuss, like climate change, and that conversation will continue, and there will be a visit in the near future.
Any sense whether that state visit might happen before the end of this year?
I don't have a timeline at this time. I can't say when it will be, but the president was appreciative of the offer by the king and looks forward to that state visit.
A follow to that question, will the president meet with King Charles when he's in the United Kingdom next week, or the Prime Minister?
Look, we'll have more to share on who he's going to be meeting with. I just don't have anything to share at this time.
And just another question quickly. There was a study today that was released by the former Bureau of Labor Statistics Director showing that Americans are working fewer hours. Is there any concerns that could add pressure to the job market and the Fed's efforts to bring down inflation?
Well, I'm not going to talk to the Fed's efforts, their monetary policy, and that's something that we're going to do here, from here. The president has been very clear. We want to give them the space to have their independence, so not going to speak to any actions or potential actions that they might take. As far as the report, that's the first time I'm hearing about this, so would need to connect with our economics team here. But look, the president, we have talked about how the economy, the president's policy when it relates to the economy is working, right? We see created jobs. The president, under his economic plan, has created jobs to more than 12 million jobs. We saw 300,000 jobs that we created just last month. We see unemployment that is at a historic low at 3.6%, and so we're continuing to see a plan that doesn't leave anybody behind and make sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. As far as that report, I would have to connect with the economic team.
Excuse me. Thank you. On the Wisconsin election, I guess I'm curious about what the president's role is on abortion. The VP is obviously taking kind of a lead and speaking out on it. But what is the president's role? I mean, we haven't really seen him take the issue on the road, for example, meeting with stakeholders. What position is he playing in this?
Well, if you look at what the administration has done, we've taken historic action. We've taken a historic action because of the president leading that effort, asking his administration to figure out what other ways that we can move forward in to make sure that there is access to reproductive health care. And so the president has taken a whole government approach through his reproductive health care task force. He put that together, right, to protect women's access to reproductive health care. And he signed 2 executive orders to protect a woman's right to travel to receive reproductive health care, strengthen privacy measures, and address discrimination in care. This is something that the president has taken very seriously, along with the vice president. But what we're seeing on the other side is Republicans doing everything in their power to make sure that reproductive care is not available to women. When you see these national bans, when you see these types of draconian pieces of legislation across the country, that is not something the American people want to see. We know this by just looking at the midterms. I just laid out all of the different special elections that we saw and issue-based elections that we saw just last year, where the American people spoke very loudly. They want their freedoms. They want the opportunity to decide what they should do, what their decision when it comes to health care.
Can I ask regarding Beijing and the meeting between McCarthy and the Taiwan president? What kind of conversation has the White House been having with Beijing, if any, just to kind of dissuade any potential violence or any type of response to the meeting?
So our channels of communications are open, and we have had a consistent message that has urged restraint. And in recent days, we have conveyed directly to the Chinese at high levels that escalation is uncalled for. And so we'll continue to keep those channels.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Jerusalem, what's the White House's response to that, and can you talk about any conversations going on that?
So on the violence that we saw very recently, at least starting with the mosque, we remain extremely concerned by the continuing violence, and we urge all sides to avoid further escalation. It is imperative now more than ever that Israelis and Palestinians work together to de-escalate tensions and restore calm. And look, and that's what you've been hearing from this president and from this administration, privately and publicly, for over the past 6 weeks. And again, we're going to continue to do that, again, privately and publicly.
Thank you, Corinne. Senor. Hello. Corinne, there seems to be a bit of a mix-up, I know it was messaging mix-up, or what was going on about the invitation to LSU, the basketball team from LSU. But it seems that their star, Angel Reese, has said that she will not be coming and the team won't be coming. And I think that was even after the White House cleared up this mix-up about whether the runners-up will also be invited. Can you clear it up?
So the president and the first lady have expressed their very much how they're looking forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers and also the University of Connecticut, the men's basketball team, the Huskies, right here at the White House, continuing a long tradition that we have had here, celebrating a White House tradition that we have had for celebrating the championship. So we look forward to welcoming them, LSU Tigers. Tigers and also the Yukon Huskies, and that is something that we are again looking forward to having.
As far as you know, they're coming, the Tigers?
Well, as you know, the president put out a statement inviting them. I don't have anything further to share on that, but again, we're looking forward to celebrating both teams here, the Yukon Huskies and also the LSU Tigers.
Thank you. Twitter labeled National Public Radio as a government-influenced entity, putting NPR in the same category as Russia Today or Chinese media. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, so social media companies make their own independent decisions about content rules, so I won't comment on Twitter's rules, but what I will say more broadly, I'll say there's no doubt of the independence of NPR's journalists. And it has been, if you've ever been on the receiving end of their questions, you know this. You know that they have their independence in journalism. NPR journalists work diligently to hold public officials accountable and inform the American people. The hard-hitting, independence nature of their coverage speaks for itself, and so I'll leave it there. Go ahead, Michael.
That's great. About a week ago, the governor of Idaho signed a bill into law authorizing the use of firing squads against death penalty prisoners. Idaho's the 5th state to legalize the use of firing squads. Do you have a comment, or does the administration have a position on this matter?
So I haven't talked to our team about that particular law. I would have to look into it before I can speak about it from here. And so I'll just leave it there, and we'll get back to you on that particular question. Good.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your judicial nominee for the trial court in Mississippi. Senator Hyde-Smith had said she wouldn't support the nominee. I know you're sticking with your nominee. What do you hope to see Senator Durbin do next?
So, look, when you think about our nominee, it's Biden was very proud to choose someone who is deeply qualified, dedicated to our Constitution, and who received the backing of Republicans and Democrats in Mississippi. And he is a duly elected district attorney, is clearly trusted by many of Senator Hyde-Smith's constituents, and to keep them safe and ensure that justice is done. So it is unfortunate, sadly, that regardless of being duly consulted well in advance, and despite Senator Wicker returning a blue slip, Senator Hyde-Smith is preventing the people of Mississippi from having a judge in place in a timely fashion to uphold the rule of law for her state. So, furthermore, Senator Hyde-Smith never raised these issues before today over the course of months, including when she met with Mr. Cullum several weeks ago, and never suggested any alternative candidates. And so, look, to your point, we're going to stick with our we think our highly qualified candidate, and I'll leave it there.
Do you, or does the president still believe that blue slips, should be required for trial court nominees, or would you want the senator to move forward with this one?
So look, I'll leave it to Congress and I'll leave it to the Senate to figure that piece out. But what I can say is we believe Scott is a thoroughly qualified candidate, and we're going to leave it there and continue to support his candidacy, his nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corrine. First on the news of the day. Does it bug President Biden when former presidents suck up all the oxygen?
What's important to the president is to continue to focus on the American people. That is what's important to the president.
So he's good to lay low for a couple news cycles then.
So look, here's the thing, Peter, and this is what we will speak to. We will speak to the fact that this is a president that has been able to get historic pieces of legislation done. When you think about the infrastructure legislation, something that, we heard many times during the last administration, Infrastructure Week, guess what this president was able to do? He was able to bring both sides together to get this done. And now we're seeing investments in the country, a rebuilding in the country that we haven't seen in 70 years. That's what the president cares about. He cares about the fact that Medicare is now able to work, talk to Big Pharma to lower and to negotiate and lower costs. That's what the president cares about. What he wants to see is how do we build on his economic policies, economic plan that we that has been able to turn this country around from when he first walked in, from what we saw happen in the last administration, basically a mess when it came to the economy, when it came to dealing with COVID. So what the president wants to do is to build on that, and that's his focus. He wakes up every morning thinking about the American people. He goes to bed every night thinking about the American people.
Okay. On the Taiwan president visit, if China tries to take over Taiwan, is President Biden still committed to putting U.S. boots on the ground in Taiwan?
We've answered this question multiple times. I don't have anything else to share.
Okay. And then on the China spy craft, why did President Biden say about the China spy craft in February, we were able to protect sensitive sites against collection, if that's not true?
I'm not going to dive into any reporting. That's not something I'm going to do. I'm not going to confirm any reporting. Look, we knew the flight.
Not reporting. The DNI said today that the U.S. does not appear to have provided critical new insights to the People's Republic of China. So is it they didn't provide any new critical insights, or they didn't get anything?
I would refer you to the ODNI if you have specific questions on their reporting. What I can tell you from here, and what we have said many times, is that we knew the flight path of the balloon before it crossed the United States. We took precautions in advance to ensure that it didn't get sensitive information. And when it comes to technology like this balloon, it has limited additive value compared to other means of intelligent collection. And we have said that. And the bottom line is, this is the administration that identified the problem and took action.
Thanks, Green. How is the White House preparing for the medication abortion rulings, and who's involved in and leading those efforts?
So, again, going to be very careful as that is, as we're still waiting for the ruling to come forth. We have been talking internally how we would move forward if that were this unprecedented action was taken, and so just don't have anything more to share on that. But again, this is something, if it were to happen, would be unprecedented. I don't want to get into specifics around ongoing litigation. I'll say this, that this is about the FDA's authority to make its independent evidence-based decision on drugs. Decision on what medication can be used in our country should not be determined in a court. They should be determined based on their safety, science, and the data. And so the bottom line, when you think about mifepristone, this is a drug that's been around for 2 decades. This is a drug that is used in 60 other countries. Again, this is something that is in FDA authority, and so not going to get involved. I'm not going to go into more deeply about this specific case, but yes, it would be unprecedented.
But is the White House concerned that you could have 2 different federal courts with 2 different rulings, and that this could then wind up before the Supreme Court, which last time overturned abortion rights?
So look, we're going to prepare for all the different range of scenarios. That's what I can promise the American people. That's what I can say here to ensure that the access to this drug for women, that women have this access to this drug. So we're going to prepare for the different scenarios. I'm just not going to get ahead of that.
Thanks, Greg. If I could follow up just on the coordination. Aside from the readout that the president had with the king, can you just explain why it's not the president himself going to represent the U.S. and the First Lady instead?
Look, the president is looking forward. He had a great conversation, has a good relationship with King Charles III, and as you know, they've met before, and there's a lot of shared interests, shared values of issues that they want to discuss, and they will continue to discuss. One of them being climate change, and at some time in the future, the king invited the president for a state visit. He accepted, and that will happen. Just don't have anything further to share on that.
Good. Thanks, Corinne. Are you concerned that the British people might see this as a snub that the president's not going? I know presidents haven't gone in the past, but...
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
They should not see it as a snub, not at all. Again, the president has a good relationship with the king. They had a friendly conversation, and I will leave it at that. It is not a snub. Okay.
Yeah, last year when the president gave his democracy speech, the networks all said they wouldn't air it because it was political. Some of the same networks last night aired a political speech by the president's opponent. Is that something you now see as a precedent the next time you want airtime?
I'm not going to speak to that. Okay.
Thank you. Former Vice President Pence said that if the shooter who killed 6 people in that Christian school in Tennessee was motivated by a hatred towards Christians, that the crime should be categorized as a hate crime. I'm wondering what the president thinks of that kind of designation.
It's not for us to decide.
And then today, Indiana just banned puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and gender transition surgeries for minors. I'm wondering what the president's reaction is to the Indiana governor signing that bill into law, and does the president have a position on at what age these kinds of therapies and surgeries are appropriate?
That's something for a child and their parents to decide. It's not something that we believe should be decided by legislators. So I'll leave it there. Well, you know, in the past couple of months, we have seen a record number of LGBTQI bills, anti-LGBTQI bills. More than 600 of them have been filed in state houses. And a significant number of them have been anti-trans bills, and you know, targeted at youth. And this is a president that has said that when these are some of the bravest people. He knows, but no one should have to be brave just to be themselves. And so this is a president that has been committed to this community, that has been committed to our kids in the trans community, to trans youth, and he's going to continue to fight for them. But again, I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay. Two questions on legal matters, so I know you may not be able to speak to them too much. First, the Attorney General of Texas is apparently going to court trying to block implementation of the omnibus on the grounds that there wasn't a quorum present of the members of the House of Representatives in person when that was passed. Does the administration yet have a view on the legality of the omnibus and what the Texas Attorney General is suggesting?
I'm just not going to comment to that. And what's your second question?
And the second one is there was a ruling about preventative services in the Affordable Care Act, and what is the message to insurers and providers with that ruling having been made, and obviously appeals coming, but right now, what's the message to providers and to insurance companies about the court blocking that?
The Texas ACA.
Yes.
So, look, the president is glad to see that DOJ is appealing this decision, which blocks a key provision of the Affordable Care Act that has ensured free access to preventive health care for 150 million Americans. This case is yet another attack on the Affordable Care Act, which has been around, as you know, for 13 years, and has survived 3 challenges before the Supreme Court. The administration is going to continue to fight to improve health care, as we have seen him do the last 2 years, and make it more affordable for hardworking working families. That is something that the president has been committed to, and so we're going to continue to do that, especially as it faces attacks by special interests.
Thanks, Corinne. On Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a permitless concealed weapon law, I know you released a statement, but does the White House feel that when laws like this are passed in states like Florida, that it undermines the work it's doing to address the nation's gun epidemic?
So look, we think it's shameful. It's certainly shameful and tragic, especially after a school shooting. That's what the Florida governor decided to do. And again, we spoke about this last week. And if you think about this bill, this law, it eliminates the need to get a license to carry a concealed weapon. This is what was signed after we heard what occurred in Nashville, Tennessee. After we heard 3 kids and three administrators were murdered. And so, look, what we think it's the opposite of common sense gun safety, which we know majority of Americans want to see. This this is not what they want to see. They want to see a way, in a common sense way, on how we're going to protect our communities, how we're going to protect our kids, and how we're going to protect Americans. And so, too many lives have been ripped apart. Too many lives have been taken. And the president's going to continue to call on Congress to move forward with the assault weapons ban. He's going to be very clear about that. The high-capacity magazines require safe storage of firearms, eliminate gun manufacturers' immunity from liability, and require background checks for all gun sales, and for state officials to take action on the state level as well. But it is incredibly shameful to see what was done in Florida, and again, it's just unfortunate after a tragic event.
Thank you. I have two China-related questions. First, the Chinese embassy in the U.S. sent a threatening letter to Speaker McCarthy and congressional members of both parties, warning them do not meet with the Taiwanese president. What is the White House response to China's intimidation to the U.S. politicians on the U.S. soil? What are you going to do about it? And the second one is that how does the administration see Beijing tomorrow hosting Iran and Saudi Arabia foreign ministers in their path towards normalization?
Look, I've spoken to your first question before, just moments ago. I spoke to it yesterday. I just spoke to it moments ago. And I also
All right, we are going to take our final break here of this hour for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Very clear. There's no reason for Beijing to use this transit. That has been done many times before. This particular president of Taiwan has done it 6 times before. It is an unofficial visit. It is a private visit, and it should not be used for any kind of escalation or overreaction. And we've been very clear about that. I talked about how we've had conversations, wanting to keep those open line of communications with Beijing's, and we've had direct conversations about this. And lastly, I'll just say Congress is a separate and co-equal branch of government. And, and so any specifics about that particular meeting, I would certainly refer you to the Speaker's office. Go ahead.
My second question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my second question.
Is the Biden administration considering declaring access to abortion a public health emergency? And if so, what might that look like?
I don't have anything to share on that piece. I know we've been asked many times about that. I just don't have anything to share additionally. Okay. All right. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks for Thank you. All right, the White House briefing wraps up there for the day, being asked a bunch of questions, including, Trump definitely in the headlines there from yesterday's arrest there and the 34 felonies against him, as well as the China spy balloon and other top stories right here on Live Now from Fox that we have been covering for you. I'm getting closer to the top of the hour, and that'll do it for my time here on the desk. But my colleague Annie Mack is going to guide you through the next several hours here on Live Now, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country, everyone. What we'll do now is take you out to the Pentagon briefing that just recently wrapped up, but we'll bring it to you from the very beginning.
And that includes roughly 7,000 pieces of military equipment, which will be transferred to Europe for the exercise to be combined with 13,000 pieces of equipment drawn from pre-positioned stocks. And then finally, on Thursday, Deputy Secretary of Defense Dr. Hicks will travel to Chicago, where she will visit Naval Station Great Lakes to hear from senior leadership, medical providers, and recruiters on their ongoing recruitment and healthcare efforts. She will also join the recruits for a lunch and participate in a facility tour. Following that visit, Dr. Hicks will participate in an interview with John Stewart at the War Horse Symposium at the University of Chicago Harris School of Public Policy. This event will be live streamed on the War Horse YouTube page. And then finally, on Friday, Dr. Hicks will travel to the Defense Innovation Unit and Manufacturing Times Digital for a discussion and tour. And with that, I'd be happy to kick things off with Associated Press.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I wanted to ask about the meeting going on right now between U.S. and Taiwanese leaders in California. Has the Defense Department, sent out any additional assets to the Indo-Pacific in case China responds like it did the last time when we had a speaker visit Taiwan? And I have a few more.
Sure. At this moment, no, our posture has not changed there. We've not sent out any additional assets as far as I'm aware.
Have you noticed any uptick in traffic as where there would be a potential China response to this visit?
I mean, there would be no reason for China to respond in any aggressive way. Transits like this are routine. I believe President Tsai has transited the United States 6 times since 2016. So at this point, there would be no reason for an overreaction from the PRC in any way.
Okay, and then I wanted to take the opportunity to ask about the status of U.S. training in Taiwan.
Sure.
How many troops are in Taiwan right now, and is that number expected to continue to grow?
Let me get back to you on the exact numbers. I just don't want to misspeak on that, but I'd be happy to follow back up with you on that.
But you are sending additional forces now to bolster that training.
Well, we made some announcements from the beginning of the year, as you probably recall, and during the Secretary's hearing, he talked about our ongoing training and partnership with the Taiwanese, but I just don't have any further announcements from what was already announced previously this year.
And then just one last,
Sure.
With the IDECA announcement with the Philippines, would there be any potential for those bases to be used to support U.S.-Taiwan exercises or training? Basically, would the Philippines be supporting that training as well?
Well, again, we just made the announcement yesterday, so on those additional bases that we will be using, so I'm not going to speculate or getting into hypotheticals. When we have more to announce, I'd be happy to let you know. Yeah, I'll come to Liz right here.
Mm-hmm. Does this visit to the United States by the Taiwanese president damage relations with China?
No, I mean, not at all. We don't believe that this, again, China shouldn't use this visit as a pretext in any way to increase any aggressive activity around the Taiwan Strait. I mean, these transits are routine. The transit is consistent with our One China policy. And again, these are not, this is not an official visit. This is a transit that, as I mentioned, President Tsai has done before 6 times since 2016. So we don't see this as increasing or adding to any tension with our relationship with China.
Thank you. And one more.
Sure.
Does Secretary Austin's Chinese counterpart has he reached out to Secretary Austin to have any sort of discussion? Has anyone from China reached out to the DOD?
I don't have any calls to read out from the Secretary at this time. Dan, nice to see you in the briefing room. Over to you.
Hey, thanks for your time. Logical follow on these Taiwan questions. China and U.S. officials have both acknowledged that there's an aircraft carrier that China has placed in close proximity to the island at this point. Does the Pentagon have any concern about that? Is there any communication about that? And then I hear you saying that Chinese should not be responding to this in any kind of aggressive way, but that doesn't mean they won't. What kind of Pentagon preparations are underway for that?
Thanks, Dan. So I've seen the reporting that, and I believe that there are additional carriers operating within the Taiwan Strait or nearby. These naval operations are happening in international waters. It's something that we do on routine and do exercises within international waters. But again, we don't see any reason for China to overreact or to take this transit as a pretext for any aggression. Again, this is something that we've seen before. President Tsai has transited the United States before. This does not go against our One China policy. And so I don't want to get into hypotheticals on, what would the United States do if something were to happen. Again, we don't see this transit as a reason for any pretext that China should use for any additional aggression. Gianni.
Thank you, Sabrina. This is an easy one. Chairman of the Joint... Easy one for you. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, said at the congressional hearing last week that the United States spent a huge amount of ammunition in the war in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. How will the U.S. replenishing its ammunition stockpile? Thank you.
That's a great question. I don't know if that's easy, Janny. No, we are of course focused on our military readiness and our stocks, and that's why we have a whole division here focused on our acquisitions and.
You're seeing here the Pentagon press briefing here on Live and Now from Fox. Of course, following all of these top stories, I want to put up a tweet from our Fox 11 team, Alex Michelson, showing the moment that Speaker McCarthy meeting with the Taiwan president in California. Let's take you out to these remarks right now, live on Unfiltered from this Reagan Library there.
The Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. Here in his library, there are countless exhibits that capture President Reagan's patriotic spirit, his belief in democracy, and commitment to the ideas of peace and freedom. Those values have always served as the bedrock of our friendship with the people of Taiwan. And they are more important now than ever before. I believe our bond is stronger now than at any time or point in my lifetime. And of course, President Tsai is a great champion of that bond. Taiwan is a successful democracy, a thriving economy, and a global leader in health and science. And whether it's our deep commercial ties, strong people-to-people relationships, our shared values, our cooperation with the people of Taiwan continue to expand through dialogue and exchange. The friendship between the people of Taiwan and America is a matter of profound importance to the free world, and it is critical to maintain economic freedom, peace, and regional stability. We will honor our obligations and reiterate our commitment to our shared values, behind which all Americans are united. Today was a bipartisan meeting, Republicans and Democrats united together in a place that symbolizes the freedom and the commitment and the bond that's only become stronger with the President with us today. President Tsai?
Thank you. Speaker McCarthy, friends, I am delighted to visit the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library once again, this time with Speaker McCarthy and distinguished members of the Congress. I want to thank Speaker McCarthy for his warm hospitality and for his invitation to bipartisan congressional leaders who have taken time out of their busy schedules to join us today. Their presence and unwavering support reassure the people of Taiwan that we are not isolated and we are not alone. It is especially fitting for us to meet here to pay tribute to a distinguished American president and world leader, a man who also played a crucial role in partnership with the U.S. Congress in protecting and fortifying U.S.-Taiwan relations at a time of changing diplomatic realities. President Reagan's 6 assurances of 1982, on top of the landmark Taiwan Relations Act passed by the Congress, laid the foundation for a strong and unique partnership of over 4 decades, during which we have maintained peace and promoted prosperity and welcomed the advent of Taiwan's democracy. However, it is no secret that today, the peace that we have maintained and the democracy which have worked hard to build are facing unprecedented challenges. We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat, and the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated. President Reagan said it best: freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. In the discussion with congressional leaders this morning, I reiterated Taiwan's commitment to defending the peaceful status quo, where the people of Taiwan may continue to thrive in a free and open society. I also highlighted a belief which President Reagan championed, that to preserve peace, we must be strong. I would like to add that we are stronger when we are together. For this, I also express our deepest gratitude on behalf of the Taiwanese people to members of the Congress on both sides of the aisle, and a number of initiatives that have helped to make Taiwan and our partnership stronger. Specifically, initiatives in the realms of enhancing Taiwan's self-defense capabilities, fostering robust trade and economic ties between us, and supporting Taiwan's meaningful participation in the international community, have all served to safeguard our shared interests in peace and prosperity across the Indo-Pacific. Taiwan strives to be a reliable partner to the world, a cornerstone for stability in the region, and a force for good. There is saying in the Confucian Analects, that is, one who is virtuous will not stand alone. In our efforts to protect our way of life, Taiwan is grateful to have the United States of America by our side. As we confront the unique challenges of our time, let us be mindful of the principles that have forged our great partnerships and bear in mind the lessons President Reagan's enduring legacy. Once again, thank you, Speaker McCarthy, for your warmth and for your friendship. Thank you to all our friends in Congress for standing by Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you.
You heard them. There's those remarks there from the Taiwan president alongside Speaker Kevin McCarthy as well. Didn't take any questions, reporters, but talking about how they're stronger together there as we continue to follow this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, following it very, very closely as a very monumental meeting taking place between Speaker McCarthy and the Taiwan president as well. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, this was a monumental moment, especially as tensions rise between China and Taiwan, as well as the relations between the United States and China as well. I want to put up this tweet right now of the initial meeting from our Fox 11 team on the ground there at the Reagan Library. Alex Michelson capturing this moment as you see the Speaker McCarthy and the Taiwan president there walking into the Reagan Library, meeting a bipartisan group of representatives from the United States. Of course, for Taiwan's president, it is a high-profile meeting in the United States. It marks House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's first closely watched talk with a foreign head of state with relations. Relations already between the United States and China already at a low. Beijing says the meeting is blatantly provocation by the U.S. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
This is House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's biggest step into foreign affairs since taking the gavel. All eyes are on his Wednesday meeting at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen.
It's good to take the meeting. It would have been more powerful if it had been in Taiwan.
Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi made a trip to Taiwan late last year, which China condemned. For President Tsai, this meeting on U.S. soil with the third most powerful U.S. politician bolsters support for the small island claimed by Beijing. China's embassy in the U.S. sent a letter to Speaker McCarthy and some members of Congress saying the move was blatant provocation.
This act seriously violates the One China principle and the provisions of the Three China-U.S. communiques and gravely undermines China's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The White House has urged China not to overreact.
There's no change to our one China policy. We've been very clear about that.
Republicans are applauding McCarthy and say President Biden should push back on China if they try to use the meeting as an excuse for more military exercises near Taiwan.
I would urge President Biden to make it clear to China, not only are we going to continue this practice, but we will stand up to any provocation that China undertakes in the Western Pacific because of these meetings.
The meeting will include not only Speaker McCarthy, but also some Republican and Democratic lawmakers. It is the first time a speaker has openly met with a president of Taiwan on U.S. soil in more than 40 years. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Of course, a story we'll continue to follow very closely here on Live Now for Fox. We just saw that meeting take place and a press conference held after it as both Speaker McCarthy and the Taiwan president making those remarks. Well, 24 hours ago, we all watched along with most of the United States and a lot of the world as former President Trump was processed and arraigned in New York City. He then went back to Mar-a-Lago last night as he held a speech down there at his Florida residence. And the fallout from former President Donald Trump's historic arraignment continues to ramp up as attorneys are now planning their defense. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
Now that the indictment against former President Donald Trump has been unsealed, questions are rising about the prosecutor's case.
We are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline.
Former President Donald Trump slamming Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg hours after making his first court appearance as a criminal defendant. He'll return to court later this year, just before the start of the Republican primaries. His attorneys now combing through this 16-page indictment.
They'll make their arguments that there's not enough evidence to support these crimes. That'll be one motion that's done. I'm anticipating a motion for a change of venue to get out of the island of Manhattan.
On Tuesday, Trump pled not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records. Prosecutors trying to make the case that Trump defrauded voters ahead of the 2016 election by concealing hush money payments made to hide alleged affairs. Trump's legal team believes the case won't see a jury.
If that payment would have been made irrespective of the campaign, which here it clearly would have, that's why it was made with personal funds, there is no FEC obligation.
The former president did have one victory in court this week. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ordered adult film star Stormy Daniels to pay Trump roughly $121,000 in legal fees. That's in addition to more than $500,000 in court-ordered payments related to a defamation suit Daniels had filed and lost in 2018. Prosecutors are requesting for a trial in Trump's criminal case to begin early next year. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you so much there as we continue to follow that major historic moment, an unprecedented case as former President Trump arraigned there on those 34 felony counts. Of course, we heard from plenty of legal experts here on Live Now from Fox detailing what this means and what needs to happen next in terms of both sides, both the prosecution there for the Manhattan DA and also the defense. As we continue here on Live Now from Fox, we want to take you out to a story that we're continuing to follow just now out of the Los Angeles area as a family of Derek Clay in the Los Angeles Police Department in the Wilshire area are asking for the public's help in locating a 7-year-old Derek Clay. Derek was last seen on Tuesday at around 4:30 in the courtyard of an apartment complex. Let's listen into police here on Live Now from Fox as they provide an update.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming here this afternoon. This morning we were able to... Oh, correction, I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Officer Mike Lopez, Media Relations Section, Los Angeles Police Department. All right, Lopez is Mike, M-I-K-E, Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z, for Media Relations Division. All right, thank you very much for coming this afternoon here. This morning we were here to report of a critical missing 7-year-old of Derek Clay. He's described as a boy, 7 years old, approximately 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 130 pounds. He's wearing some type of gray sweater, some jeans, and some distinctive blue shoes, from what I understand. Okay. Derek has been missing since he was last seen right behind us right here yesterday around 4:30 in the afternoon. Okay, and around 5 o'clock he was still not located by his grandfather, who has custody of him currently. Okay, the grandfather has been having custody of him for the past 6 months. Now, it was brought to our attention, the police department's attention, the LAPD here at Wilshire Division, right around 10 o'clock last night that he was missing. So ever since 10 o'clock last night, which is about 19 hours ago, correction, less than that, we've been actively searching for him. Okay, to the point that we even had our bloodhound dogs trying to locate Derek, which unfortunately we haven't been able to find him as of yet. Okay, we've actively, throughout the whole night, the police department here, the Wilshire Division, detectives, investigators have been here pretty much since last night trying to locate Derek. And we haven't been able to locate him at all. We've gone through all the neighborhoods throughout the whole community here and in the Harlington Heights area, and we're unable to locate him. So we provided a photo of Derek earlier this morning to see if anybody has seen him, locate him, or if anyone knows where his whereabouts is. Please, we urge you to call LAPD Wilshire Division to let us know where he's at. Now, this is also going out to a message for Derek himself. If he's seeing himself on TV for whatever reason, please, you're not in trouble. We would like you to please let us know. Try to see if you can locate somebody that can help you, assist you, to please let us know where you're at, like that we could come and try to help you and find you and bring you here with us. Okay? I just received an update as well from what we talked about this morning, that we were able to locate his biological mother. And investigators that are investigating this case are currently speaking to her to try to see if she knows where the whereabouts of Derek is as well. So with that being said, that's where we're at right now with the case. We lead the whole community to please step up. If you find this individual, find this little boy, please let us know.
Officer Lopez, is there any reason to believe that Derek may have run away?
No, there's no reason to believe. This is where he was at his courtyard here, right behind you, here at on Crenshaw Boulevard, where his grandfather lives and where he's been staying with his biological teenage brother. We also questioned him as well, and he doesn't know where the whereabouts is of Derek, but there's no reason to believe that he's trying to run away.
Officer, initially people thought that...
Go ahead, sir. Yes.
His child.
Yes.
From what I understand, the grandfather is not her father. There's no relation between between the mother and the grandfather, or the so-called grandfather, which means there's no biological connection between the child.
That information I do not have, whether the grandfather is the father of the mother, if that's what you're asking.
Apparently the kid was out here for like 45 minutes to an hour without any supervision, and the grandfather, after about 45 minutes to an hour, looks outside and finds that he's gone. Is that an issue for civil?
Well, you know, once again, the little boy was in the courtyard of where the grandfather lives. I'm not trying to blame anyone here at all. Yeah, and with that being said, you got to remember between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, when was the last time that the grandfather saw his grandson Derek? It was daylight time. So it's not like at nighttime. So obviously when he turned around or turned and looked and tried to locate him at 5 o'clock, he wasn't there. So, and that's where he actively started searching himself, and then that's when they brought it to our attention later on in the evening.
Question, because I talked to a couple of neighbors who tell me that pretty much every day this kid is out like this, and they say he literally just takes off and roams the environment by himself, unsupervised, talking to people.
Now, you know what? That information in regards to what neighbors are saying, I personally don't have. But, you know, once again, if his grandson was out here at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to have a little bit of fun, maybe with friends and stuff in the neighborhood. But now, remember, it was daylight time. Now, at the end of the day, we have a 7-year-old boy that is missing, and that's what the important message is here right now. Currently, we have a picture provided. We have a picture provided that we provided for everyone, and we want the community. We need your help, the media as well, to have that information put out so we can try to locate Derek, and then we can ask those questions later and try to figure out exactly for him what he did wrong in this case, if he did do anything wrong.
You have the bloodhounds out. Were those bloodhounds searching around in this immediate area?
The bloodhounds were out here last night, from what I understand, and they were out here searching the vicinity and trying to see if there was any way to locate Derek, and unfortunately there wasn't.
So initially the grandfather and neighbors were hoping that he would be with his bio mom, and now that she's been located and there's no sign of him, has this elevated your level of concern over possible foul play?
Well, we don't have any information in regards to any foul play at this time, but at the end of the day, we do have a critical missing of a 7-year-old, because we have him missing since 5 o'clock yesterday, early evening. And now it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. So that's what our message is. We need to locate Derek.
Officer, tell us a little bit more about the mother. Where was she found? What is she saying? Do you have reason to believe that she could still have the child somewhere?
You know what? That is where the investigators are going to be asking those questions to her. We don't have that information to provide right now. The investigation is still ongoing. We will try to go ahead and try to question her and ask her everything we need to try to locate Derek.
No Amber Alert. Why not? Is there
At this present moment, there isn't one. No, because we don't have no car involved either. So from what we understand right now, we understand that he was here at between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. Grandfather was trying to locate him, couldn't find him, and then he tried to locate him himself, and then eventually later on in the evening, after close to 10 o'clock, is when he reported it to us.
Where was the grandfather? Was he inside the apartment while the child was out?
From what I understand, yes, he was here in the Well, the critical reason why it's a critical level is because of his age and for the length of time that he's been missing. Okay, we don't have any issue that he has any type of concern that he has a disability or anything like that whatsoever. But what the critical missing is because of his age.
So the grandfather, did he indicate that this is the first time the kid ever drifted off for a length of time? I understand, a long time ago. Has he ever drifted off for maybe a couple of hours?
It hasn't been reported that he's ever been reported missing for a great length of time, no.
The grandfather said there was a cell phone that he had that police called last night about 9 o'clock. They got a hang up, now voicemail. Is that cell phone at all helpful in maybe collecting?
If that information is provided to the investigators, they will do what they can to try to locate it and ping the phone per se and try to locate the Derek or the cell phone to see if it leads us to where Derek's whereabouts are.
Talk to the 7-year-old's 15-year-old brother.
Oh, absolutely. Investigators did speak to, and he's saying that he doesn't have any idea where his brother could be.
Since Derek isn't with his mom, does that rule out the mom as a place?
Well, you know, those questions are still going to be asked by the mother to see if there's any information, and our investigators will do everything they can to make sure. Look, at the end of the day, we're trying to find Derek, and we need to find him as soon as possible, okay, because it will keep our community at ease, keep the family at ease as well. So that's what our message is today. We have a picture provided, and believe me, we will find him.
What's the possibility of a stranger abduction, and have you reviewed any security video from the neighborhood?
let's just hope that didn't happen, okay? We really hope that didn't happen, okay? But we're not going to rule anything out, okay?
Father involved at all?
I'm sorry?
Derek's father, biological father?
No, from what I understand, he's not in the picture at all.
When was the last thing?
Sandra's question, Mike, you guys reviewed security video.
You know what? Any evidence that the investigators have, they are going to try to find out to see if anything that could help them whatsoever. Believe me, there's probably video footages all over this street right here. So I'm sure they're working on those video footages if there's any. Okay?
What was he wearing?
I'm sorry?
What was he wearing?
You know what? I personally, there's a press release that was written that has all that information. I don't have it in front of me. I think it was, I know he has some distinctive blue shoes from what I understand that were really like different where it could be very distinctive. All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm going to go ahead and talk to her and I'll come back and answer that.
You're just listening into police there talking about this missing 7-year-old boy there in Los Angeles in the Wilshire area. They're asking for the public's help as they try to locate Derek Clay. He was last seen on Tuesday the 4th around 4:30 in the afternoon in the courtyard of the apartment complex right there. He's described 7-year-old male, black, short black hair, brown eyes, and a medium build, stands about 5 feet and 130 pounds. He was last seen wearing a gray t-shirt, gray sweater, dark pants, and distinctive, like you heard there, blue shoes. So they're asking for the help from the public as we continue to follow all of these stories here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up after the break, we're going to get back out to some of the wild weather phenomena that are taking place across the country. Of course, this our live XRAD computer weather monitor as they're looking at some potential tornado watches and warnings through Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, kind of right in that tri-state area. So we'll follow all of these here on Live Now from Fox coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. That is a live look at our computer XRAD weather monitor as we continue to track some severe storms throughout the country, and certainly a lot of severe weather over the past few weeks or so, including late last night as a pre-dawn tornado tore through southeastern Missouri, killing at least 5 people. Of course, this is the 3rd series of massive storms with confirmed or at least likely tornadoes in 8 states. Certainly, severe weather continues to be on a mind of a lot of people in the Midwest and the South. For more on this and the latest strand of tornadoes, we go out to our Fox team as they continue to cover this here.
Just days after a severe storm system hit much of the eastern U.S., another major weather event causing widespread damage in parts of Illinois and Iowa late Tuesday. The massive system producing high winds, heavy hail, and at least one confirmed tornado, an EF2, packing winds of up to 120 miles per hour.
High pitch, like a whistling sound in a washing machine going real, real high. The next thing I heard was snap, crackle, pop. See?
Now the storms are spreading east and south, moving into parts of the Midwest and Mississippi Valley on Wednesday. We're already seeing some significant activity in Missouri, where several homes were damaged or destroyed by high winds and a possible tornado early Wednesday morning.
Getting into the overnight hours, they really just started gusting. And when we were seeing some sustained winds in that like 50 to 60, where they were just sitting there and blowing for, 3, 4, 5 minutes, it seemed.
The system is now moving into areas where hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed in the last round of storms. And while folks assess the damage, they're also grateful the powerful storms didn't result in more injuries or deaths.
Me and them got down in the bathtub, and then he put the mattress over us, and it was just awful. In the bathroom, it blew like the shampoo hit her in the back of the head, and it was scary.
The storm is now turning travel into a nightmare. More than 70 flights canceled at O'Hare International Airport as of Wednesday morning. In Bryan, Illinois, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Of course, we're continuing to follow it, and also our Fox weather team continues to track all of the severe weather that is moving east across Kentucky, across Indiana. We want to take you out to some of their live coverage as they continue to cover these major storms that include potential tornado formation. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Severe thunderstorm warning. Over 200,000 people in this warning zone from Princeton into Hopkinsville, Madisonville, Oak Grove, as we see the downdrafts here kind of fanning out, with the potential of some of those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Todd, Kentucky, you're in the line of this. That is the county included. 3:15, that is when that warning zone goes. But the thing is, the trend with this, they've been expanding off to the east, so later and later. So places that are not in these warning zones, for example, Bowling Green, you can expect that as we head, I would say, through the next 20 minutes or so, as long as this line of storms holds together. Blinding rain is going on out there, frequent lightning and some of those gusty winds. Not only that, what we have here along these main line of thunderstorms, what often can happen is we see little kind of tiny vortices that form, small-scale vortices, and that is where we can get this notching effect. Where we see that, that's where we can get new additional tornado warnings into the evening. So we are considering that as we track the system out for the rest of the evening. But it has been a very active week of severe weather, with people across the country devastated by tornadoes. Overnight, an apparent strong tornado struck several communities in Bollinger County, Missouri, especially in Glen Allen and Marble Hill. Fox's Madison Scarpino is live in Glen Allen, Missouri, assessing some of the damage and the aftermath from last night's storm. Madison, we have that confirmation that this was now a deadly tornado.
That's exactly right, Bridget. And we can confirm that 5 people are now dead. And you talk to people who are out here kind of cleaning up the debris, cleaning up the uprooted trees in their yard. And the one thing that they'll tell you is they are just lucky to be alive. But like many other tornado hit areas, you can't really look a corner without seeing absolute destruction, whether that be debris piled up, those uprooted trees I was talking about. We're seeing houses and buildings with walls completely just blown off of the side. But here in Glen Allen, crews have been out constantly since we've been on the ground here. We've also seen police officers and fire departments, agencies that came from outside of this town to come in and are just checking with people who are out here saying, hey, is everyone accounted for? Is everyone okay? So that just goes to show that this is a really serious situation. And speaking with people here, I actually spoke to this one family who lives in this neighborhood that I'm in right now. And by the way, everyone seems to be either very, very close friends or even related to each other. But they say once it started getting really bad last night, they actually rushed over to their grandparents' safe spot, which was a little basement that they had. And like everyone says, they said it sounded like a train. They could hear glass breaking, and they mentioned how their grandfather was just tearing up listening to the noises when that tornado was hitting, saying there's no way anything is left how it was before. But of course, the silver lining, we know this is a very tight-knit community. Everyone's offering a helping hand, coming from outside of the city to offer any help that they can. But yeah, these people obviously heartbroken, but lucky to be alive. Bridget?
Yeah, and we see a pup behind you, a couple of pups, hoping that, those aren't stray dogs. But these are kind of some of the visuals you see behind these storms. In terms of the current conditions, how are things feeling there? Of course, a cold front kind of initiating some of this severe weather. So temperatures expected to drop at least briefly behind this system. But how's it feeling right now?
Bridget, right now, it's still feeling a little bit warm. It did just stop raining about 20 minutes ago or so, and it wasn't just rain. We're talking thunder, lightning, and just absolutely downpouring. So I've got to say, people here, they were coming up to me saying, hey, we're probably about to go get back into our safe spot. Do you want to come? Of course, no serious threat of a tornado or anything like that, but I think people are just so shaken up by what happened in the middle of the night that they are just trying to take every precaution that they can right now. But of course, we're going to be here on the ground for today, tomorrow, and however long we need to be, keeping you guys updated with the latest conditions.
Right, understandable to have some of that anxiety, but we're wishing the community of Glen Allen the best as we head into not only the next several days, really the next several months with cleanup process ongoing. Madison Scarpino, thanks so much for the forecast. So let's get right to this severe weather forecast as we've seen some of the storm reports spread across central Missouri, southeastern Missouri, and now working into Kentucky, where we have now a report of a tornado through the western half of Kentucky. That's the previous warning we have seen. Also, something to keep in mind, off to the west into Missouri, this is where we see the possibility of freeze warnings in effect into the next 24 hours. So it kind of shows you at least a little bit of a brief effect of this cold front, but still warm and humid right now through the state of Kentucky. Arlington, that's where we're getting reports of a tree on a trailer. And then a church there has moderate roof damage. This is just up to the north of Clinton, and it also struck 2 houses as well as a power pole. This is a look at the current warnings right now. I'm happy to report that this number here, this number 4, that has been going down over the last 30 minutes. We saw it at 6. So now 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, 0 tornado warnings. So I'm happy to report that. Let's hope that stays the same. But we still see these tornado watches in effect until 5 o'clock. But we wouldn't be surprised if, the National Weather Service, they really started to shed some of these off through the rest of the afternoon. So overall, it's been unrelenting in terms of the severe weather for so many. Let's send it over to Craig, where not only is this system impacting the central.
You were watching there our Fox weather team as they're continuing to cover all these severe storms. Of course, open your camera, scan that QR code on your screen to download the Fox weather app as they continue to cover all of these major storms, including that one in southeastern Missouri overnight that killed 5 people. We're going to continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox, but first we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover all of the top headlines of the day. I want to give you a Live Now look around the country at what we're looking at right now. Outside of the White House, no expected remarks from President Biden today. We did hear from Karine Jean-Pierre from earlier, a little more wide angle here, as you can see on this Wednesday, just about 4 p.m. on the East Coast as the stock market is about to close. A dip down there in the red just for a few moments, but up nearly 100 points in the green as we continue to follow all of those potentially rising gas prices with the news from OPEC Plus. Certainly something we'll continue to follow. And also out of Mar-a-Lago, Florida, you were watching it here all day yesterday as former President Trump arraigned on those 34 felony counts related to falsifying business records in the state of New York. We took you out to his full press conference here on Live Now as we continue to cover that major, historic, and unprecedented story. Another headline we're following today is out of Chicago, a sad story, as for the second time in just 2 days, another firefighter has lost their life in the line of duty. I want to put up this video from what we saw out of the Gold Coast. As you can see the blaze there in this high-rise as a firefighter died while battling the blaze on Wednesday morning. It began in a large apartment on the 27th floor around 7 a.m. Waters disabled the use of buildings, elevators, meaning crews had to climb 27 floors to extinguish the fire. The lieutenant there, 55, went down around 7:55 on the 11th floor while responding to the fire, prompting a Mayday response. He was removed from the building and taken to Northwest Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. Certainly he was an active outdoorsman, Navy veteran who served in Desert Storm, according to officials there. We want to take you out to the press conference with the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, as they were providing an update on this situation one more time. So let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
All right. Good morning. I wish I could say it was a good morning for us here in the city of Chicago and on the Chicago Fire Department. This has been a tragic week for us, unprecedented. I just don't know, but this morning we had a high-rise fire at 1212 North Lakeshore Drive. The fire was on the 27th floor and involved a large apartment, actually a very large apartment. The fire initially was a still in box, and it was elevated to a 211 for additional help. And then we got a call for a Mayday. When we got the call for the Mayday, it was elevated to a 311 and an EMS Plan 2. Among the many crews responding was Tower Ladder 10, led by Lieutenant John Torick. He was making his way up to the fire floor. They had to take the stairs because the elevators were out. And then he went down. He was with his crews when he did. A Mayday was called for help. The crews started treating him right away by doing CPR on the scene and got him back to the lobby where they continued. And ambulance 66 took him, and they continued CPR to the hospital along with members. He was brought here to Northwestern, and despite the best efforts, he succumbed to his injuries. Lieutenant Torick, he joined the fire department in 1997. He has been on the job about 26 years, actually. He was born in September of 1967, so that would make him about 55 years old. A little bit about John. He was an active outdoorsman. He was a motorcyclist. He was a Navy veteran. He served in Desert Storm. He liked bicycling. He had a big family, an extended family, and also his family is here as well. His son is a Chicago police officer who's newly on the job as a police officer. I can't tell you how this impacts us losing 2 members in 2 days. As I said yesterday, this job is dangerous, and you never know if you're coming home despite the best training and equipment that we can provide. Please keep his family in your prayers as well as the entire Chicago Fire Department. Thank you.
Well, as Commissioner Nance Holt just said, this is a very difficult time for the Chicago Fire Department and a very difficult time and day for our city. It is unprecedented to lose 2 firefighters in back-to-back days in different circumstances, but each of them responding to the call to serve and responding to the aid of others, people that they didn't know, because that's what the job demands and that's what they've signed up for. I just want to say, on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the city, and extend our deepest condolences to Lieutenant Tork's family. We had an opportunity to visit with them briefly before we stepped up here today. As you might imagine, they're in shock and the grief is setting in. It's almost unimaginable. Recently met his son at a recent police department graduation as he walked across the stage. And when I go to those graduations, one of the things that I say, whether it's police or fire, is that they are joining a family who walks in their shoes, who understands the life that they have chosen, the calling that they've chosen. But it's also important in moments like this that that family is there to support and help them on this journey of grief. No family wants to go through what the Tork family is now experiencing. But on behalf of our city, as I shared with them, we stand ready to support them in any way possible. President Tracy, I know that you, over the arc of your time and tenure in your career, that you've seen this moment far too often. But I want to also say on behalf of myself and the city that we stand ready to support your members. You know that resources are available, and I call upon all members who need extra support to help them understand and manage their grief, to not hesitate to reach out and take advantage of the services that are available. Our men and women who are first responders in the city are heroic. They are brave. They, every single day, put their lives on the line for us. They deserve our unending thanks and support, not just on a tragic day like this, but every single day. The sacrifices that they make, the sacrifices that their families make, are significant, all in the service of our city. And firemen, like police officers, run towards danger when the rest of us run in the other direction. We can never forget that, and we shouldn't forget the sacrifice that they make every single day. So on behalf of a grateful city, we stand grieving, sending our condolences. We're ready to help support this family and the other families that are in need. I think we were happy to take on-topic questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Members of the media will go down the line. One question for reporter on topic. We'll kick it off with Charlie, NBC.
Thanks, Cesar. This for Commissioner Holt. Was he the only injured lieutenant in the fire, or were there other people who lived in the building who were also injured?
We had 2 civilians that were transported in good condition. And we also had 3 other firefighters that were transported from fair to serious. So
The lieutenant, did he suffer a heart attack?
we don't know. We'll have to let the medical examiner determine that.
And folks, can I just say, I know that there's going to be a lot of interest and curiosity about what happened. I would just urge, out of respect for the family that is really, really grieving, don't speculate. Don't report rumor and innuendo. We have to respect these families. They are grieving. They deserve to be the first ones to understand what happened to their loved one. So I just urge you, please, show respect.
Dan Fox.
Just to clarify and have some sense of understanding this, was he near the smoke or the fire? Was he kind of quickly positioned?
He was headed up to the fire. He was on the 11th floor. The fire was on the 27th floor.
And when you have, I mean, this is 2 tragedies and successive. Does this prompt any kind of review of any sort, policy, procedures, or is it just looked at as a just awful coincidence?
I mean, these are two different tragedies, yet two families impacted, including the Chicago Fire Department. I think we train every day to do our very best. Unfortunately, sometimes when you get to situations, fires are unpredictable. You can't figure out what's going to happen at a fire. So I don't think to Monday morning quarterback right now is it. I think we need to get through this. Right now, I have 2 funerals to prepare for, 2 grieving families, and a huge department that's broken, including the command staff.
Christopher ABC. Ma'am, can you say and spell the firefighter's first and last name? As well as his correct spelling.
Actually, it's spelled Jan, Jan, and they don't pronounce it that way. And what I have is Thohorryk.
CH.
You got it. That's what's on mine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we can give that to you after this.
Right.
That's
Okay.
You guys do so much for our city every single day, and much of it goes unappreciated. How can our city return the favor in this time of mourning and grief?
Let me say first, pray for the families. Pray for the firefighters and paramedics. Because the things, they worked on their own co-workers. They're devastated. My command staff, devastated. And actually, too, when you see firefighters and paramedics, thank them, and police officers, thank them for what they do every day, because they risk their lives not knowing if they will come home. And we've seen that in 2 days now. 2 days we've seen families broken, and those members will never return home to those families.
Stefano, can you talk about, there was 3 firefighters who were injured, one was in serious. Can you give us a little bit more?
No, I don't have a whole lot on that right now, but he is being treated. He is being treated. They're all in fair to serious condition.
Mariano, Univision?
Mayor, after 4 years in government, would you say this is the worst part of being a mayor? And what advice would you give to Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson?
On topic only, Mariano. Thank you.
They're fair questions. I'll take them. Look, as a human being, having to call a family and offer words of condolence that you know really are going to do very little for the broken hearts and the grief that they're facing, those are tough moments. And I would just say to Mayor-elect Johnson, and I will share this with him when we have more time to talk, be humble, be grateful. Our first responders literally give their lives. There's a lot of rhetoric that's out there about first responders, particularly on the police side. When you've seen what I've seen, when you have to make the calls that I've had to make, you better be humble and you better be grateful. It's hard to motivate people when they don't think that their leader has their back. And it's absolutely essential. That's why I go to roll calls. That's why I reach out. And we may not agree on every issue, but I thank the Lord every single day for the first responders, the firemen, the police officers, the 911 call takers and dispatchers. They experience trauma that none of us will see in a lifetime. They may experience it on a single day, a single call for service. So we need to be grateful that we have young men and women that are still in this time willing to step up and say, I will serve. Call on me.
Suzanne, CBS.
Commissioner Nance, two-part question regarding sprinklers. Was there a sprinkler system? Was it working? And we were told that there's a water tank in the building, but that may have not been working. So does that mean that there was no method for water to get to a sprinkler system if it was there?
I don't think that building was sprinklered. I have fire prevention here. It wasn't. Just the garage was sprinklered. And I don't know about a water tank issue. I can't answer that. They don't have sprinklers in the high rise. It's not a sprinkled building, right?
Then one quick follow-up, did the elevators work?
We lost the elevators. Once the water goes down the elevators, we lose them. The elevator repairman came in, but he was unable to repair them. I was there talking to him. He couldn't repair them. So the only other way was to use the other bank of elevators, which wouldn't reach where you needed to go. So they had to go up every flight of stairs from 1 to 27 to fight the fire.
Christine, WGN.
Talking about the impact that this now had on the rest of the building, are people able to go back in, and where does that stand?
Can you answer Right now, when I left the scene, I didn't find out about that. I had to rush to the hospital, to be honest. It's up to the building.
You're just listening in here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you right out to this live procession taking place here in Chicago as they honor the life of this fallen firefighter, the second in 2 days. Of course, Jan Torek lost his life battling it today. Yesterday was Jermaine Pelt. Certainly a tough moment. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox. just see the solemn nature of this procession as the Chicago firefighters and fire department honoring the loss of 2 firefighters in 2 days, including today, Jan Torick. Yesterday it was Jermaine Pelt. So certainly a tough scene for everyone there out of Chicago. Of course, we're following it this morning as that fire blazed there in the Gold Coast area, just in the side of the loop there in downtown Chicago. Certainly a tough moment for the entire department, the entire community there of first responders in the city of Chicago. Of course, I want to put up just the picture of Jermaine Pelt, who lost his life yesterday battling another fire. He was 49 years old. 2 other firefighters were injured while battling a multi-alarm fire yesterday at a home in the West Pullman neighborhood. Pelt leaves behind 2 children, a 6-year-old and an adult daughter. He recently walked down the aisle for her wedding. Certainly a very emotional scene there. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, obviously following all the top headlines today. That includes severe weather that continues to push east through Indiana and also the Kentucky area as well. Let's go out to our Fox weather team as they continue to track this severe weather, making sure everyone is weather aware and making sure people are safe in the threat of a potential tornado. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Up through Indiana, a new tornado warning as of the last 20 minutes or so, where we've seen some spin on the line of this storm as it's tracking off to the east. Of course, we will continue to track this as we head through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. This tornado warning in effect for Spencer County, Indiana. And good Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for watching Fox Weather. Right now it's 4 o'clock in the east, 1 o'clock out to the west. I'm Bridget Mahoney in for Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. Let's get right into the radar where we continue to track this very dangerous and volatile situation evolving through Indiana. This is where we have the main line of this storm as it's moving off to the east. That's where we are seeing some of these gusty winds overhead of Tell City, Cloverport, Leopold. That's where you are going to see some of the most widespread wind damage within this system. Not only that, on the north side of this, from Kentucky north of the state line into Indiana. That is where we have our one and only tornado warning as of the hour right now. It's just up to the north of the Ohio River where we are seeing some of this rotation that at moments has been intensifying. But what it looks like right now, it looks like really broad scale rotation, at least at last radar scan. It looks like any of the rotation actually would be kind of outrunning the tornado warning off to the east. You can notice in this tornado warning zone, it is all green. So I'm sure the National Weather Service, if they continue to see the trend like I am, I'm sure they will be expiring that warning in a matter of time.
You're just watching there our Fox weather team, of course, our X-Rad computer weather monitor. You can see potential tornado watches and warnings there just along the Indiana and Kentucky border between Evansville and Louisville there. Certainly some warnings and people making sure you're aware as this line of nasty storms moves through the area. Of course, don't forget to download the Fox weather app. You can scan it by opening your camera on your phone there, scan the QR code on your screen as you will be able to download that app for free or visit foxweather.com. Thank you so much for continuing to watch us. I want to take us out now to a conversation my colleague Josh Breslow had as we were also seeing some tornadoes overnight in southeastern Missouri. Tragically, 5 people lost their lives during that. Let's take you out to this conversation as they spoke with the National Weather Service to give us more detail on what happened overnight.
X-Rad radar system as we continue to track this very powerful system that is now responsible for at least 4 deaths over in Glen Allen, Missouri, after an apparent tornado moved through that area. I do want to bring in Chris Franks, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, to talk more about this system here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me on here this morning.
Of course. So first off, kind of walk me through that system that moved through earlier on this morning and produced this apparent tornado.
Yeah, so this whole system got going with multiple rounds of severe weather all the way back to yesterday afternoon. We already had strong to severe storms in Missouri that were tracking into Iowa and Illinois. And this event that unfortunately killed a few people and injured others was sort of a worst case scenario where you have a tornado late at night between 3 and 4 in the morning. So it was really sort of the punctuation on several rounds of severe weather which moved over the central part of the U.S. over the span of about 18 hours. And it continues on this morning, moving off across portions of Indiana and Michigan. You showed the image there of a very large system that continues producing severe weather today.
Tell me about how crews go out there to survey this damage left behind, because at this point I know it has been called a tornado. Has it been confirmed, and how does that work?
Yeah, it's highly likely this is a tornado. In fact, our offices could see some debris, a debris signature on our radar. So, but what our crews are going to do today, we let the search and rescue folks get out at daybreak, and they were out last night, and then we'll send a team down there. They are already en route today to look at some of the worst damage areas first, and they'll kind of go back and forth along the suspected damage path to kind of give it a start and end time, figure out how strong it was, how wide it was, and they'll be looking really closely at some of the damage to determine that. So they're en route today, and they'll be there probably most of the day viewing the damage.
Any other tornadoes that are known that did touch down? Because this, as we mentioned, a very powerful system there.
Yeah, so we do have other couple locations, sort of southeast of Des Moines. There were some confirmed tornadoes. We saw some video footage of it. So we have crews going out in Iowa today to look at some of the damage. And then a confirmed tornado in northwest Illinois. Again, they had several rounds of severe weather in Illinois yesterday. So there's another team out in Illinois looking at damage today. So by the time it's all said and done, there'll be several tornadoes confirmed today. And then, by the end of today or tomorrow, we should have a better idea on the final count, how strong they are, and where exactly they tracked.
And so my next question is, where does this system go from here? Can you kind of give me a forecast as to what folks should expect as it does continue to travel through the U.S. there?
Yeah, absolutely. And the image there is pretty striking. We have ongoing strong to severe thunderstorms from Arkansas all the way up to Michigan today. We have tornado watches in effect across multiple states. Going through late this afternoon, so about 4 or 5 p.m. For this next round, people need to have their guard up, have ways to get warnings, have ways to move to shelter or a safe location quickly. So we're still not out of the woods today. All the way through the afternoon and early evening, it continues on today. And then fortunately after today, for the rest of the week, it does trend a little bit quieter in terms of severe weather. The system moves off to the east. There is still not a zero chance of severe weather along the East Coast, but it's much less compared to what we've seen yesterday and what continues on to today.
And we talked about other possible tornadoes, that could be confirmed here as a result of this system moving through. Do we know of any other extensive damage, anything of that nature, any other areas that were hit pretty hard? Because at this point, Glen Allen, Missouri is what you're hearing a lot about.
Yeah, and rightfully so, just given the fact that there were injuries and unfortunately people died. So that is sort of the top news story weather-wise. But I tell you what, our offices are going to be looking really all the way from the Quad Cities, Iowa, down to Peoria, Illinois. There's probably several areas where there's some pretty decent damage, and these are people's lives we're dealing with here. So any damage to your property, uninhabitable, is significant, right? So there are several areas in Illinois and that we're going to look closely that could, again, be considered strong tornadoes.
All right. Chris Franks there, meteorologist with the National Weather Service. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and talk a little bit more about this system here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that we've already seen a very busy severe weather season, and we're just getting into April. So obviously we have a long way to go to get through the season, just to make sure folks have ways to get warnings, especially at night or when you're out of your home and you're kind of running errands or maybe at somebody else's house. Have a way to get alerts and then know where to go, no matter where you are, to seek the safest shelter. We still have a long way to go in severe weather season, so have folks just to keep their guard up and pay attention.
And real quick, because I just thought of this as you said that, is it normal for us to see this much severe weather activity in such a short period of time? Is that normal for this time of year?
It is. Unfortunately, we can get going in March and April, and we, in some of our busy severe weather years, we hit the ground running right away with a lot of tornado reports. So although we're trending a little bit above the long-term average, this is really not uncommon. April is when we start to see more and more of these events, and a lot of times they are kind of stacked back to back like this. It may be one large system that produces tornadoes or severe weather a couple days in a row. And this will continue all the way through May to kind of keep our eye out for tornadoes and severe weather, right? We're just getting into the season.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us and help break that down for us.
Thank you so much for that conversation as we learn more about those tornadoes overnight in southeastern Missouri. There is currently a line moving east across southern Indiana, northern Kentucky. There you can see the line and potential warnings or watches of tornadoes between Evansville and Louisville there, just around that border line. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Let's give you a few Live Now looks around the country as the stock market just closed for the day, up some 80 points as they'll continue to make a little bit of the corrections here just past this 4 p.m. mark there on the East Coast as we continue to follow all of those major news. Of course, the major news yesterday is former President Trump now facing those alleged 34 felony counts for potentially falsifying business records in the state of New York. We heard from the DA in Manhattan, Alvin Bragg. We also heard from former President Trump as well at his Florida residence late last night. A story, though, you might have missed yesterday coming out of Nashville as the heroic police officers that took down the shooter at that school shooting at the Covenant School just at the end of March. They made some remarks talking about and recalling what happened that fateful day as 6 people lost their lives, including those 3 9-year-old students. Let's take you out back to these remarks from some of these police officers that were on the ground that day.
I was working in a regular duty capacity that day. I want to start by obviously saying my deepest condolences to the family, the 6 lives lost on the 27th of this month. I'm going to do my best to relay my rendition of my day. It was a regular work day for me. For some reason, I was feeling tired. I'm a proactive unit. I work for the Central B-Detail bike team. I guess I hadn't finished my coffee and I wanted to complete some administrative tasks. So I wanted to go to the Metro Police Academy. I had some business to attend to there. En route there, that put me in the Midtown sector. So I really had no business being where I was. I think you can call it fate or God or whatever you want, but I can't count on both my hands the irregularities that put me in that position when a call for service came out for an act of deadly aggression at a school. I immediately turned on my lights and sirens, knowing the severity of such a call. Like Sergeant said, it demands ample resources in which I was available. Like I said, I was tending to myself. I've been to, I don't know how many false act of deadly aggression calls. Something told me it was time to really get to this one. I treat them all the same, but I was driving as safely as I could get my body there. I don't know the area. I needed to put it in GPS. When I arrived, I don't know the layout of the school. Luckily, due to the bravery of 2 staff members, they stayed on scene, they didn't run, and they gave me concise, clear information for me to use to help anyone in danger. Gentleman gave me, like he said, the exact key I needed to enter the building. It was readily apparent I was going to be the one to make entry, and I've been given my training. I know my role, and I made entry with the personnel I had, and luckily I had some. I saw there were patrol units, and I asked for people to join me as I had a key. I was unaware there were any other access points other than the one I had. As the sergeant said, I did not have stimulus at the time. I was intently listening, so we cleared the hallway we had, room by room. until we made it into the lobby. Like he says, I don't work with anyone that was there that day, so we had to use plain speak to understand each other's roles, what we had to do. When I did hear stimulus, I couldn't get to it fast enough. I just looked for the nearest staircase I could find because I could tell it was above my head. Eventually, following the guidance of other officers, I luckily deployed my my rifle. Kept walking towards the gun, the sound of gunfire. There was, like Sergeant said, some smoke in the air. It was very similar to the training we receive, the stress inoculus that our training academy had exposed me to before this incident. I definitely wish I had also deployed my rifle caliber rated heavy plates when I found myself at the front of the stack, where I found the stimulus or the threat, the second floor of the school. Like Sergeant said, work wasn't over. We didn't know if there was another threat. Immediately took teammates I am not used to working with to start clearing rooms, escorting children and teachers along. And there were more personnel and resources at this point. I was able to guide them out, basically similar to the way I had came in, and just tried coordinating best with supervisors and fire personnel until I was relieved of duty on that scene. I was told to sit in my car. And that was pretty difficult because I could tell there was more work to be done. That's about the day that I had on the 27th.
Thank you, Rex. Detective Mike Colazzo is a 9-year veteran of this police department, and he is assigned to the same unit as Sergeant Mathis. In fact, he works for Sergeant Mathis. Sergeant Mathis is his supervisor. Detective Mike Colazzo.
I want to start with making sure the families know that we're thinking about them. I know a lot of people have reached out to myself, Officer Rex, Sergeant Mathis, our teammates as well. There's been an outpour of support from the community, from other agencies throughout the nation and through the world, and I just want to tell them we greatly appreciate that, but I also hope that that along with all of us, that we remember the victims. And about that day in question, like Sergeant Mathis had stated, we had just started our shift and we were at the office. I was completing some administrative task, sending some emails when the radio was, I had my radio sitting on my desk. One of our partners, Detective Wegner, he sits to the left of me. I believe his radio was there. And we heard the 1,000 code go out of the active shooter, and we heard the dispatch location and that it was in Midtown. Regardless if it was in Midtown or not, like every other officer in our department, we took off running out of the office, plugged in the address on our GPSs, and we took off towards the location. As we were on our way to the school itself, our dispatch was doing a phenomenal job. They were giving us as much updates as they could. They told us that the individual had entered into the school. They were actively shooting, gave us a description, and they were receiving this information from the individuals that were already on scene. When I arrived on scene, another officer had already arrived on scene. To this day, I still don't know who that officer is. There was hundreds of officers that responded. But I've learned that that officer had arrived on the other side of the school. I came off of Harding Pike and entered coming up the hill towards the school. When I started to approach, or when I pulled my car up, I observed a female on a cell phone, who later found out was one of the employees of the school. The female was pointing to the left, so I ended up pulling my vehicle towards the left. I ran into another individual, a male that was outside, rolled my window down, asked where they were. That individual, who I later learned was also an employee of the school, told me that they were around the side and asked where. And at that point, without hesitation, the employee just took off running towards the door that was later learned to be where the shooter had entered. He took off running and telling me to follow him, which helped out tremendously. So I stayed in my vehicle and drove that direction. He was kind of hugging around the vehicles that were parked on the side because, like they said, we didn't know where the shooter was. He just knew that the shooter had entered into this door right at the entrance. So he said when he got closer to the door, he pointed and told me that they had entered right there. So I ended up parking my vehicle, exiting, and noticed that all the glass to that door had been shot out. Saw shell casings on the ground, bullet holes on the door. So I immediately made entry. As I made entry into the school, I saw an individual that I believe has been identified as the janitor. He was laid out on the ground, not moving. I relayed that information to the over our radio to the dispatch that I had made entry and that I had an individual that was down. Still didn't have a stimulus. The shooter wasn't shooting at that point. So started just like Officer Rex, Sergeant Mathis, and every other officer that had gotten there, started clearing rooms as fast as possible, trying to find where the shooter was. I was on the first floor. I had cleared part of the first floor and along with the gymnasium when I had somehow made my way towards a door that led me back outside. That's where I made contact with one of our teammates, Detective Wagner, and two patrol officers. At that point, we were told that the shooter was possibly on the second floor. So at that point, that's when on the body cam you see where we ended up going up the stairwell and made our way to a locked door. At the time, I was upset that we had just hit a locked door, but now looking back, I'm thankful we hit a locked door because that was the school doing what they've been trained to do. The door was locked, so knowing we didn't have a way of getting in and hearing on the radio that Officer Rex and Sergeant Mathis had a team and that they were making entry, the decision was made that we'd push back out and link back with try to link up with those officers that were making entry on another side. We ended up cutting through the gymnasium that, like I said, we had already previously had gone through. By that point, Detective Plesey had linked up with us along with Detective Cagle, who both are on the same team. When we came in the hallway, that's when you could see down the hallway Sergeant Mathis was standing watching a hallway, and later learned Officer Rex and some others had gone to the right and were clearing rooms. We ran down that hallway because knowing that they were already ahead of us, it was believed those rooms had been cleared. So we linked up with Sergeant Mathis. I told Sergeant Mathis we were with him, and then we continued systematically clearing the rooms that we came upon. At some point around that time frame is when we started hearing the first shots. Once we started hearing the first shots, that's when everything kind of kicked into overdrive for us. We had gone up the stairwell, made our way down the hallway. That's when I ran into that second victim, laid on the ground. We had to push past the victim because we continued to hear more shots being fired. Like Sergeant Mathis stated, it was very distinctive. You could clear as day tell that there were rifle rounds being fired. We came upon a T intersection. Sergeant Mathis was on one side and I was on the other side. we didn't know if the shooter was to the left or the right. It was, smoke was everywhere. The fire alarm was going off. It was somewhere right around that point we heard another shot, and so it told us that the shooter was to our right.
You're listening into this story, harrowing tale by some Nashville police officers. Their heroic nature taking down the shooter at that school in Nashville at the end of March. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take you right out now to California as we're seeing Kevin McCarthy potentially step to the podium alongside plenty of other representatives. They were meeting there with the Taiwan president. Certainly a big moment there for the Speaker of the House, the recently elected Speaker of the House. You can see people stepping up to this podium here just outside of the Reagan Library. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
Just surrounding the Ways and Means chair. I love it. Staging a coup. That's perfect. They've extracted some of whatever they need.
We're good. Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with us today. My name is David Trulio, and I'm the new president and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. In 1991, when President Reagan stood very close to where we're standing right now to officially open the Reagan Presidential Library and Museum, he stated that his hope was for the Reagan Library to become, quote, a dynamic intellectual forum, unquote, not only for scholars to interpret the past, but also for policymakers to debate the future. Earlier today, we had the unique opportunity to host a bipartisan meeting between members of the United States House of Representatives, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and Tsai Ing-wen, the president of Taiwan, and her delegation. Today's engagements are a wonderful example of how President Reagan's vision for this library is being fulfilled. Ronald Reagan believed passionately in freedom and democracy, not simply for Americans, but for all people around the globe. Before becoming president, he traveled to Taiwan on 2 occasions. And it was President Reagan's administration in 1982 that developed what became known as the 6 Assurances, a framework that to this day forms a key part of the foundation of how relations between the United States and Taiwan are conducted. We are deeply honored and grateful that Speaker McCarthy brought today's bipartisan meeting to the Reagan Library. The Speaker's district is not that far from us here in Simi Valley, and he has consistently taken the time to support what we do here, from participating in our Reagan National Defense Forum and also giving keynote remarks as part of our Center for Public Affairs program. Of significant note, in 2021, Speaker McCarthy tweeted, and I quote, "Ronald Reagan is, in large part, the reason I am a Republican." So it is my privilege to invite to the microphone a long-standing friend of the Reagan Foundation, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, David. And he's 1 week on the job, and he already brought us together. Bipartisan. Well done. Look forward to much more greatness there. No better place to be seated today. And to the members behind me, thank you for coming. And if you notice, it's not members of one party. We're here united together in a very important issue. I want to thank all of you for being here as well. It's great to be joined by so many members of both parties at the Reagan Library. And it is a fitting place to have such a discussion, given President Reagan's commitment to the people of Taiwan. President Reagan's 6 assurances serves as the backbone of our relationship with the people of Taiwan. The members here today make clear we take our support for the people of Taiwan seriously and are determined to speak with one voice. The relationship between the people of the United States and Taiwan have never been stronger in my lifetime. We had a very productive discussion with the President of Taiwan today, we covered the crucial ways to further our bonds. Based on our conversations, it's clear that there are several actions are necessary. First, we must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage. We live in a decisive moment in history and must act with urgency. Tension in the world are at this highest point since the end of the Cold War. As authoritarian leaders seek to use violence and fear to provoke needless conflict. The bond between the people of America and Taiwan is foundational and long-standing. Together, our people have weathered multiple crises and cooperated in important areas of technology, trade, and human rights. America must stay true to our values and remain consistent in our support for the people of Taiwan, who share America's people's desire to live in peace, freedom, and democracy. I felt our meeting today provided a greater peace and stability for the world. America's support for the people of Taiwan will remain resolute, unwavering, and bipartisan. It is my honor to introduce to you the next speaker to come before us, the chairman of the Democratic Party, a fellow colleague from California. And for all those with camera, please take the view behind us, because I don't think California has ever looked so beautiful. Congressman Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank President Tsai for the meaningful conversation today, and on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, we offered our continued partnership and cooperation as we seek to grow our economic ties. Speaker McCarthy, on behalf of this bipartisan delegation assembled behind us, I want to thank you for facilitating this meeting and for fostering this bipartisan engagement. In matters of foreign policy, as the Speaker mentioned, it's important for us to set aside partisanship and work together to promote our common interests and the interests of the free world. In the 40 years since the Taiwan Relations Act has passed, the partnership between the United States and Taiwan has been rooted in the pillars of security, shared economic interests, and democracy. I told President Tsai that the House Democrats will never abandon this relationship and will work hand in glove with the Biden administration to affirm our commitment, because we understand the unique role and vital role that Taiwan plays in the region. We welcome competition with the People's Republic of China, but do not seek conflict. The work we do in Congress will seek to promote the safety and security of the Indo-Pacific region while protecting American interests and the interests of our allies and partners. We look forward to this meeting and more meetings like this in the future, and the continued cooperation together. I want to thank the bipartisan nature of this delegation and introduce Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee of the Strategic Competition of the CCP.
Thank the Speaker. I thank all of my colleagues for being here today. What a special experience. President Reagan once said, if some of you fear taking a stand because you're afraid of reprisals, recognize that you're just feeding the crocodile, hoping that he will eat you last. Watching some of the coverage leading up to President Tsai's visit, I've been thinking about Reagan's crocodile. Some who failed to learn from decades of CCP behavior have been wringing their hands, wondering if we're being too provocative. But I would submit to you that if the duly elected leader of one of our most important Democratic partners can't meet with American leaders on American soil, that we're merely feeding the crocodile that will eventually eat us. We must not be intimidated. And Speaker McCarthy and this bipartisan delegation are here today to send a simple message, and that's we are not afraid. We support our friends in Taiwan. We're going to keep saying that whenever we have the opportunity, and we're going to turn those words into action this Congress, bipartisan action, because Taiwan is a small but very bright candle burning at the edge of a vast authoritarian darkness. It's a testament to something President Reagan said in front of the Brandenburg Gate. He said, "There stands before the entire world one great and inescapable conclusion. Freedom leads to prosperity. Freedom replaces the ancient hatreds among nations with comedy and peace. Freedom is the victor." And with that, I am proud to introduce my good friend and ranking member on the Select Committee on the CCP, Raja Krishnamurthy.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Speaker McCarthy, for convening this bipartisan meeting. Thank you, Chairman Aguilar, for leading our House Democratic Caucus, being present. Thank you to all of my fellow members. And of course, thank you to the Reagan Foundation for hosting us in a wonderful visit. We had a wonderful set of meetings with President Tsai, and it reminded me of something that actually President Reagan said 40 years ago at the 40th founding of the United Nations. He asked the following question. He said, "What kind of a people do we want to be 40 years from now?" Well, today we can agree with what he said should be the answer, which is that we want to be a free people, firm in the conviction that freedom is not the sole prerogative of a chosen few, but rather the entitlement of all of God's children. In that regard, Taiwan deserves to be free. Taiwan's people deserve freedom, and they have earned that right. The CCP has promised that if they reunify with Taiwan, they will provide a one China, two systems policy. In Hong Kong, we've seen such a policy in name being implemented. Unfortunately to us, and to many others, it looks like a one China, one system policy. And freedom, unfortunately, has not been compatible with that one system. And so that's why our bond with the Taiwanese people is unshakable. We will always support them in defending their freedom. And to our strategic competitors in the CCP, we say to them with one voice, we do not want war. We don't want a cold war. We don't want a hot war. We don't want any hostilities whatsoever. We want peace. We are a peace-loving people. But we want a durable peace, and we must deter aggression at all costs. We must peacefully resolve all differences between and among us at the bargaining table. So with that said, I want to say thank you so much, and I want to now welcome Chairman Smith of the Ways and Means Committee to address us.
This is such a special day, being at the Reagan Library, but it's a special occasion, and we have to thank Speaker McCarthy for organizing this event and each one of our colleagues that's here, Republicans and Democrats. It shows how important this is to our nation and how important it is to Congress, that we were able to have such a constructive bilateral conversation with the President of Taiwan, talking about our relationship from an economic perspective, but also from a security perspective, and the results of how we can continue to partner and work together moving forward. I think there's going to be a lot of benefits from this meeting. Happy to give all the tough questions to Speaker McCarthy.
Before we begin questions, let me just say one thing. I want to thank all the members who came. They came from different parts of the country, from different parties, from different committees, with one goal. That's to bring peace throughout the world, but bring a greater foster of a relationship with the people of Taiwan. I respect the job that you're all going to do, but let me put one caveat for you. Today was a very important day on the subject we talked about. I know you'll try to ask me questions about a lot of other subjects. Leave that for another day. Today I'll only entertain questions about this meeting and we'll hear. Yes? We'll give you microphones too, so you can be heard.
Thank you so much. Andrea Mitchell from NBC News. And it's remarkable to see this bipartisan gathering. And I was at the Brandenburg Gate with President Reagan and covered that, so this is quite a moment. Let me ask you, do you worry, Mr. Speaker, that you will escalate tensions with Beijing?
No, it's not our intention to escalate. We want to continue to build and foster democracy and freedom. And there should be no fear. I mean, the uniqueness here, what I would think around the world, not very often does the world see Republicans and Democrats standing together on one issue. You know, when I first became Speaker, I sat down with Leader Hakeem, and we talked about this issue. And I said, I think some of the challenges that we have had with China have been part of the challenges that America has not spoken with one voice. We may have given conflicting views from going from administration to administration. I think what would bring and foster a stronger relationship is that Congress speak with one voice. And you found earlier this year, when a balloon traveled across this country, 100% of Congress voted together on a resolution. And I think today you found that we sat down with the President, united, talking about how we foster peace further. And the number one thing I see of how you create peace is you communicate. You communicate with one another, whether you be foe or friend. And that's something that we see different today.
We're also reporting that the balloon did gather intelligence, contrary to what the administration has said. Can you respond to that?
From my understanding, that was the purpose of the balloon itself. And I think that's why you found Congress speaking with one voice. It doesn't matter what country that comes from. It should not be allowed to go over our airspace and gather with the technology that it has today, and we'll figure more about that, and there might be ramifications further based upon what the actions were taken. But thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Josh Campbell with CNN. I have a clarification and then a question, if I may. Yesterday in Bakersfield, you did an interview and you described China as a country that is a very important country, was the quote. And I'm just curious, given the sensitivity of that word country, was that purposeful? And then second, I'm just curious, obviously we're here at the Reagan Library. We've heard President Reagan mentioned several times today he was impactful on your career. In a different place and time, when the Soviet Union was the adversary, he was asked what his strategy was, and he said it's simple. We win, they lose.
4 words.
I'm wondering, in the modern era, with China increasingly described as an adversary, is that your view as it relates to China? We win, they lose.
No, I think when you look to America, the world wins when we have peace. The world wins when we have respect for one another. The world wins when we have more democracy and more freedom. It was only fitting that we had this meeting here. Look, I believe in the 3 communiques. I also believe in the 6 assurances. That has not changed one iota. But I do believe in fostering a greater relationship and sitting here and understanding what the world looks like before Ronald Reagan took power and what the world looked like afterwards. And it wasn't just Reagan, it was other leaders around the world who stood, of Lech Wałęsa. There were 2 Germanys. We watched a Margaret Thatcher. We watched those who stood for freedom, stood for democracy, wasn't based upon a party. The world became a safer place. Authoritarian lost. But what I see today around the world is disturbing. And I think that unites. And the one thing I would take pride in as an American, you're watching your lawmakers stand together with both parties, advocating greater democracy, with a plan to help deter any chance of a war in the future. And what we learned from Reagan, peace through strength. Trust but verify. Respect your adversary. We've watched Reagan go when he spoke about the Soviet Union, but he went to the Soviet Union. He built a relationship. And we've watched the changes that could be brought. So, look. Look, I do not change from the 3 communiques, where they are. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alex Michelson from Fox 11. I'm curious, what is it about this issue in particular that is bringing you all together, where on so many other issues there's so much division? And also, just as a bottom line question, what is your message to China, who's threatening retaliation for doing this today?
Well, my first message to China, there's no need for retaliation. But the one thing I would say to China, too, at no time, I am the Speaker of the House. There's no place that China is going to tell me and where I can go or who I can speak to, whether you be foe or whether you be friend. I'm not the general manager of the Houston Rockets. And the one thing I hope all countries see is that we're united in this same approach, together on both sides. And we're going to speak with one voice when it comes to China or any others when we look at foreign policy. One of my goals as Speaker is to take away the things that become so partisan. Not everything has to be partisan. I respect people on the other side of the aisle that have a different philosophical belief, but when it comes to peace, freedom, and democracy, I think that unites us. When we watch what's happening in the world today, a movement and a gathering, it looks like a little of a new axis of power. I think back to what could have the lawmakers done then, that never took place in the 30s. So today we're looking at to make sure that we have peace going on decades in the future. I think it's fitting that you're here under Reagan's library. This is what he advocated in a world that was dangerous. He advocated peace, and he found a way to do it. That same place here. So for a China should not fear. A China should engage with us. And I think from a point of view from Congress, I think we have a responsibility to speak with one voice, and we're doing that. And that should be a greater relationship with China at the same time with Taiwan. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Leslie Liao, Taiwan Plus News. First of all, on behalf of Tsai Ing-wen's traveling press pool, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity for being here. That said, one of the messages that you keep telling us during this press conference is that you will not allow China to dictate where you can and can't go. Just out of my own curiosity, are there any plans for you to come to Taiwan, or, is there any desire?
I don't have any current plans, but that doesn't mean I will not go. And if there comes a time that I go, I would not go as one party only. And I would not go for a simple purpose for myself in that basis. And it wouldn't be in an adversarial role or others. But I thought as President Tsai transited through America, it's a unique opportunity to bring that dialogue. And I think the world is a safer place for it. And communication matters. Regardless of whether people have differences of opinion. And I think today is going to foster greater peace long term. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. 40 years ago, President Reagan started the One China policy. Now 40 years later, I'm here. Are you Congress going to shut down the One China policy?
Well, when you talk about One China policy, I think you're confusing which president was involved during that time. That was President Nixon. And we have no difference of opinion. That's continuing the three communiques you'd be referring to. Under President Reagan, you'd be talking about the 6 assurances with Taiwan. That is currently American policy, and that is still American policy, and that's the policy that we support here. Yes. I'll go to you next. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Andrew Desiderio from Punchbowl News. I'm wondering if you could talk about your sense of President Tsai's assessment of how imminent an actual attack or invasion from China might be at this point, and what she specifically asked for from Congress in terms of military assistance, economic assistance, things you guys can do in the NDAA or through the China Select Committee. Thank you.
Let me be very clear. We advocate that day never comes. And if we've learned anything from Ukraine, there's actions that could have been taken 5 years ago, so Ukraine never had. Deterring that action to take place would have saved thousands of lives. I think today is a part of that. We've always had with the 6 assurances that we could supply weapons to Taiwan, that they could defend themselves, that war would not be created. They have purchased a number of weapons from America. Some have been delayed. I think one of the things that we had talked about, how could we speed that up in the process? I think you have a commitment from both sides here to make sure that happens. How can we build more trade, economics, I think that helps along the way as well. I would hope that as lawmakers, our goal is to make sure those days don't happen. And I think we should learn from what's happened in the past. I would take it, and I want to give a lot of credit to Hakeem Jeffries. When I sat down with him when I first became Speaker, we talked about this select committee. And the goal of this select committee is to speak with one voice. And I have been very impressed with the chairman and the ranking member of how they carried about themselves. And this isn't the only meeting that a number of them are going to do. They're going to go throughout California, meeting in others. And part of the select committee is finding places in America so we're not dependent on other countries, be it critical minerals, be it medical. Making America stronger makes the world safer. And that's the unique goal that all of us have, and that's what we're working towards. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you've talked at great length about the importance of the unity of this delegation and the bipartisanship, the bipartisan nature of it. But today, as you're meeting here with the Taiwanese president, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, is in Beijing meeting with Chinese leaders. What do those conflicting messages mean for the strength of this message and for your approach to China? And then, if you can comment on yesterday's indictments, that would be great too.
Well, first of all, I don't think what Macron's doing is conflicting here. From the same point that I tell China, they cannot tell me who I can meet with. For the same argument that I said, this meeting will foster greater freedoms, right? It's communication. So I think it's great that Macron is meeting in China. I hope he delivers a message not to fund Russia's war in Ukraine. I hope he delivers a message that democracy makes the world safer and stronger. I hope he delivers a message that Americans meeting with President Tsai is positive for the same aspect that he is meeting with President Xi. I've been to China 3 times. I think greater communications between nations are positive. I think trying to show military actions is not. Communications are stronger. And the answer to your second question is no. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Susanna Lathy with the Washington Free Beacon. You mentioned that one of the topics you discussed was boosting arms sales to Taiwan. What's your plan to do so, considering the White House is signaling reluctance to upset Beijing? And then secondly, are you at all concerned that during Taiwan's next presidential election, a more Beijing-friendly candidate could win?
Look, one thing I believe in democracy, and let them have a say in the process and decide who wants to lead them and have an open and honest and fair debate without others advocating inside. I don't get the same approach from this administration. I think this administration, and my communications with them too, see the importance of speeding up the weapon delivery system. So I'm not feeling the same differences based upon your question. And I do believe in the motto of President Reagan, peace through strength. And I think deterring, if I just sit back and I look at what transpired in Ukraine, I remember coming back from Ukraine in 2015 and advocating to sell them javelins. Javelins, a defensive weapon to stop the tanks from coming in. And maybe had that action been taken or others, Russia would not have felt that that was a mode for them to go through and thousands of lives would have been saved. And I think this is no different than what the 6 assurances have said from Reagan, that we would supply Taiwan with weapons, that we didn't set a timeline to the one China. So it's carrying out the exact same policy we have had for decades. And I believe in that motion if we're able to do it. They've already made the sales. It's the delivery of the system. And I think from that same action, if people would have taken that action in Ukraine, the world would be safer. And I think that's an action that we should take. And I believe, I'm not going to put words in anybody's mouth, but with our discussions, I believe that is a bipartisan position. And I would think, I'm not going to speak for the administration, but from my conversations with the administration, that's the same feeling I've had back from them as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Hein from the Taiwan PTS. Speaker, I want will you invite President Tsai to the Congress to get a speech, or any possible to let the Taiwan president visit Washington, D.C.? Thank you.
I don't have any invitation out there right now. Today we were able to meet her as she transits through America, and I thought that was very productive. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. Michael Martina from Reuters. President Tsai has just returned from Latin America. Taiwan has been losing allies around the world slowly, including recently Honduras. I'm curious if you think that the United States is doing enough to stop that, if you even think it's the United States' business to step in or say to Taiwan's allies that they should remain with Taiwan.
I think that's one of the reasons the president was out communicating with others. I have a fear of some of these nations changing their positions based upon a hope and dream of financial support for some infrastructure. We have found at times when China has done that, those nations have become in a more economic challenging time, maybe a dam not working in Ecuador, maybe becoming under financial burdens. So I truly believe that all nations should look at where it is and make a decision. I wish all nations would make a decision based upon democracy and freedom and peace. If that's the decision at the end of the day, or the determination, I have no fear of where people would make their decision. Yes, sir.
Mike Blood with AP. I heard what you said about the weapons and also trade, but are there other areas where you think the administration could be acting more aggressively in toughening policy with China? Also, do you think that the country should specifically commit to the defense of Taiwan should China attempt anything militarily?
Look, I know everyone puts these hypotheticals out there. Our goal is that hypothetical never comes to fruition. And what we know through history, the best way to do that is supply the weapons to allow people to deter war. Supply the weapons that people could defend themselves. It is a critical lesson that we learned through Ukraine, that the idea of just sanctions in the future is not going to stop somebody, but deterrent of being able to self-control is going to stop that. Your first part of your question, remind me again what it was?
Yes, should the administration be doing more in terms of toughening its policy to China beyond what you mentioned, the arms sales and also trade?
Well, the one thing I always believe, you should keep communication going. I think from policymakers here, the more that we're able to speak with one voice, I think the greater understanding China would understand where we stand. But more importantly, it would help them to understand, don't send a balloon over our airspace. Don't use authoritarian bully tactics, is not going to go far. We want to have peace. We want to have economics with you. We want to be able to grow like we had for a number of years together, and we want to continue to foster that. We respect your position. We respect the nature of your country. But the same part is you've got to respect democracy, freedom, and peace. And the idea of America in the last number of years of flip-flopping through administrations, I think had sent the wrong message to China. I remember my first time traveling to China in 1995. I remember going to Tiananmen Square, and there was a sign there, and it had two numbers. The number of days and the number of minutes to Hong Kong came under control. I remember the promises made that China did to Hong Kong, that they could keep their own version of democracy and others, and for 50 years, and they reneged on that. And I think that harmed them around the world. And I think if they understood that, we watched them shut down newspapers and freedom of press that have been there for decades. And I think when the world stays silent on those issues, that's what fosters a problem that gets you to that hypothetical. When you speak with honesty and integrity and you come forth in one voice, and especially the responsibility America has, that makes the world safer. And that's why, if there was a place to meet, it was here today. This isn't a lesson, and I'm proud of the fact that you see Democrats and Republicans. Democrats didn't budge and say, oh, you're going to Ronald Reagan's presidential library, because it wasn't about Republicans. It was the foundation of the idea of America standing for freedom and peace and democracy. It was the idea of those policies that America took during the Cold War and others. That the world is safer based upon what America took those policies on now. And as we look to what the world looks like today, I think this is the right place, the right time, and the right members to be together. Yes, ma'am.
Jiang Li from Taiwan's media. I want to ask a question is about some representatives propose to build state-to-state relations between U.S. and Taiwan, or they say U.S. should normalize Taiwan-U.S. relations. What do you think about it?
I don't see any change to our 3 communiques and our 6 assurance today. No. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. I think when you look today, just fostering greater relationships. I think when you sit here today, sitting at the Reagan Library with the 6 assurances, that continues to build. And what I look to is, I understand the premise of your question, but our goal here is that we have peace throughout the world. And we understand where the world is today. And I think today helps us foster that further with committing to those 6 assurances of where we go. And I think the world will be safer for it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Catherine Hiller from the Financial Times. We've heard a lot about unwavering support for Taiwan today. Now, if there were a Chinese attack, do you think the American people would be okay with America sending troops or really stepping in to defend Taiwan? Thank you.
That's a hypothetical question that we never want to get to. The reason why we're together here with both parties sitting down is because we never want to see that question really get asked. We never want to see that to come to fruition. And we understand through history. We understand through the history of what Ronald Reagan would do and others, that day you do not want to have happen. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. And how do you deter that? You foster a greater relationship about peace, freedom, and democracy. You deter the ability for one side to create war. You stick to the 3 communiques and the 6 assurances. That has fostered peace and grown economics on every side of the aisle, be it Taiwan, be it China, be it America. So that is what we're doing today. So when you look back on history, in a critical time around the world, what did your lawmakers do? They stood up, they built relationships to friend and foe, they deterred the ability for one to foster war against the other, they built economic ties with both, and they fostered a greater relationship for freedom and for peace around the world, because no one wants to get to a hypothetical question she just asked. I thank you for spending your time with us today. I thank the members for spending time here. This won't be our last discussion about this, and we'll continue to foster and grow because it won't all be solved today. But thank you and God bless. Have a very happy Easter.
You're just listening in there to those remarks from the Speaker of the House alongside some Republicans, some Democrats as they just met with that Taiwan president earlier today. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover all of the top headlines. And I want to take you right back out to that moment from our Fox 11 team on the ground there in California. As you can see, Speaker McCarthy meeting there with the Taiwan president. Certainly a lot of tensions between the United States and China. Obviously asking some hypothetical questions that Kevin McCarthy would not get into, but certainly it is a high-level talk with the Taiwanese president on U.S. soil, a bold and historic move by the speaker, which has angered China at a time the relationship is already at a low. For more on this, we go out to Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington.
A rare and historic meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen on U.S. soil, met by both pro-Taiwan and pro-China protesters at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California. The move is seen as a boost to the self-governing island.
We're stronger when we are together. In our efforts to protect our way of life, Taiwan is grateful to have the United States of America by our side.
President Tsai has been on a trip across the U.S., meeting with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle.
I believe our bond is stronger now than at any time or point in my lifetime.
China condemned the meeting well before it took place and threatened countermeasures. The White House is also closely watching the meeting and what China decides to do about it, if anything. The administration maintains there is no change to the One China policy.
Beijing should not use the transits as an excuse to take any actions to ratchet up tensions.
Chinese state media reports already China is conducting patrols and inspections in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan says they are tracking a Chinese aircraft carrier to the southeast of the island. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much. We also heard White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre take questions about that, about China and Taiwan as well. Sticking with, though, international news, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says there is, quote, no doubt a Wall Street Journal reporter arrested by Russian authorities last week was, quote, wrongfully detained. Still, the process to reach an official determination on his detention is pending. Fox News correspondent Greg Palcott has more from London.
In my own mind, there's no doubt that he's being wrongfully detained by Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken condemning the imprisonment of Wall Street Journal correspondent Evan Gershkovich. Blinken says the State Department is working through the formalities to label Gershkovich's arrest as an unlawful detention. The official designation would unlock new resources, both diplomatic and legal, to try and get Gershkovich out of Russia, where he was arrested last week on charges of espionage.
We're going to continue to call for the release of Evan Gershkovich. As I said, these charges are ridiculous. Evan is not a spy.
Lawyers for Gershkovich visited him Tuesday for the first time. According to the Wall Street Journal, his legal team reports he is in good health and grateful for the outpouring of support from around the world. The newspaper has denied the charges, which could bring up to 20 years in prison, and Gershkovich is appealing his arrest. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin accused Western intelligence agencies of being involved in what he said were terrorist attacks in Russia.
Neo-Nazis and their accomplices operate not only on the territory of the new subjects of the Russian Federation, but also commit crimes in other regions.
A group of journalists started a social media campaign calling on the Jewish community to leave an empty seat at Passover Seder meals for Evan. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox as the tensions between the United States, China, and Russia continue to be tense. Well, this is a live look outside of Mar-a-Lago at West Palm Beach as the residence of former President Donald Trump after being arraigned yesterday at a Manhattan courthouse. We're going to have much more on this coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. You're looking live in Florida at Mar-a-Lago, the residence of former President Trump. Of course, we're going to speak with someone who was inside the courtroom, Fox 5's Morgan Mackay, in the coming moments as she will detail what she saw and heard during that arraignment as the former president now faces those 34 felony counts related to potentially falsifying business records in the state of New York. Until we do set up that live shot, I want to take you right back out to the White House press briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre, talking about also that arraignment as well as the meeting between Speaker McCarthy and Taiwan and their president. We'll have much more on this right here.
Years ago, and underscore the readiness of the United States to support Northern Ireland's vast economic potential to the benefit of all communities. Next, the President will travel to Ireland, where he will discuss our close cooperation on the full range of shared global challenges. He will also hold various engagements, including Dublin, County Louth, and County Mayo, and celebrate the deep historic ties that link our countries and people. We will have more information on this trip to announce soon. And finally, I want to wish a happy Passover to Jewish Americans in communities across the country who will gather around the Seder table tonight. As the President said today, Passover is more than just recounting of the past. It reminds us of our moral obligation of state clearly and forcefully that anti-Semitism must stop. Passover is also a story of redemption, resilience, and unity, a story of people coming together with a shared faith and a shared people for a better tomorrow. With that, Zeke, you want to kick us off?
Thank you. First off, on last note there about Passover, President Mizata this morning referenced his anti-Semitism strategy. He hasn't, Doug Emhoff, some gentlemen has talked about it as well. When does he actually want to see that strategy released?
So don't have a timeline for the strategy on when we would want to see that moving forward, but clearly the President has been very vocal on the anti-Semitism that we have seen across the country, the violence, and so of course we're going to continue to speak to that, as I just did just now, as the President did clearly in his statement. Just don't have any update on the specific strategy.
We've seen additional devastating tornadoes and storms over the last several days. Does the President plan to travel to Arkansas? Are there additional calls you can read out, and what is the status of federal support for these hard-hit communities?
So don't have an update on any travel that the President's going to be making. I can say federal teams continue to work closely with state and local officials to get impacted communities the support they need. President Biden has been in touch with leaders across the impacted states. We've got hundreds of FEMA personnel on the ground. That includes over 400 FEMA personnel in Mississippi, over 120 FEMA personnel in Arkansas. They're surveying damage, assisting with recovery efforts, and more. In Mississippi, for example, FEMA has distributed more than $2 million in individual assistance, and we're committed to supporting impacted communities as long as it takes. Of course, this is something that unfortunately the President has had to deal with when it comes to these type of extreme weather during his first 2 years of administration, so he takes this very seriously. I just don't have anything to share on travel, but clearly FEMA's on the ground doing, and other government officials, entities are on the ground doing everything that we can to support the citizens of these two states in particular.
And just one last one on a different topic. The attacks on the prosecutor in New York, on the judge in New York in the Trump case, some directed by the President, there's criticism from the Mexican president of that prosecution. I understand you yesterday was well covered that you don't want to talk about the specifics of the case, but can you speak to criticism or attacks on the judicial system and the nation's system of governance and jurisprudence?
Yeah, I totally understand the question, and I'll just so that I'm on the record, per usual, I'm not going to speak to an ongoing case, and we've been very consistent and very prudent about that, so I'm going to continue to leave that there. But more broadly, of course, and you've heard me say this, you've heard the President say this many times, we condemn any type of attacks on any judge or our judicial system that we have seen over the last 2 years in particular as the President has been in office. But again, I'm not going to speak to the case specifically, but that is something that we definitely condemn.
one more on that topic. Can you just confirm or tell us how the president was informed of the charges against his predecessor? Was he briefed on that?
Do you mean? Do you mean yesterday with the? So look, the president clearly, and I said this yesterday. The president's focus is on the American people. That's going to continue to be his focus. He, as he was last week when the announcement was made of an indictment, he was of course briefed by his senior members of his staff, just like as we all found out. You all learned through reports, the media reporting, and that's all I have. I don't have anything more to share on that.
And on the meeting between House Speaker McCarthy and the Taiwanese president, has the U.S. seen any signs that China could be preparing some kind of response to this meeting? You know, any evidence that they could launch any kind of military drills like they did around Speaker Pelosi's?
So I'm just going to be very. I'm just going to repeat what Secretary Blinken said. As you all heard him moments ago when he did his press avail in Belfast, Belgium. Pardon me, in Brussels. Was confusing with the topper with the president going to Ireland and the UK. He was very, very clear, and we've been very clear. We have said there is no reason for Beijing to turn this transit into something that is used as a pretext to overreact. We've been very clear about that. This is something, when you look at the transit that the president of Taiwan is doing, this is something that's been part of a long tradition, a long U.S. tradition. And so, again, we just do not see, there should not be a reason for the PCR to overreact here.
And just one quick one on the trip to Ireland. In the past, the president has taken...
You're just listening in there to Karine Jean-Pierre as she continues to provide an update on a lot of different subjects, including that meeting between Speaker McCarthy and also the Taiwan president. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover that major breaking news story as we saw former President Trump returned to Florida yesterday at Mar-a-Lago, of course, following it very closely. He held that speech last night after being arraigned on those 34 felony counts. We want to continue this major story and bring in our Fox 5 team. Morgan Mackay, you were in the room where it happened yesterday. What are we learning some 24 hours later, and what do we know at this point?
Thank you, Andy. So former President Donald Trump, in his own words, described yesterday as surreal. But just 6 hours later, he ignored a warning from a judge to tone down his rhetoric, attacking the district attorney, the judge, and the judge's family.
A local failed district attorney.
Taking to the stage at a rally in Mar-a-Lago, former President Donald Trump didn't hold back his criticism of the justice system shortly after pleading not guilty to 34 felony counts.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign.
But just 6 hours earlier, Judge Juan Mershon directed a warning at both sides, saying they needed to refrain from making comments that have the potential to incite violence, create civil unrest, or jeopardize the safety of any individuals. Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, argued that Trump's comments at the rally was just a former president exercising his freedom of speech.
That's his opinion. He's entitled to it, but he certainly didn't say or post anything that would be in violation of the judge's request.
Trump is being charged with 34 counts of filing false business records in the first degree. Prosecutors allege that Trump concealed hush money payments by falsely labeling these transactions as legal expenses. Falsifying business records are usually only a misdemeanor, but the district attorney's office says he did so to hide damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 election, elevating these charges to a felony.
The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
In light of Trump's rhetoric on social media, prosecutors and Trump's legal team are hashing out what's called a protective order. This would prohibit Trump from sharing or posting any sensitive information from the discovery process. Jeremy Saland, a former assistant district attorney, says that if Trump were to violate such an order,
that's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to a year in jail. That would be a separate offense, a separate criminal action that the former president would have to deal with.
Trump posted to social media saying he wants a case moved out of Manhattan to another section of New York, preferably Staten Island, which is considerably more conservative. He also, his attorneys are going to be filing a motion to get this case dismissed. Andy?
Thank you so much. A very interesting case, and 24 hours, it still feels like a whirlwind. For you, I'm sure it's even more so. You were in the courtroom with the former president during these proceedings. There were some still images coming out, but obviously no video coming from that courtroom. Take me back 24 hours ago. Kind of describe this scene and paint the picture a little bit for our audience of what you saw, what you heard yesterday.
Exactly, Andy. It was really tough to get inside the courthouse. You had major news organizations lining up the day before, starting at 4 p.m., spending all night outside waiting in line to get inside the courthouse. Now, we were able to make the cut. We were able to get in. There was the main room where Trump was being arraigned, and then there were 2 overflow rooms. We were able to make it into one of the overflow rooms, but it was actually almost better that way because we were able to see Trump's facial expressions. Everyone sitting in the room with him could only see the back of his head. So I was able to watch Trump react throughout the trial and see him paying attention. I thought it was actually very shocking how attentive he was during this process. Obviously, you can see there, he's very frustrated. He was very tense, but he was paying attention and he was looking at the lawyers when they were talking. Now, security was tight. There were 2 separate metal detectors. You went up to the 15th floor and went through that second metal detector. There were police dogs. There was about 30 officers just on that floor alone. Over 35,000 NYPD officers were on standby that day.
And you mentioned the security protocol because Secret Service, NYPD, all of that stuff, making sure what went down, obviously making sure it was safe. Give me a little bit of a description of that as well, because this had to be a very tight, closed, secure facility.
Exactly. They did sweeps of the courthouse repeatedly. They made everyone leave. They had us coming in at around a little after 1:30, and then the court arraignment was supposed to start at 2:15, but it actually didn't start until 2:30 because Trump arrived a little bit later, and I think just because of security, it just took a while to get everyone filing in. But they were only taking in people about 10 at a time to go even through these metal detectors. There was a line of cops outside the courthouse, I would say about 45 cops just standing right at the entrance of the courtroom. And there were just, filing you through. There were dogs, there were helicopters, NYPD helicopters circling above. And everything was blocked off in the courtroom. You could only go from point A to point B. There was no even averting to the bathroom. They really just wanted you straight line in and straight line out.
And I'm sure that is for a very specific reason, to keep everyone safe on such a high-profile case, certainly unprecedented move here. I do have to ask you, because we already asked you about former President Trump, his demeanor, kind of his reaction. On the other side, what were the kind of demeanor of the prosecutors, of potential DA Alvin Bragg? Did they look confident? Kind of what was their demeanor as well?
So District Attorney Alvin Bragg was sitting in the second row, actually. So that was another thing. They kept the front row completely clear for security purposes. And they also left the aisle of each row clear. And there was an NYPD officer standing on the end of each row facing the journalists, again, for security purposes. But Alvin Bragg was watching. You could tell he was very stoic, very much paying attention. And there were about 3 or 4 prosecutors, I believe, that were delivering the case. And they were just very focused. And they delivered kind of what was statements almost at the beginning. That was what Trump's lawyers were kind of joking about when they were hearing what the prosecutors were laying out, because they were really laying out the case at the beginning. And I think that's why it did take almost an hour to get through everything.
And I think it would be an understatement to say it was a media circus there during that. My last question, because we potentially won't see it back in court until December, and that's one of the main points of contention, that this would be certainly even heightened if it did go to trial. Can you imagine what that might be like if this has to come to a trial and has to happen day after day after day?
So that's something that Trump's attorneys were arguing. They were asking that he not have to appear on December 4th in person, just citing the immense cost this has placed on the city. I mean, over 35,000 NYPD officers were on standby, not including court administrators. I mean, they were blocking off the streets. It was just a huge media circus. I mean, people were camped out there for weeks. So, I mean, we don't know exactly how much this cost the city, but it did place an immense cost. Now, the judge said while he understood that this was, a tremendous burden, he still said that he still denied that plea. So he said, they have to treat Trump like they treat any other defendant, and he needs to be present for this. Now, I think things are going to have to change a little bit, because to go through that every single time he's in court, that's going to be tough. But they're going to have to figure out, hopefully, something. Maybe he'll be able to video conference in for certain times. I think it'll have to depend.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of the race, as a lot of legal experts have said, as there will be lots of motions, both from the defense and the prosecutors as well. Morgan McKay, we appreciate your perspective being inside that courtroom yesterday for the arraignment. We appreciate your time, as always, here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Andy, for having me.
All right. Thank you again as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Appreciate that perspective. I want to give you a look outside at Mar-a-Lago one more time as the former president there arraigned in that Manhattan courtroom, facing those 34 felony counts relating to falsifying business records there. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox and take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live look down there in Florida as we continue to cover all of these major headlines out of all over the world as well. We want to continue on covering the top stories. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to take you right down to Florida at a press conference we were watching from earlier today out of Sarasota, where Floridians and tourists are being warned about a potential lethal drug combination, a potential drug that U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, they sent out a letter from the Florida Attorney General, Ashley Moody. Let's listen into this press conference from earlier on Live Now.
Rex Trochet, the 12th Judicial Circuit State Attorney, Ed Brodsky, and you can't miss him, the tall guy in the back, Florida Department of Law Enforcement Special Agent in Charge, Eli Lawson. And I see that there are so many that are interested in this topic, and we are grateful to you and those of you in the media that are helping us get this word out today. I want to thank Sheriff Hoffman for organizing and helping spearhead this event with this important public safety message. As we know all too well, and it's been reported on frequently, we are in the midst of an overdose crisis in our country. In 1 year, we will lose over 100,000 Americans to overdose death, primarily due to fentanyl. Record numbers. Just to put that in perspective, that's almost twice the amount of Americans we lost in Vietnam. in 1 year. And so this is something that we are asking the community to pay particular attention to, speak with your friends and family members about, and make sure that you are getting help. We know that fentanyl is driving this, and we know that most of that is flooding into the nation because of the breakdown in security and structure at the southern border. And that fentanyl and the poison, some of it mixed already when it comes into the country with xylazine, both in powder and pill form. That poison makes its way into Florida. In the Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto counties alone, nearly 250 people died from fentanyl poisoning in 2021, and that was a 485% increase since 2016. And as deadly and as terrifying as illicit fentanyl is proving to be, its lethality is being enhanced by a drug that is being bought and sold in most U.S. states legally, xylazine. This drug xylazine is also referred to as trank. It's also referred to as the zombie drug. The drug is sold online and sometimes in veterinarian stores outside of Florida. It is cheap, it is easily accessible, and so drug dealers will often mix it with fentanyl and other substances, leaving users in the dark about what they are actually taking. When treating an overdose, first responders that rush to the scene and do everything that they can to try and save a person that is overdosing, they don't know for sure in that moment what drugs the person has taken. So they may try to administer naloxone, but the patient will still struggle to breathe. And that is because xylazine is not an opioid, and it doesn't respond to opioid reversal agents like naloxone. If illicit opioids containing xylazine are used, naloxone is less effective in fully reversing an overdose. In 2016, Florida outlawed xylazine in Florida, but on a national scale, the FDA approved this sedative for animal use. Meanwhile, though we've had repeated warnings from the DEA about the danger of this drug, its prevalence in the United States, they have yet to act to schedule this drug, and Congress has yet to act to schedule this drug. Ahead of spring break, Florida issued a warning about xylazine and its dangerous effect when mixed with fentanyl. And about a week later, the DEA issued a public safety alert highlighting an increase in the number of drugs seized containing both xylazine and fentanyl, which has proven to be a deadly combination. And they confirmed what we know. Xylazine is making fentanyl even deadlier. Seeing that alarming alert, we sent a letter to the DEA asking DEA and the federal government to follow Florida's lead and outlaw this dangerous drug. At the very minimum, schedule it. Congress is also exploring a national ban, and that is because of increasing number of deaths. According to one news report in 2021, more than 230 Floridians died after using trank, more than 30 of them in Sarasota, the third highest rate in the state. So I want to repeat that. Why are we all standing here today? We're not always in the same room like this. Sarasota has the third largest increase in xylazine deaths in the state. FDLE labs are also tracking the prevalence of this drug as it comes into state labs for testing. They've logged more than 1,000 cases of xylazine being present in processed evidence since 2021. Trank was the 11th most frequently identified drug in FDLE crime labs in 2021. And again, I'm using this term trank, that's xylazine. Now in 2023, it is the 6th most frequently identified substance. That is a very short time frame to go from being the 11th most frequently identified substance to the 6th. And Sarasota is one of the major drivers in that increase. This year, FDLE lab analysts are identifying xylazine more than 55 times a month in their crime labs, up from 45 in 2022 and 32 in 2021. This deadly drug, as well as fentanyl and even nitazines, which I've been pushing to get scheduled in the Florida legislature this year. As you know, nitazines are deadlier than fentanyl, more potent than fentanyl. We call those the Frankenstein drugs. They will be permanently banned, hopefully by lawmakers this session, but we know all of these drugs are in the drug supply right now. So tonight, those in this county and in this area could take illicit substances that contain xylazine, and they may not even know it. They are in the drug supply right now. These drugs have no warning labels. Instead, it is buyer beware, and if you are wrong about what is in the drugs, the price you will pay could be your life. But even if you do not die, people who use these drugs, tranq or xylazine, are developing rotting skin lesions like you will see on some of our displays here. Their limbs are rotting away from the injection of this substance. Some have to have their limbs amputated. So in seeking a high, they are literally risking life and limb, as you can see in these demonstrations. Sadly, to some of us, we have been working on this a long time, and the presence of new substances always presents unique challenges. There are times like this where it's important that we get the word out in an urgent manner, which again, I go back to thanking you for showing up today and helping us do that, because people need to know that this unique substance, xylazine, is now in the drug supply here in Sarasota County, and we expect this will only continue to increase until there is some sort of nationwide approach, and until we can get folks that have been struggling with illicit substance disorders or challenges to seek help.
You're just listening in there to Florida officials there as they're talking about these, quote, zombie drugs, and they're warning people about them as well. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to stick with stories out of Florida. Right now, we turn our attention to Marion County as investigators are searching for suspects in the murder of 3 teenagers. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Caroline Elliott there on the ground. What is the latest on this very, very bizarre case? Caroline?
Well, Andy Mack, there have been a lot of rumors circulating online that this case involves a serial killer, but the sheriff made it very clear today that he believes this is not the work of a serial killer. Instead, he believes that, well, investigators believe a neighborhood gang could be connected in all of this. Now, this entire case started last Thursday with the gruesome discovery of a 16-year-old girl who had been found by a dumpster who had been shot in the head. Now then, after that, she was transported to the hospital where she was later pronounced dead. Friends identified her as Layla Silvernail. Friday morning, investigators found another victim less than a mile away, a 17-year-old boy shot dead. Shortly after, officers found Layla Silvernail's car about 9 miles away, submerged in a lake. And that's when investigators found another third victim inside the car, this time a 16-year-old girl who had also been shot. Investigators believe the 3 victims were all friends and were together right before they died. The sheriff tells us investigators are looking at multiple suspects right now, and an arrest could come here shortly. Andy Mack.
Thank you so much, Caroline Elliott. Certainly a tragic story of those 3 deaths. We appreciate your time out here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much as we continue on covering all the top headlines of the day. Certainly a bizarre story there out of Marion County, Florida, searching for those suspects in the murder of 3 teenagers. Of course, we're following all the top headlines. I want to put up a tweet right now as we turn our attention to Maryland, as there has now been an indictment in a sheriff there. Let me put up this tweet here on Live Now from Fox as you can see it. As this coming in from our Fox 5 team, Jacqueline Matter is a Frederick County Sheriff Charles Jenkins has been indicted in a scheme to illegally acquire machine guns along with the owner and operator of firearms-related business in the county. We did catch the end of a press conference here from a little bit earlier from officials within the county there in Frederick County, I believe, in Maryland, as they were detailing some of this, answering a few questions from reporters about what they know on this story as well about the indictment of this Maryland sheriff.
DOJ press release, And are we aware of anyone else that was tracking these or aware of these letters? No, we were not. Yes, ma'am.
Is this connected to the action about several weeks ago with PNC Bank, a request for a customer list from Machine Gun Nest? Is there any connection to that activity?
So her question was, there any connection to the request from PNC Bank for the Machine Gun Nest records? Again, I can't speak to the Machine Gun Nest. I can only speak to the Sheriff's Office and this agency. Yes, sir.
These guns that were purchased on these law letters, were they sold out of inventory to the public, or did they stay there at the dealer?
Again, sir, I can't speak to the Machine Gun Nest and what happened to the weapons. His question was what happened to the weapons that were purchased, and I can't speak to that. Yes, ma'am.
So to clarify, you said you knew that he was under investigation for about a year, but the surprise came as the indictment. For the indictment, is that where the surprise came from?
So the question was, we have known, or we haven't. The sheriff knew of the investigation for about a year, and were we surprised by the indictment? Yes, the indictment surprised us. Yes, ma'am.
Do we know who Jenkins' attorney is, and is the attorney privately funded or paid by the agency?
So the question was asked, do we know who Sheriff Jenkins' attorney is? We do know who it is. However, that attorney has asked that we do not release their name at this time, and we wait until his appearance.
When will that be?
Who asked me that? Sorry. So the question was asked, when will the sheriff appear? We believe next week.
All right. Thank you. Is that attorney that's representing that, is that funded by the county, or is that privately funded?
So the question was asked, was the attorney funded by the county or privately funded? It's privately funded.
Has the Sheriff's Department had any use or training with automatic weapons, these machine guns over the past? Or can you confirm that the Sheriff's Department has no use for them?
I can't speak to what our deputies have been trained on. We train on various amount of weapons throughout our years here and throughout our service. We have training, we have requirements that our deputies are asked to speak on or train on. I apologize. The question was asked, do I know if the deputies train on these very specific machine guns? I do not know that. Right.
Does the Frederick Sheriff's Department have in its weapons inventory machine guns?
The question was asked, do we have machine guns in our weapons inventory? I have to get back to you on that. Exactly what I can tell you, I can give you a full list of all the weapons that we have. Yeah, Bill.
Wouldn't your SWAT team have to have machine guns?
I will get back to you on the full list of what weapons we have.
You're just listening in there to officials. Not very many details as of yet, but the indictment there of that Maryland sheriff on that scheme to potentially acquire machine guns. Certainly a headline that will catch some eyeballs as well. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We want to go out to Michigan right now as their governor, Gretchen Whitmer, is signing a bill to repeal a near-century-old abortion ban. This a tweet coming in from the governor there in Michigan. Today, we are repealing Michigan's extreme 1931 law that bans abortion and criminalizes nurses and doctors for doing their job. This is long overdue. Of course, the courts blocked the ban from taking effect, and voters overwhelmingly supported a proposal to enshrine the abortion rights in the state's constitution. Whitmer's signature on Wednesday eliminated the possibility of the 1931 ban from ever being enforced in the future. Let's take you out to these remarks from doctors, nurses, and the governor in Michigan.
Reproductive health care. I'd like to now introduce my champion for my patients and women's reproductive health care across the state, Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you. I just want to start with gratitude as well. I'm so grateful that the people of Michigan, in their wisdom, passed a constitutional effort to protect reproductive rights. I want to thank the legislators who got this repeal to my desk. I want to thank the stakeholders who do the hard work every single day on behalf of the women and our families in Michigan. I want to thank NARAL and Emily's List and Planned Parenthood, who all have been in this fight for decades in this country, and this shows we can win it. I think a battalion of really energized women is hard to beat, but I'm awfully glad we got some good men along our side, too. And Dave Coulter's loudly clearing his throat here, so I want to make sure I don't. In your beautiful pink tie, Dave, I thank you. But you know, this is the doctors and the healthcare workers, the women and girls and our families who came out, who were vulnerable during this debate as we went into an election, sharing stories, telling people what this meant. I'm so grateful to all of you, and for the 750,000 people that signed the petitions that the ACLU and Planned Parenthood and an army of volunteers were working to collect. Thank you as well. Today we're going to take action to make sure that our statutes, our laws reflect our values and our Constitution. I'm excited today to be signing a bill that will repeal our extreme 1931 law that bans abortion and criminalizes nurses and doctors for just doing their jobs. This is a long overdue step, and it proves that when we keep fighting to protect everyone's ability to make their own decisions about their bodies, we can win. During the conversation around these laws, I was asked often about this trigger law, and I had to explain, no. This is not a trigger law. This is a zombie law. This predates Roe and is at threat of coming back to haunt us all, right? The road to get here took a lot of hard work. Since the day that we lost Justice Ginsburg late in 2020, I think we all knew that an anti-abortion majority in the U.S. Supreme Court was likely. We knew that Michigan had a law from 1931, over 90 years ago, still on the books, that would have banned abortion without exceptions for rape or incest and put nurses and doctors behind bars for doing their jobs. It infuriated me to think that my daughters and every young person today would have fewer rights than I had my whole life growing up. That's why we took proactive steps to protect reproductive freedom. Before the Dobbs draft came out, we had filed a lawsuit here in Michigan to ask our court to recognize that Michigan's Constitution protects this fundamental right. And as a result of that lawsuit and Planned Parenthood's legal work, we ensured that not for one single day access to abortion was not available to women. I said day, not minute, because we did have a few minutes there that where we were rushing to court, but we won. We won. By dinner time, we were back. But it still stung when Roe was reversed. It didn't feel real. It was a fundamental right that was afforded to Americans for nearly 50 years. It's virtually my entire lifetime. It was stripped away. People were going to die and are dying in this country because of this ruling. Healthcare providers would be threatened here in Michigan or thrown into jail. So many states began taking even more draconian steps to restrict abortion. Bans at 8 weeks, 6 weeks in Florida. At the moment of conception in some states, 0 exceptions. Many of these extreme policies are now laws in these other states. Some went further. A group of state lawmakers in South Carolina introduced legislation last month that proposes the death penalty for anyone who seeks abortion care and gets it. The fact that any elected official feels emboldened to advocate for these heinous bills restricting access is cruel and disturbing. Those types of laws are un-American, anti-freedom, and frankly sickening. In Michigan, though, we've taken a different approach. Before we got to this moment, I had already signed an executive order instructing state departments to find ways to increase access to reproductive health care. I signed another that refused to extradite women or health care providers for seeking or providing reproductive health care here in this state. We launched efforts to educate Michiganders on where to find contraception. We expanded access to family planning services for 200,000 Michiganders. We called on big tech to protect digital privacy, especially personal health data. Organizers, activists, citizens in Michigan sprang into action too, launching the drive for Prop 3, which ended up collecting the most signatures of any in history. And in November it passed, and we spoke with one clear voice. No one is going to restrict our reproductive rights and freedom in this state. No one. Abortion rights are now enshrined into our state constitution. And the way we did it was by listening to people, holding roundtables on this subject in every region of our state. We spoke to Michiganders everywhere, from many different political backgrounds. We saw that abortion is and always will be a kitchen table issue. I don't ever want someone from the press to ask me again, should we talk about abortion or the economy? If you don't think abortion's about the economy, you might not have a uterus, right? We know that the decision when and whether or not to bear a child is the most consequential decision economically that a family or a woman will make in her lifetime. The government has no business getting in the way of conversations between women and their doctors. So what happened here was not a fluke. We saw proof of that last night in Wisconsin, where abortion rights was once again on the ballot. Wisconsin, it was a 10-point victory in Wisconsin, right? Some people from out of state sometimes ask me if I'm from Wisconsin. I think they think our accents all sound alike. But I would be proud to be on this day, that's for sure. So, we also are seeing proactive steps to protect abortion rights in Minnesota, thanks to my friend Governor Walz and his state legislature. I want to congratulate Governor Evers and all the work that happened in Wisconsin yesterday. I want to congratulate Governor Laura Kelly in Kansas. It shows you that leadership matters, right? So while we all are moving forward, there are a lot of states that are moving backwards on access to health care and personal freedoms. Midwesterners, though, have shown we are the practical people we always knew. We don't get discouraged, we get to work. We will always be a safe, welcoming place for you to live, for you to raise your family, to be free, and to be safely who you are in this state. So to all the women and girls and our allies in states that don't value you or your rights, maybe you should come to Michigan. To all the LGBTQ plus community who live in states who don't value you or your rights, maybe you should come to Michigan as well. So today is a day of celebration, but it is also a moment to remind us all our work is not yet over. We're still awaiting a decision from a judge in Texas who could ban mifepristone. Banning it would impact access to abortion for women all across this country and girls all across this country. Meanwhile, while we continue to expand, we cannot for 1 second, as Representative Pohutsky said, take a breather or take a nap on Michigan. We know that this fight continues. But I also know this. After the last year that I have lived through, I can tell you we are going to win this fight. We just stay organized, we stay vigilant, we stay active, and we work together. So, who would like to watch me slay a zombie? I am about to slay 3 zombies with 1 pen. Let's do it.
The Walking Dead. Right behind
Okay, you're watching there. Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer today signing a repeal of the state's 1931 abortion ban, which the democratically controlled state legislature had passed last month. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. We have a lot more to get to on this Wednesday. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lexi Petrovich. I want to bring you an update out of Los Angeles, California. We're learning that police have located 7-year-old Derek Clay. They don't believe foul play is suspected. We just heard from police moments ago on the latest in this search. Let's listen in to what they had to say here.
Child walking in the area of downtown.
Downtown?
Yeah. So at 5th and San Pedro.
Was he by himself? Or what were the...
There was other people around in the area.
Downtown?
We are still in the process of investigating, and I don't have that information. Our investigation's still ongoing. It's all fresh, but we wanted to get out the information, and we appreciate everybody's help, including the media. and putting the word out so that we could locate our missing child.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how Derek was when you found him? Was he hungry? Was he scared?
All I know is he's in good spirits, and that's all the information that I have at this time.
What's the last?
Again, there was other people in the area.
But were they with the child?
I don't know all the particulars on it yet.
Do we know how he got from here to there? When was he moving?
Again, we're still in the process of investigating, but we know that the child is okay, and there's no evidence of foul play involved at this time.
Did you say that an officer spotted him?
Yes. One of the officers that's a senior lead officer that works in Central area.
Thank you.
Was that who spotted him, or where was he found?
At 5th and San Pedro.
Was he off anybody?
Again, I already said that he was around other people. At this time, the investigation is still ongoing. We're trying to determine everything that happened. But at this time, there's no evidence of foul play involved.
Is there some suggestion the biological mother is involved?
So, again, the investigation is still ongoing, and I cannot get into the details until I get more information, but I just wanted to share the good news. Thank goodness the child has been found, and he is in good spirits, and the investigation is ongoing. Thank you. We will put out more information when I get a little more information. We really appreciate you being out here and helping us put the word out. Thank you so much.
Was it an officer that spotted him or civilian?
A police officer. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Captain, do you know when you'll be returned to the area to the grandfather?
So.
Okay, so that update out of Los Angeles, California. Fortunately, a good update, too, that they were able to locate that 7-year-old who has been missing and find him in safe conditions. So wanted to bring you that update. We also now want to bring you an update from Philadelphia. We've been covering a lot of different high-profile crime stories out of the city, especially recently. Well, earlier today, we heard from Philadelphia district attorneys from Montgomery County, Bucks, Chester, and Delaware counties as well, talking about banding together and joining forces with federal law enforcement officials and implementing a game-changing, significant new effort in the fight against gun violence and gun crimes. Let's listen into what they had to say, their remarks from earlier today.
Guns that we've seized or that law enforcement has seized. So that expert comparison that goes on and a list of high probability matches is created, which means the firearm used in one crime was also used in another crime. And those are hits and confirmed by human firearms examiners before it's passed on to detectives who can use that information to look at the evidence and the suspects in each case related to the FCCs and determine the connections. So this process happens very quickly in order to make it a useful investigative tool for all of our 4 counties, which will share this NIBIN machine that's going to be housed here in Montgomery County. So getting a crime scene FCC into the NIBIN system within a short period of time, within 48 hours or less, not only betters our chance of solving the crime at hand, but it also enables us to interrupt the shooting cycle, stopping a shooter from doing it again, and therefore reducing overall gun violence. And like I said before, that's game-changing, but it's also life-changing because this is an opportunity to save lives. So I want to turn it over to the special agent in charge of our region for ATF, Eric Degree, to talk a little bit about the system, and we'll make some time for questions afterwards. So, you know, if there's specific things in the technical aspects, we'll be glad to answer that. So, Eric, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Steele, you hit it out of the park, really describing a lot of this, so some of my comments will be brief. In 1997, ATF established NIBIN to provide local, state, and federal law enforcement across the country with an automated ballistic imaging network. This technology is vital to agencies' violent crime reduction strategies because it enables investigators to link multiple shooting events anywhere in the nation. Since its inception, as Mr. Steele says, there's been over 6 million pieces of ballistic evidence that have been entered into the system and over 722,000 investigative leads that have been given to investigators to combat violent crime. NIBIN, along with ATF's E-Trace systems, are critical parts of any crime gun intelligence program. ATF CJICs are multi-agency law enforcement collaborations which are focused on stopping gun crime by collecting, analyzing, and distributing intelligence reports about crime guns across all jurisdictions. Currently, there are 293 NIBIN sites throughout the United States, 7 of which are currently located in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. There's 3 NIBIN sites held with the Pennsylvania State Police laboratories. They're housed in Greensburg, Bethlehem, and Pittsburgh. There's additional sites in Allegheny County, the Berks County DA's office, the Philadelphia Police Department, and now this new site in Montgomery County. Additional sites in Pennsylvania are planned. The ATF Philadelphia Field Division is going to be operating a site in the near future, and also the Erie Police Department is planning a site for their jurisdiction. As the number of sites that grow across the state, the amount of intelligence gaps decrease, giving investigators a better chance of identifying and apprehending shooters that don't respect city or county lines. In 2021, the Philadelphia Field Division established its own criminal enforcement group called the CGIT, which is the Crime Gun Enforcement Team, focused solely on doing NIBIN-led investigations, such as Mr. Steele's office and the other counties are engaging in now. That group has been very successful using this technology and have been responsible for the arrest of over 92 individuals responsible for at least 541 acts of violence. ATF is committed to helping its state, local, and federal partners by providing timely gun intelligence products such as NIBIN, as well as training to ensure that they have all the necessary tools to reduce violent crime. Thank you.
Okay, so we wouldn't be standing here today to talk about this and being able to announce such a significant new investigative tool without the partnership that each of our counties has with HIDA. HIDA has been an invaluable resource in drug trafficking investigations, intelligence, and ongoing efforts to reduce violent crime. Drug trafficking and firearms trafficking and drugs go hand in hand. Our partnership with HIDA has made an invaluable difference to our law enforcement efforts, and I can't thank Jerry and Brian enough for the efforts that they went through to help us to get in this position. So I want to turn it over to our Deputy Director of the Liberty Mid-Atlantic HIDA, Brian Michael.
Thank you, DA Steele, Sector Gree, and all our law enforcement partners here. First off, question many of you may have is, what is a HIDA? It stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program, and that's the key word. It's a program. We are not an agency, therefore we do not compete with any of our federal, state, or local partners. In fact, the opposite is true. HIDAs actually foster cooperation and collaboration through information sharing, resource sharing, and intelligence sharing. An important way that HIDA encourages these partnerships is through funding. The HIDA program injects federal funding into state, local, regional task forces that address drug trafficking, violent crime, and fugitive apprehension. The cornerstone of the HIDA program's approach is to encourage innovative approaches to address the region's most critical needs. And as we all know in this region, gun crime is a critical need that needs to be addressed. That's why this NIBIN Regional Collaboration Project was such an important thing for us to find the funding to make happen. The NIBIN's most important quality is really decreasing the time to crime between when a shooter uses a gun and leaves the firearms evidence behind at a crime scene, and that gun is then used in another crime or fatality. Guns are not like a kilogram of cocaine or heroin that are used once and used up. Crime guns are utilized by individuals and organizations and then passed on to another individual or organization to continue the cycle of violence. A crime gun is an agnostic tool to both the shooter and the subject being shot. It's a simple tool of intimidation, violence, compliance, or death. By identifying the tool's history, location, and user from the past, it's possible for investigators to prevent future crimes. And that's what the whole NIBIN system is about, preventing future crimes and putting those users behind bars. Just like it's difficult for a carpenter to build a home without a hammer, it's difficult for a criminal organization to decimate a neighborhood without a crime gun. So the goal of the NIBIN Regional Collaboration Site is to make sure that all our local citizens can live in neighborhoods free of gun crime. And for that, I'm very proud to stand up here today with all our partners and announce the acquisition of the NIBIN Collaboration Site. Thanks.
You know, if you're wondering why we're here at our public safety training campus, which is a little unusual as a site for us, and Carl has made sure I knew that, because he doesn't like to leave the Montgomery County Courthouse or One Montgomery Plaza. But one of the things that's going on right now is this training that is being conducted, and we had over 75 officers this morning, police officers, detectives from police departments all over Montgomery County that were sworn by Judge O'Neill into this gun violence reduction task force. And this task force will work alongside our violent crime unit, investigating gun trafficking organizations and gun crimes throughout the county, including running down these NIBIN leads. So this task force will provide us with more boots on the ground, and a lot of the training and this morning has been done by folks from ATF that are working with us on this to make sure that we're doing this in the best way that we can. So, this is another tool in our approach to hitting gun crimes hard, and with us in this is the leadership of the collar counties, who have all been committed with us to fighting violence that is in our urban areas and in other places, and keeping it out of our backyard. So together, in this and other endeavors, we're trying to make a difference in keeping our communities safe. So I want to turn it over to some of my fellow district attorneys that probably have listened to me far too long at this point. But ladies first. So Deb,
Thank you.
You're up.
Thank you, DA Steele. We know that we need to do everything in our power to end gun violence. Too many innocent lives have been taken, and too many families are dealing with unimaginable grief and trauma as a result. Each day we learn about another shooting in our country or in our communities, and it feels overwhelming. Guns are the #1 cause of death of our children. This year alone, in just 3 months, over 70 kids and adults have either been killed or died as a result of gun violence in our schools. It is alarming. Loss during these tragedies is only compounded when we are unable to identify a suspect to hold accountable. Law enforcement is constantly seeking out ways to make our communities safer for you and your families. We now have the ability to aid us in our investigations in this crisis. NIBIN is critical to help us solve some of our most egregious crimes, including homicides and shootings. It's another important tool that can prevent further crime from happening, and it enables us to seek justice on behalf of victims and their families through collaborative technology with law enforcement on a local, state, and federal level. More and more, our courtrooms are filled with criminals across Pennsylvania who have used guns to facilitate heinous acts like robberies, assaults, and other crimes. NIBIN offers a deeper integration of interagency communication necessary to develop new leads. By partnering with our colleagues in law enforcement, we have a greater likelihood of success in identifying suspects. This network is essential for crime fighters in our joint mission to keep us safe. We thank DA Steele and our fellow DAs, ATF and HIDA, who I know are deeply committed in our joint mission to doing the right thing to reduce crime in our communities. Thank you.
Do you want me to introduce you?
I don't
Jack?
need you guys.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Jack Stolzheimer, the District Attorney of Delaware County, just a little bit south of here, I think, actually. And I want to thank, first of all, Kevin Steele for his leadership in this issue and his leadership in the District Attorneys Association. He is a thought leader for all district attorneys across Pennsylvania. I also want to thank my friends at ATF. I spent 4.5 years as a federal firearms prosecutor. I know the incredible work that these people do to try to keep communities all across America safe. And they are truly doing the Lord's work, and we thank you for bringing this tool here to us. Let me just say, I think all of you know, when I came and got elected as District Attorney of Delaware County, I prioritized gun violence, particularly in the city of Chester. Having spent 4.5 years as federal prosecutor, this was my #1 passion. 2 years in, we built a partnership. We built a collaborative partnership between law enforcement and the community. And after 2 years, that Chester partnership has shown tremendous results. We've reduced the gun violence homicide rate in the city of Chester, once one of the most violent cities in America. We've reduced it by 60%. We've reduced the overall number of gun violence incidents by 46%, 2 years on. The way we do that is by focusing on the small number of people who are willing to pick up a gun and kill somebody. That's the key fact that we want to keep in mind here. Not only is it a small number of people who are willing to commit such vile and heinous acts, but it's a small number of guns they use. There are millions of guns in this country. Most are owned legally and are kept secure. It's a small number of guns that get passed, as my colleague said, sometimes from gun trafficker to gun trafficker, from drug organization to drug organization. This tool, this NIBIN tool, will help us follow the path of those crime guns from one crime to another and to be able to stop the next crime from even happening. So the fact that we're all collaborating together here, because as Kevin rightly said, criminals don't know county lines. They are affected by those kind of issues. They go across county lines wherever they think that they can do their dastardly deeds and get away with it. Bringing this tool together, bringing these counties, these 4 counties together with ATF to make sure that we're focusing on the guns, the crime guns, testing them, finding out what other crimes those guns are related to. We're going to solve crimes, we're going to stop crimes before they happen, and we're going to keep people safe all across this region. So I want to thank DA Steele, and again, I want to thank my colleagues up here today for everybody working together in a collaborative fashion to do public safety.
All right, so next I get to introduce and bring up here, and I'm pretty safe on saying this, I believe, the next district attorney in Bucks County, because the current district attorney is running for judge and he's on both tickets, so I hope it's going to be really hard to lose for Matt, which will put my friend, the first assistant district attorney, Jen Shorn, in the role as district attorney. So
thank you. Thank you. I will certainly keep it brief. I want to thank District Attorney Steele, District Attorney Ryan, District Attorney Stolzheimer for having me here, HIDA, and the ATF. It's simple. This partnership, the technology, and the evidence it will generate will put violent criminals who use guns on notice that we will pursue you, we will arrest you, and we will prosecute you. Thank you.
now you've all seen, like, because with Matt, I would have been able to get him to pick up the casings and all that. So, you know, just very classy of you not. So, you know, we all stand shoulder to shoulder together, local, county, state, and our federal partners here. And what we're telling folks, the law-abiding citizens of our communities, as well as the criminals, that we're stepping up our efforts. We are responding vigorously to stopping gun violence and the threats that we have on the safety of our community. So we're happy to take some questions from you all now.
Kevin, you talked about the collar counties being here.
Yeah.
Elephant not in the room technically is Philadelphia. Where are they in this conversation? Have you reached out to the district attorney of Philadelphia?
So I'm the president of the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association, and I represent 66 district attorneys across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The district attorney in Philadelphia chose to withdraw from our organization, so I can't speak for him on this, but what I can tell you is that we are working very closely with the Philadelphia Police Department. ATF's presence in this is essential. We're also working with the U.S. Attorney's Office in this. Right behind you is Kathleen McLaughlin, who's one of our assistant chiefs, and she oversees firearms and drugs. She's cross-sworn as a federal prosecutor, so we can take these cases federally too. But the reality is that we're seeing some of the violence coming our ways in the collar counties, and we want the criminals to know that we are using this technology. We're going to continue to use it. We are successful at investigating and catching those that perpetrate these crimes, and we're successful at making sure that they go to jail and stay in jail for a long period of time.
You're using new ballistics will be entered into this, obviously. What about the old stuff? Will those things from unsolved crimes be entered into this as well as you try to connect those?
Yeah, Eric, do you want to take that?
You can. I mean, what we try to do first is deal with the active gun violence that's going on, so we can interdict and stop the shooting cycle. But the system is able to take in old fired cartridge casings and analyze those the same way as the present ones that we've recovered.
Before you leave, how well do you think the city? So Philadelphia is a NIBIN site.
Yes.
They have the equipment. How is this? I mean, I would imagine the equipment is the technology is somewhat dependent on getting the information into the system, correct?
Yes, the Philadelphia Police Department do an outstanding job at comprehensive collection of all FCCs, firearms, tracing, and they test fire all their firearms. The police department does a fantastic job of doing that.
The city police are doing a good job of getting it in there. I mean, if obviously the city of Philadelphia is struggling with crime higher than anybody else, unfortunately, but you're suggesting now that they're doing well in getting it in there, because certainly crime, maybe in Montgomery County, maybe folks who've come out of Philadelphia and gotten their weapons there, so they might tie back. Are they doing a good job of getting it in? Is that your argument here?
The Philadelphia Police Department does a fantastic job entering in their fired cartridge casings, test firing recovered firearms, and tracing their guns.
Is the NIBIN machine an actual piece of equipment? And if so, can we get some video of it?
It is a piece of equipment. It's called a brass track. So basically what that does is a technician will take a fired cartridge casing, place it in the machine. Machine takes a 3D image of that, and it uploads it into the network, so it's able to compare it that way. There are certain NIBIN sites that actually will do the comparison at their site, but ATF also has a NIBIN, basically it's called the NNCTC. Government likes acronyms. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center. That's located in Huntsville, Alabama. And a lot of the new sites, as they come on, all those images are correlated. That's basically the comparison of the images to see if they match are done at our facility in Huntsville, Alabama.
Is the one in the building here?
No, it's not located here.
It's in our county detective bureau.
How much does the technology cost, and how is this being funded?
So, well, you.
No, I mean, you would have to. This particular site's funded by HIDA. You'll have to talk to the vendor in terms of what the cost of the machinery is.
But was it all federal money? I mean, how did you pay for this thing? All federal money?
Yes, sir. The money comes from the HIDA program. So within the Liberty Mid-Atlantic area, our HIDA covers counties in both Pennsylvania, Delaware, and South Jersey. So with that, we have a budget that we fund different initiatives. And again, we fund innovative projects that will address the crime in our area through what we have as an executive board of the leadership of federal, state, and local agencies. Together, our leadership determined that a worthwhile investment to address the crime in these collar counties would be the acquisition of this machine. As Secretary Gree said, Philadelphia has their machine. They do a great job getting the information into the machine. By having this for the collar counties, it alleviates some of the stress put on trying to get the information into the machine timely, because again, getting it in timely means that you get the results back and the investigators can go and try and stop that next crime and break that cycle of violence.
And did you say you didn't know the cost, or we couldn't get the number? What did you spend? What do you spend for a piece of equipment?
The cost of it, you would have to talk to the actual manufacturer, just because there's restrictions in what we can say on the cost of it. But it's a substantial investment, but a worthwhile investment.
Is it online now? And if not, or if so, when did it start here in this area?
Yeah, so we got it up and running within the past few weeks, and one of the things that's happening here today in the auditorium right next door is our folks that are involved in it and the technicians are working with our local police departments on how to bring this to us, how to bring it to us in the best way so we can get it into the machine. We also have a couple just stellar ballistics experts that work with us, so we have a lot of what we can do on site here. Our next steps are working, now that we have it up and running, is working with the collar counties on how we're going to be putting each of these things in. There have been a couple cases that we've kind of gone out of that, where it was a significant case for another county, and we wanted to get it in to see if there have been connections, and we found connections to other places and other shootings that have occurred.
Kevin, can somebody speak to the science of what actually physically connects one spent shell casing from one incident to another? I know what it is, but can someone just say it for the benefit of how law enforcement describes it?
I could try, and we have all these casings before you, but considering we do have the special agent in charge of ATF, here, we could defer.
When a pistol expels a FCC, it leaves certain marks on that fired cartridge casing. So what the brass tracks does, it takes an image of that. So it has basically, it's like a fingerprint. So there's sometimes 2 or 3 different images on that. That's uploaded into the network. The network then tries to seek out all the images that are in the database to say, does any other shooting line up with the same image? And then that's how we're able to connect other shootings and then provide leads to investigators.
And that speaks specifically to the firing weapon, correct?
Right, when the weapon is fired, yes.
That's its signature.
Right, when there's a fired cartridge casing, it's collected at a crime scene by investigators, it's brought back. Depending on what site, there's, like we said, there's 7 sites here in Pennsylvania.